was not in the game. Alua quickly took it from her and opened it. It is written in an ancient script. Looks like a journal. Let me try reading it. The entries told a grim story. Day 192. The rescue team still has not come. Only 3 of us remain from the original squad. Day 271. The house is complete. Zephyros heard strange noises. Day 467. Tarvian is pregnant. Day 67X. The flame orb is starting to weaken. Day 711. Today, we will die. If the world has not already fallen to the witch, and someday someone finds this place, use the object buried beneath the ground to save the world. Reaching the final lines, Alua's eyes went wide, and she cried out, "The witch, the one who wrote this journal. They came from the same dimension as us." Misha leaned in curiously, scanning the pages for herself. Is that so? Alua bit her knuckle, anxiety etched across her face. It is written in an ancient script, so I already suspected something. If this place really belongs to another dimension, then that explains why they left records behind. But wait, how did those people even make it here in the first place? Bjorn, having been following her words carefully, offered a suggestion. The basement. For now, let us check the basement. First basement level. Leading the way, Alua immediately noticed a chest positioned up ahead. There is something there. Let me open it, Bjorn suggested. She brightened with relief. All right, go ahead. Bjorn stepped forward eagerly, muttering under his breath, perfect. This'll look natural enough. After all the times he had taken on tasks like this, it was finally his chance to shine. When the chest creaked open, inside lay a crystal or perhaps some other kind of luminous artifact that instantly drew everyone's eyes. Alua's voice quivered with excitement. What is it? Let me see. It was a locked item, recorded as one tied to the flame orb. Bjorn held it up for everyone to see. Here, take a look. Alua studied it intently from every angle. We will need to bring this back to the city and have it appraised by a certified examiner. Bjorn glanced sideways at her. You planning to use spatial magic here? She replied without hesitation. Of course. Afterward, they continued hunting until the labyrinth finally collapsed, and the party was transported back to Raphidonia. The following day, 2 p.m. at Kamalby Exchange. Alua and Bjorn brought the item for appraisal. The examiner took one look and immediately gasped. This is an extraordinary artifact. From what I have heard, even among the major guilds, hardly anyone possesses something like this. Alua pressed for answers. So, what exactly is it? He explained the item's origin. It is a flame orb. Within a radius of 15 meters, it reduces damage from fire. She continued her questioning, almost interrogative. What about the activation conditions? The examiner, clearly knowledgeable, poured out everything he knew. It requires a command phrase. Give me a moment, I will write it down so I do not forget. Bjorn, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up, his tone sharp. And the appraisal value? The examiner scratched his head sheepishly. I forgot to mention. The flame orb can only be used by the very first person who touched it. In other words, it could not be sold, so there was no appraisal value. Alua's face darkened with irritation. What is that supposed to mean? Startled, the man stepped back a few paces. I swear I did not know, really. Her eyes hardened, piercing straight into him without a word. Sweat beaded across Bjorn's forehead as he clenched his lips. Don't tell me. Has she realized I lied? After a long silence, Alua finally let out a heavy sigh, her expression sinking into frustration. Bjorn exhaled in relief. Dodged that one. The examiner slid a sheet of paper across the desk. Here's the command phrase. Alua took it from his hand. The manager then leaned forward with a hopeful smile. Would you two mind telling me where exactly you obtained this? I would be willing to pay a generous sum for that information. Alua refused flatly. No need. We have no intention of sharing our findings. The appraiser smiled knowingly, yet still tried to press his case. If the two of you ever change your minds, just come find me. Even the major guilds who've managed to obtain something similar have all chosen to keep silent. Alua glanced at the fire orb resting in her hand and replied offhandedly, "Yes, I know. Let us go." He called after her, "Raven." He hesitated, but before he could voice his question, she cut him off. "Forget it. Didn't the appraiser already say it? Since it is a wide-range effect, it will be treated as a public-use magical artifact anyway." Bjorn went along with it. "That is right. I only used it for the team in the first place." She pouted, clearly unimpressed. "Seriously, what? Did you think someone was going to demand money from you?" He grew restless. "Isn't that how it works?" Thinking back to when the appraiser had made his offer and she refused, he pressed her. "But why did you turn him down? He looked like he was willing to pay handsomely." She stopped in her tracks and revealed her reasoning. "Handsomely, please. If I would told him, he would have profited 10 times over. There is no way I could ever forgive that." He nodded as if it made sense. "Ah, so that is just your nature." But Alua snapped back, annoyed. "That is not it at all. It is the book, the diary. Too many people knowing about it would ruin everything. I plan to dig into it myself and shake up the entire academic world." Remembering they were out in public, she let out a small sigh, her voice softening. "Anyway, from here on, I will be counting on you." He blinked in surprise. "Why say that all of a sudden?" She explained with a spark of determination. "It seems the secrets of the witch and the ancients are hidden within the labyrinth. I have decided to uncover the truth." Bjorn leaned in slightly. "So that means?" Her tone dropped into something almost intimate, whisper-like yet teasing. "So that means what? It means I will keep adventuring by your side, Yandel." The next day, everyone headed to Kamebli along with Raven. On the official report sheet it was written, "Apple Neric team, results of first expedition, standard spoils and monastones harvested 25,190,000 stone. Assassination gear sold such as the Windseal backpack 3,100,000 stone. Rare loot obtained from Raven Essence valued on the market at 9 million stone. Byproducts of Miliord 726,000 stone. Total, 37,960,000 stone." By the calculations, the income for a team of mostly newcomers was already considered quite good. Holding the report, Alua began reading off the split. Bjorn and Misha, 7,102,500 stone each. Einar, 5,843,000 stone. The moment she heard over 5 million, Einar practically lit up. 5 million, then from now on, I am rich. Adjusting her glasses, Alua nodded. "Yes, but what about the essence? How do we handle that?" Einar blinked in confusion. Essence, how much was it worth?" The instant Alua announced the figure, Einar froze. Excluding Einar, the rest of the members received 4 million each, for a total of 16 million stone. Seeing her expression, Bjorn quickly waved his hand, trying to play the good guy. "Then I will even it out. I will take a cut from my share and cover Einar's portion." Next to him, Einar's tiny mosquito-like protest could be heard. "I am not taking it." Misha sighed. "Well, what can we do? I will just take it out of Einar's share later." Hearing that, Einar's worries evaporated instantly. "Misha, you are the best." After weighing their opinions, Alua came to a conclusion. "Then, Einar, you won't be receiving any payout today, will you?" Einar's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" She clutched her head, wailing in despair. "From having money to having nothing. My cotton candy, my apple pie. Something's wrong here." But that was not the end of it. With 4 million gone and another 7.5 million spent on new equipment, Misha's total debt climbed to 11 million. Leaving her with barely 500,000 stone to spare. Einar collapsed to the floor, looking utterly pitiful. "I worked so hard in that labyrinth, and all I get is more debt. Misha patted her shoulder consolingly. Hang in there. As long as you are alive, you can still breathe. But soon after, Raven and admin Urikprid both acknowledged without protest that thanks to the level 5 essence, Einar's combat ability had undeniably risen. Because of this, her share was officially increased by 20%. Einar mulled it over. So now it is finally being divided fairly. Huh. Meanwhile, Bjorn sat there sulking. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more bitter it feels. Tanking, guiding, taking the role of leader. None of that was supposed to be my responsibility. On top of that, I gave up all the hidden fragments. Shouldn't I be getting 30% instead? 3 days later. Bjorn lay sprawled on his bed, one leg crossed over the other, his head resting on his arm as he made plans. Alright, within a year, I will secure a solid foundation on the 5th floor, then jump to the 6th. But the thought gnawed at him. Of course, from the 6th floor onward, progress won't come as fast. You can't break through those levels with just fighting alone. It will be a long, drawn-out battle. Still, if I reach the 6th, maybe I will finally get my hands on that essence. What unsettles me, though, is the looming clash between the royal family and Noark. 471 people. Thinking back to the casualties, he grew heavy-hearted. This time, that many people died on the 4th floor. Anyone could see it was not monsters. It was a large-scale terrorist raid by a band of marauders. In the end, the existence of Noark, a secret everyone already knew, can't help but be dragged into the open. His inner struggle had barely ended when Misha burst into the room, calling urgently. Bjorn, the royal family has issued a proclamation to all adventurers. The royal decree turned out to be a campaign to subjugate Noark. Bjorn studied the parchment intently. So this is the place. The one mentioned in the high priest's letter. The decree promised handsome rewards for adventurers ranked level 6 or above who joined the operation, 3 years of tax exemption and free currency exchange, merit-based compensation, and even essences from the royal treasury. Reading those rewards, Bjorn's spirits lifted. That is a tempting prize. They must be desperate. Misha folded her arms, weighing it over. Plenty of adventurers will be lured in by that. Bjorn, what about you? Her question brought back Lee Beckho's stern warning. Those oracles surviving underground are not there by chance. Even if you are ordered to join the subjugation army, do not get involved. If you do, you will be the only one who ends up hurt. Do you understand? Bjorn shut the decree with finality. We are not joining. When whales clash, minnows had better stay away. Misha let out a long breath, clutching her chest. I had a bad feeling about it. Thank goodness. Bjorn added carefully, still, to be safe, we should talk it over with Raven and admin first. A thought struck him, and Einar's face flashed in his mind. How's Einar reacting to all this? Misha answered. She thinks it is her big chance to boost her reputation. Don't worry, I will talk to her. Bjorn nodded in relief. Alright, I will leave that to you then. I will head out and be back later. Meanwhile, Alua and admin Urikprid were having their own discussion. Alua frowned. A decree like this, they call it a subjugation, but it is war. I do not want to get dragged into some power struggle. Admin rested his chin on his hand. If I were solo, I might consider it. Maybe. If my child's born next year, 20 years of tax breaks would be nice. But if the team is not going, I won't either. Bjorn pulled him aside for a word. After some back and forth, both seemed satisfied. Alright, then it is settled. We will dig into the details later through the community. Admin grinned and raised a hand. Anyway, Yandel, how about a drink tonight? There is a gathering of 5th floor adventurers. Bjorn blinked. A gathering, admin explained. You are a team leader now. Building connections is part of the job. The logic was sound, even if it did not sit well. Bjorn mulled it over. I do not care for forming cliques. But maybe trying once won't hurt. He gave a short nod. Fine. When and where? That night, 10 p.m. District 8. The tall building blazed with light, laughter spilling from the windows. "Over here, you made it," someone called. The gathering was lively. Though there were not any secret breakthroughs to be had, Bjorn quietly observed the knowledge and mindset of other adventurers. Even if it is mostly surface-level chatter, this is still useful, he thought, blending into the party. Abman, already tipsy, raised a hand in greeting. "Balkan, is not it? Weren't you the barbarian who fought the third-floor lord's army?" The man brightened. "Yeah, that is me." But a guest across the table scoffed, arms crossed. "So what, in the end, you are just a rookie who barely scraped his way to the 5th floor." His companions tried to hush him. "You are drunk." He sneered back, "Drunk, me." The commotion caught Bjorn's eye. "What is this, that blonde bastard, what is his deal?" For some reason, the scene felt like déjà vu. The blonde man rambled on, his face flushed with drink. "Pepe, you should choose your company better. Hanging around with uncultured savages like that will only drag your standing into the mud." Pepe, sitting nearby, urged him, "You have had enough. Go home before you make it worse." But the man dug in stubbornly. "Throw me out, ha." From the start, these illiterate barbarians had nothing of value except their hearts. Bjorn could not hold back any longer. He strode over, eyes cold, words sharp as steel. "Hey, you rabid dog. What the hell have you been barking about all night?" Thus began the ruckus, the matter of the blonde. He snapped the moment he heard that, slamming his hand on the table as he shot to his feet. "What the hell did you just say, you little bastard? A rookie like you dares to talk to me like that?" Bjorn stood tall without flinching, meeting his glare. "Quit barking so damn loud. If you have got a problem, settle it with a duel." The man scoffed, not the least bit intimidated. "A duel, huh? Do you even know what that means?" Bjorn smirked and pressed harder. "Doesn't matter. All I see is you trembling like a mutt in front of a rookie." His opponent snarled, voice dripping with rage. "You damn savage, do not you realize what consequences you are asking for?" Bjorn's face darkened as he shot back. "You are the one who won't be able to think once your skull gets smashed open." Classic modern attitude. I had handled the situation neatly. Once it was over, he prepared to leave, but not without expressing his thanks. "Thanks for the honey water. Don't worry, just head back inside." Abman's wife bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you for bringing him home. Please, get back safely yourself." Bjorn sighed, tilting his head up to the sky, feeling the weight of how draining the whole encounter had been. Then Lagna Litaniel Pefrock's words echoed back in his mind. "Are you going to take part in the subjugation campaign?" Bjorn had refused outright. "No, our team has decided not to join." She let out a relieved breath. "I see. That is good. Really good. No one should get involved with the royal family's business. This time it will be nothing but heavy sacrifices." He frowned slightly. "The royal family," she quickly backtracked. "Forget I said anything. Pretend you did not hear me." He did not push her further. "All right. Either way, thanks for worrying about us." Lagna's words drifted off, almost dazed. "Worrying? Yes, I was worried. Was not I?" But inside, her heart weighed heavy. "Everyone on my side feels the same. Most adventurers I met today are openly in favor of the campaign." Bjorn thought grimly, "I will need to look deeper into the community." Crossing a quieter stretch of road, his eyes caught on the bright red shine of candied apples. Before long, he was back home. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, a soft voice called out from behind. "You are only getting back now." Misha appeared, her eyes still hazy with sleep. He worried he had woken her. "Ah, did I wake you?" She frowned faintly, scolding him. "Why so late? And what is with the smell of alcohol?" he faltered. Well. Out in the hallway, he explained how he would ended up at a gathering with the Bear Master. She patted his shoulder encouragingly. "I see. You have worked hard. Now you really do seem like a proper captain." Her gaze drifted toward the paper bag in his hand. Curiosity lit her eyes. "What is that you are carrying?" Bjorn opened it and showed her. There was a night market on the way back, so I picked up some candied apples. She tilted her chin. But you do not even like that kind of stuff. He shrugged it off. Don't you two like it, though? Misha caught his meaning, her heart softening instantly. Oh geez, you are just like a dad. She lunged at him suddenly, startling him. Dad, my dad. Bjorn blinked, alarmed. Your dad, she quickly clarified, flustered. Not that one. A regular dad, you know, the kind who spoils his kids and buys them treats. Her expression turned downcast. Taking care of them. Realizing his misunderstanding, Bjorn scrambled to apologize. Sorry, I did not mean it that way. She pounced on him, clawing at his arms in mock outrage. Why do you have to say something like that out of nowhere? In the end, she bit into one of the candied apples, then darted away, calling back over her shoulder. Anyway, since you bought them, I will make sure to enjoy it. He waved, taking the gesture as a farewell. All right, sleep well, good night. Left alone, Bjorn thought back to the look on Misha's face a moment ago. He gave a little shrug. Still, that was not so bad, was it? It had been one of those days where fleeting, wandering thoughts crept in, yet life, busy as always, would keep moving forward. Bjorn reminded her firmly, Einar, you need to go to the sanctuary and receive your mark. She jumped at the words. I do not have any money. He kept eating as he replied casually, I will lend you some. She hesitated, looking uneasy. If you do that, then how long will I be your debtor? In the end, it took 3 whole days for Einar to complete the process of receiving her 3rd-tier mark. During that time, Bjorn stayed with her every step of the way. Not as bad as I expected. Didn't hurt, did it? She planted her hands on her hips. Beaming with pride. If you want to get stronger, pain is only natural. Incidentally, Einar's mark was the slaughterer, a different archetype than the typical warriors. The passive ability granted at Tier 3 allowed her to recover mana when slaying monsters. Meanwhile, Misha had once again burned through every coin she had, this time on beast blood infusion. But it paid off. By some stroke of luck, she achieved her first beast soul awakening. Glowing with excitement, she ran up to Bjorn. Look, Bjorn, I finally did it. Her new power was the blessing of the glacier. Whenever she used skills or items tied to ice energy, this deceptive power would cut her resource consumption in half. Seeing Misha awaken her power filled Bjorn with shared joy. Incredible. I did not expect you to awaken this power even before finding that sword. Perhaps this was the reward for all their hardships. Ever since they had reached the 5th floor, things had been moving so smoothly. As for me, a man was already seated in the waiting chair when Bjorn arrived. Lucky me, you actually came on time today. Bjorn smiled faintly. I am a guide now, remember, the man teased. Sounds like you are pretty satisfied with yourself. For the past several days, Bjorn had been meeting with Roto Miller every day, learning the trade of guiding, and of course, it did not come for free. One day, after a lesson, Roto confided with a chuckle, teaching you like this makes me think I should open an actual class. Bjorn supported the idea wholeheartedly. That is a great idea. If you teach, people will flock to you. Roto laughed. You flatter me too much. On the 15th day, at dinner, 4 people sat around the same table: Bjorn, Misha, Einar, and Erwin. Misha seemed visibly irritated that Erwin had chosen the seat right beside Bjorn. Bjorn turned to question her. How is it you always manage to track us down here? You could have just gone out instead. Einar scratched her head, eyes darting aside. Maybe call it elf intuition. Misha ground her teeth, exposing her. Isn't it just that you keep wandering until you stumble into us? Einar burst out laughing, joining in. Misha's right. You are full of it. Bjorn intervened, trying to keep the peace. Enough, both of you. Erwin leaned toward him with a look of fondness, deliberately needling the girls. See, just like I said, everyone's so mischievous. The two of them slammed their hands on the table in unison. Hey, Bjorn could only sigh. Come on, if we are going to be teammates one day, it is better if we all get along. At last, after the long day, Bjorn returned to his own room. Exhausting, but the real highlight of today is this moment right here. The soul of the character had been recognized and pulled into a specific world. He had entered the great, independent chatroom of destiny. Bjorn suddenly sat upright, blurting out a name, "Brother." The man on the other side sounded surprised, almost uncertain. Been a while." Bjorn cut him off in a rush, panic rising in his chest. "I am in the middle of a battle right now, so I do not have time. Listen carefully. Have you heard about the subjugation campaign? No matter what happens, you must never join it. I came here just to tell you that." Lee Becco gave Elfnunna his warning and vanished in an instant, leaving the man stunned. Only his final words lingered in the air, "See you next month." Elfnunna had not even had the chance to grasp what the warning meant before Becco was gone. "Wait, what did you mean by, 'I am fighting right now'?" A frown creased Elfnunna's face as worry gripped him. Time here barely moves compared to the outside. A single second here is just 0.02 seconds out there. For him to leave so suddenly, it must mean he is in the middle of a battle against someone terrifying. The urgency and recklessness Becco carried with him screamed of someone heading into a fight that could easily cost him his life. Damn it, is that guy really aligned with the underground city? Elfnunna began to question who Becco truly was. He recalled seeing a military unit pass through the gates the day before, which only reinforced his conclusion. That makes sense. The expeditionary force to Noark deployed yesterday. Unless it is that, who else would be facing enemies right now outside of the labyrinth? Pondering for a while, Elfnunna finally realized why Becco had been so desperate to warn him. So he thinks the subjugation will fail. That is why. His mind replayed Becco's words before he disappeared. "You have heard about the subjugation, right? No matter what happens, do not ever take part in it." And the way he said it, "do not ever take part, not even in the future," that can only mean there'll be a second expedition. This is spiraling out of control. Total chaos. The more he thought about it, the more suffocating the sense of disorder became, as if everything was slipping beyond reach. Resolved, Elfnunna left the chatroom to investigate, and the system promptly notified him, "You have exited the great independent chatroom of eternity." He muttered under his breath, "First things first, find out what is really going on." Now seated at his desk, Elfnunna tapped furiously at his keyboard. Still a long way to go until the round table surveillance opens. For now, nothing but news about the Noark subjugation. Almost immediately, a social media forum thread popped up on his screen. Trending, the front lines exploding non-stop. Trending, this subjugation feels like living hell. 42 dead. Trending, why is it so empty here today? Afraid. Trending, it is easy to die here. 30 gone. Trending, I am dying soon, ask me anything. Chatrooms dead quiet, everyone's of the subjugation. Live Noark chat, 6. I am dying soon, ask away. Elfnunna stared blankly at the scrolling posts. What the? He scrolled further and read one chilling comment, got stabbed in the neck. When I opened my eyes, I was here. Guess I have got 12 seconds left. Comment 24 replied. Edward bless, I hope when you open your eyes again, you are home. Poster, if only. Good flex you have done enough. Rest now. Poster. Thanks, for the kind words. Elfnunna sat frozen, disturbed by the sheer despair laced in their words. How could it be this bad? Just how brutal is this battle? The sheer scale of it weighed heavily on him. More replies kept coming in, and he read them intently, hoping to piece together the truth. Stephen Castle, you are at the front, right? Did you see Orquilus? Poster, can't tell. Too much black magic everywhere, I could not see a thing. The image was vivid in Elfnunna's mind, a battlefield shrouded in smoke and shadow, where a young blonde man collapsed with a sword driven clean through his throat, dead before he hit the ground. The questions kept coming. Tuna boot. Where are you from? Poster, if you mean Earth, Canada. Here, I am a senior officer of the Arabetan clan. The forum erupted. Tuna boots from Canada and a clan officer, you are a big deal. Ion boy, you dare say that here, looks real, not trolling. The grim chatter spiraled on, hammering home the cruelty of the front lines. Then another post flickered in, one sprain, that is it for me. I am done. Goodbye. Ion boy, forget the chatter. Rest in peace, brother. You have carried enough. Elf Nunna leaned back, chilled to his bones. The more he read, the more he realized the fight at Noark was nothing short of a massacre. Elf Nunna scrolled through countless other comments, some of them sighing. There are dozens more comments below. By the time he finished reading all those messages, his jaw was clenched so tight the muscles in his face twitched. It felt as if some unseen force was pushing him to respond, compelling his fingers to fly across the keyboard. Though I had been silently observing, he typed, suddenly I felt urged to leave a comment. A moment later, his words appeared in the chat room. Elf Nunna, why are you giving up? Why are you just sitting there? Log out right now and find a way to survive. If you do not give up, there is still a chance. Even if that chance is close to zero, it is not nothing. I am living proof of that. His teeth ground harder as one hand tugged at the loosened tie at his collar while the other hammered the keys. Elf Nunna even began recounting the horrific ordeal he himself had endured, as if to rally them with his own scars. Elf Nunna, I was stabbed in the neck once too. Elf Nunna, but my body kept moving. Elf Nunna, I still managed to kill the enemy. Drink a potion and survive. Elf Nunna, don't give up. His only wish was that everyone would hold on to faith, refusing to surrender, even when the odds seemed non-existent. But the original poster stood firm in his defeatism, rejecting the notion outright. Op, I get what you are saying, but I am an archer. I can't use your method. Reading that, Elf Nunna's brow furrowed deeper, veins standing out across his temples. He was furious at the cowardice in the man's words, at his meek acceptance of death. Why, he thought, baffled and enraged. His fingers darted across the keyboard again. Elf Nunna, but you could still at least try once. The reply came quickly. Op, I am sorry. If I am going to die anyway, I want to die as myself, not in this wretched body, but as the person my real parents brought into the world. It was painfully clear this man had no will to fight, no desire to risk anything further. After a few short exchanges, Elf Nunna grew weary. He pressed his palms into his face, drained and blank. My head is empty, he muttered to himself. Dozens of consoling words flashed through me, only to vanish. And then the chat shifted. No one spoke of survival anymore. The conversation had abandoned him. Instead, the group turned their attention elsewhere. Branbrin helmet really is trash. Op, this game is garbage. Just like that, Elf Nunna's desperate exchange faded into nothing, ignored, forgotten. There were no more replies. Still, his eyes refused to leave the screen. His heart pounded as he scrolled up, rereading every line of the OP's comments from the beginning. Alone in his dark, unlit room, Elf Nunna sat with only the glow of the monitor. Staring, reading and rereading, piecing together the fragments of someone's ordinary life revealed between the questions and answers. His hand moved to the mouse, scrolling once more. Then suddenly a new reply appeared beneath his comment. It was from the op. Your words stuck with me. I feel like you are strong. I hope you can finish this game and make it back. Of course, that is your choice. Though he was not swayed from his own path. The op had at least acknowledged Elf Nunna's courage with genuine respect. Elf Nunna stared at the message for a long while, silent, pensive. And then he made up his mind. I put my hands back on the keyboard and began to type a new comment. Elf Nunna typed out a reply to the op. Elf Nunna, if I make it back, I will send a letter to the address you left. Elf Nunna, you have had it rough. Once he finished, he immediately hit enter to send it. Then muttered to himself, though I guess he probably won't see it anymore. He logged back into the game, and the screen instantly displayed, you have entered the round table monitoring room. Elf Nunna was transported into the round table chamber, but when he arrived, the place was completely deserted. With both hands stuffed into his pockets, he sighed in boredom. Didn't expect to get stood up here too. His unease quickly grew. Don't tell me everyone went off to do the raids already. The system message chimed soon after. Entry time has ended. Minimum number of participants not met. This assembly is now concluded. The gathering was immediately cancelled, leaving him alone with a storm of tangled thoughts. Just what the hell are they? Night had fallen. Day D+17. Inside Noark Castle, in the underground city. Emilia was standing before a mirror, smoothing her hair into place. She studied her reflection until a sudden knock on the door drew her attention. She glanced sharply toward it. At once, a voice called from outside, "Emilia Rainwales, the Lord summons you." A silver-haired man appeared before her so abruptly that it startled her, though not enough to shock her. "Didn't think you would be the one to come, the corpse collector." Emilia asked him straight out, "How bad is it?" The silver-haired man answered honestly, "The royal family has played an outrageous card. I did not think they would unleash that madman." "Don't tell me he is actually out." She was speaking of a mysterious, hulking figure, wreathed in killing intent and deathly aura. Once imprisoned, the silver-haired man confirmed grimly, "Yeah. Thanks to that, things have gotten messy. We are losing a lot of people too." He turned on his heel and urged her forward. "So hurry up. Everyone else is already assembled. You are the last one we are waiting on." She watched his back with a smile that brimmed with excitement, but her voice stayed casual. "Fine, let us go." Their footsteps echoed down the hallway. The silver-haired man led the way while Emilia followed behind. Out of nowhere, she asked curiously, "Will the Dragon Slayer be joining the battle too?" He scoffed at once. "Him, with that wreck of an arm, what could he possibly do? He is probably still holed up in his room resting." In his mind, there was no way the man would be part of this fight. Emilia grasped it quickly and replied, "I see." Then, almost offhandedly, she asked about Regal Vagos. "Has his arm healed at all?" Her question made the silver-haired man falter, his expression shifting into something dangerous. He stopped, voice laced with suspicion. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Startled by his sharp reaction, Emilia immediately dropped it and offered an earnest apology. "That was careless of me." And with a coldness in her tone, she discarded the weak without hesitation. "If he is useless now, then why not just kill him outright?" The silver-haired man was visibly amused by her attitude and grew curious. "What, you got some grudge against him?" Emilia answered bluntly, "I do not like those eyes of his." He chuckled in agreement. "Yeah, those snake-like eyes are enough to piss anyone off." As he continued walking ahead, he lifted both hands in a shrug. "But you will have to put up with it. Word is his arm will heal in about a year." He knew she could not make a move against the man just yet. Emilia pressed on with another question. "And what about the dragon-slaying sword? Without it, is not he useless too?" The silver-haired man explained, "That thing still needs to be found. The old alchemist claims there is a way to restore his memories." Emilia replied with her usual detached tone, "I see," but in her mind, she resolved that she would have to investigate on her own later. "If I ask now, this guy's too sharp, he will definitely pick up on something." She knew he was cunning and full of tricks, so she decided it was safer to handle things herself rather than give him a reason to grow suspicious. The two of them finally reached their destination. The doors swung open. As Emilia entered, the Lord wasted no time and cut straight to the point. "Emilia Rainwales, by the fact that I have summoned you all here, you can tell the situation is far from favorable." Emilia gave him a cool response. "It has been a while, my lord." Carmilla, on the other hand, lit up with excitement. "So I heard that lunatic is down here, is not he?" The Lord confirmed. "Yes, Lady Carmilla." Then he announced to everyone present, "The captain is currently engaging him, but won't hold out for long. In the end, we will have to seal the city. It was the most viable solution for now." Once the spell is activated, no one will be able to enter or leave for the next 2 years. When you all depart through the secret passage, I will immediately trigger the sealing magic circle. Any questions? He laid out the plan to deal with him. Emilia simply replied, "No, my lord." Seeing her quiet compliance, Carmilla burst into playful laughter, teasing the lord as if nothing serious was happening. "Well then, see you in 2 years, handsome lord." The bearded man frowned at her flippant tone and scolded, "Carmilla, show some respect when speaking to the lord." She turned on him with an annoyed, mocking pout. "Oh, shut it, you smelly old man." Once the lord had finished giving his orders, Emilia stepped forward and took command of the group. "Then let us move out right away. Everyone, follow me." The scene shifted to a dim, shadowy area. Emilia held a torch high, its flame lighting their way. Their path led them to a barrier marked by a glowing blue line dividing 2 realms. The Lord's voice rang out, "You have arrived. I wish you luck." Before the strange sight, Emilia remained calm, her cold face betraying no emotion. Carmilla, however, squinted and raised a hand to shield her eyes from the glare. She reached out with her staff, tapping the barrier with curiosity. "Weird. It really can't be crossed." The bearded man quickly moved to stop her reckless gesture, panicked. "Carmilla, be careful." Emilia, still expressionless, thought to herself, "I never imagined I would be leaving the city like this." Carmilla turned to her eagerly, clearly excited. "Big sis, I heard you are the commander. So what do we do now?" Emilia spoke clearly, making sure everyone understood the mission. "The task is simple: gather intelligence in Lifornia. That is our primary objective. And if possible, kill an adventurer." The whole group lit up with excitement at those words, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the mission ahead. Emilia smiled with wicked delight, her tone dripping with satisfaction. "At last, we have made it here." Day +18. The city gates creaked open, welcoming back the Noarch strike force. Barely 1/3 of them had survived. Day +24. Bjorn Yandel sat on the second floor of a tavern, a mug of beer in hand, gazing down at the crowd below with heavy thoughts. "I need to decide, once and for all, whether to enter the labyrinth again or not. That is why I have spent the past few days wandering from tavern to tavern, listening to every rumor in circulation." He wanted to gather every shred of information before making his choice. He took a long swig of beer, letting it burn down his throat. It is both tedious and stressful work, but there is no way around it. If I had a round table investigator's mask, this would not even be an issue. But a barbarian barehanded, what can I do? Nothing but throw myself into the grind. If I narrow it down to only the information most likely to be true, this is what I have got. He ticked off the points in his mind. First, Noarch also took catastrophic losses, nearly lost outright, and only managed to survive by sealing themselves off at the last. Second, the royal family has some kind of secret weapon, a lone adventurer capable of fighting on equal ground with Captain Orgolas. Third, countless guilds have been wiped out, including 10 of the top-ranking ones. His expression hardened. If things keep dragging out like this, sooner or later, a final showdown in the labyrinth will be unavoidable. An unlimited PK event. Something that never even happened in the game itself. Bjorn wiped the foam from his lips, still wrestling with the impossible decision. Stop adventuring, or keep going. His shadow stretched long across the tavern floor as he walked down the hall. I have thought it over all night, but truthfully, my decision was made long ago. I need to grow as strong as possible before the vine ring breaks. Only then will I have the strength to fight and to live. It is the only way to survive. His thoughts lingered on regal Vagos, broken and bloodied, lying in defeat. That is why we will go back into the labyrinth. Bjorn Yandel resolved it then and there. He and his companions would return to the depths and carve out survival once more. Leaving the tavern behind, he walked slowly down the empty streets. His mind was still wrapped in thoughts, so much so that he did not notice the cloaked figure approaching him. They passed each other in silence at first. Bjorn was already thinking about calling it a night after an exhausting day of chasing rumors. This whole information gathering grind is draining. Better get some sleep. But then, his vision dimmed for an instant. His instincts screamed danger. The cloaked figure spoke. Well, what a surprise. Fancy meeting someone familiar here. Bjorn felt cold sweat bead across his forehead. The stranger pulled back the hood. It was none other than Amelia. She stripped off the cumbersome cloak, her movements sharp and deliberate. A gleaming dagger flashed in her hand as her killing intent surged, blood-red energy radiating like a suffocating aura. Well, this is a little inconvenient, is not it? Bjorn turned sharply, eyes wide in disbelief. Her gaze narrowed into a razor edge, her whole presence poised for a duel. Oh well. Guess I will just beat you down again and erase your memory, like last time. Bjorn's mind reeled. What the hell? Why is she here? Bjorn Yandel saw that there was no escaping the situation in front of him and reminded himself, always think and act. That was the advice I gave Einar on my very first day here. In fact, that motto has saved my life more than once. In a way, it has become my law. He recalled what Amelia had said when she first appeared, didn't expect to run into someone who knows me here. From that, he could at least be certain of one thing. First piece of intel, she did not come here targeting me specifically. Then her next words echoed in his mind. Well, that makes things a little troublesome. To him, that meant she was as unsettled by this encounter as he was. Second piece of intel, she is just as caught off guard as I am. Suddenly, another thought clicked. They say no arc was sealed off. Maybe this has something to do with that. Finally, he replayed her last line, same as before, just beat him down and erase his memory. That detail told him everything he needed. Third piece of intel, she does not intend to kill me. All he had to do was keep her from discovering that the memory erasing pill did not actually work on him. If she ever learned that, things would spiral into something far more dangerous, enough to cost him his life right here. After laying out all the facts in his mind, Bjorn finally acted. He raised his voice, demanding to know her intentions. I kept my promise. So why are you here now, looking to kill me? Even as he spoke, he shifted into a defensive stance, determined to keep things from escalating into a fight to the death. Amelia tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable, and replied, your words. They sound just like that time before. Bjorn's brow furrowed. That time before, had they crossed paths earlier than he realized? She slipped the dagger back into its sheath and studied him. But your face, you are a lot calmer than last time. Bjorn gave a dry chuckle. That obvious? Well, sure, I have gotten strong enough to push back a little now. Even so, he kept his guard up, eyes locked on her every movement. As he pressed, the oath is still in effect. Why not just pretend you did not see me and walk away? Amelia raised her hand, revealing a small pill resting in her palm. Then take this, a memory erasing pill. Bjorn widened his eyes slightly, playing dumb. Erase my memory. That is right, she said smoothly. Swallow it, and everything that happened today will vanish. As if it never was. Bjorn hesitated. Judging from last time, taking it is probably the cleanest way out. But that should only ever be a last resort. If he blacked out, he would be completely at her mercy. If she meant him harm, he would not be able to stop her. His mind raced as he tried to bargain. And why should I trust you? But Amelia remained calm, unmoved. Do you even have another option? She boxed him into a corner, but Bjorn refused to give in. He met her stare with a defiant challenge. Why assume I do not? Amelia's lips curled into a cold smirk. So it is not composure, it is arrogance. And then, in that very moment, sound itself seemed to vanish. Amelia, seeing that he refused to make a choice himself, decided she would make it for him. Without hesitation, she unleashed a skill. Savage. she whispered, and at once a thick white haze spread outward, startling Bjorn into alarm. The system instantly displayed a string of notifications. Amelia Rainwales has cast replication. Amelia Rainwales has cast surrogate. Bjorn's brow furrowed in unease. She stepped forward, her leg whipping out in a vicious kick aimed at his head. Wrapped in a massive surge of violet power. The blow carried enough force to crush bone, yet he managed to withstand it. Her face shifted, surprise flickering across her sharp features. She had not expected him to endure it. Bjorn gave a cold, humorless laugh. He had caught her deadly strike with nothing more than his bare hands, and the realization brought him no small amount of satisfaction. So this is where my physical resistance stands now. Maybe just a light fracture, he muttered to himself before shoving her leg aside with a sharp twist, the impact echoing with a heavy crack against the floor. Amelia landed firmly, steady on her feet, and unexpectedly did not press the attack. Her curiosity showed instead. How did you know? Bjorn's response was flat, almost bored. The sound. Skill or not, the moment every sound vanished without warning, it gave you away. Even if it is the dead of night, that silence was too unnatural. Like declaring a sneak attack in neon letters. He could not help but think back to Einar. Snoring away without a care for the world, oblivious to everything around him. After explaining, he gave her another warning, his tone firm. I will say it once more, I will pretend this never happened. So disappear. Do what you need to do elsewhere. But Amelia narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. Why should I believe you? Bjorn's lips curled into a cold sneer. Human woman, what choice do you have? Her eyes flickered at his words, but after a moment, she exhaled. Fine, I understand. He did not lower his stance, not even for a second. Then promise me one thing: you will never seek me out again. Amelia's answer was careful, deliberate. I won't come to you of my own will. But if you call for me, I will keep that promise. Then her voice shifted, edged with irritation. And for the record, I am not some human woman. Bjorn blinked, unsettled. What? She slid her long cloak back over her shoulders, her movements deliberate, and introduced herself with solemn clarity. My name is Amelia Rainwales. Bjorn's frown deepened. The hell is this supposed to mean? So we will cross paths again after all. He could not shake the sense that this was not the last time he would see her. Time passed. Night had fully settled over the city, but a steady stream of people still gathered at the soldiers' camp, drawing the commander's curiosity. What is this? Why are there so many lined up? His face darkened. Just as I feared. Fewer than usual. A young man with brown hair stepped forward, carrying a stack of cards in his hands. He handed them out one by one. Here, take these. Identification cards for our side, the adventurers. Do not lose them. If you do. He stopped to emphasize the warning, his expression dead serious. His explanation dragged on, but the meaning was crystal clear. Bjorn noted how earnestly the man broke things down for the others. Nearby, Einar, with typical thoughtlessness, bit into the edge of his card to test its hardness, while the rest listened intently. No card, and you will be marked as prey for purging. On the other hand, killing someone without one carries no punishment. In other words, the implication was brutal and undeniable. Bjorn turned the card over in his hand and reminded himself grimly, lose this, and it is game over. Alu, a raven, held hers up against her chest, her eyes narrowing in certainty. That confirms it then, the rumors about the gate in the underground city. Misha Karlstein turned toward Bjorn, worry heavy in her voice. Bjorn, we will be all right, won't we? He immediately reassured her. Why would not we be? The army's heading in first, which means they will be guarding us inside the labyrinth. Come on, line up. He urged her forward, and when Misha Karlstein glanced at the long, disciplined rows of soldiers standing firm, her nerves eased a little. I see. About 5 minutes later, the gate creaked open, releasing a powerful surge of violet light. Military first, someone announced, then the adventurers in order. 30 minutes passed. Only the army had gone through, leaving Bjorn Yandel's group still waiting in line. Everyone was growing restless. Einar slumped, groaning in boredom. The pace is too slow. At this rate, we won't make it inside in time. Standing behind him, Alu a raven tried to soothe him. Relax, it will be fine. Meanwhile, Misha tilted her head up at Bjorn, suggesting softly, spatial rings are really handy. Right, maybe you should buy one too. But the wait dragged on. Another 30 minutes slipped by before Einar, watching closely, noticed the change and called out in alarm to Raven. Raven, the gate's shrinking. Bjorn felt the same frustration as the others, though a sly grin tugged at his lips. Perfect. This'll make it even easier to exploit the double express bug. Misha, on the other hand, was pale and crestfallen, her disappointment plain. Suddenly, the guards at the gate raised their voices. That is it, step back, everyone. Confusion rippled through the waiting crowd. Wait, what? Closing already? What about us? We have been waiting all this time. Anger flared after hours of patience. To be turned away now was unbearable. But the soldiers insisted, their tone firm. Back away, the gate's about to close completely. It is dangerous. Bjorn's eyes lit up. This is it. He shouted without hesitation. Einar, get on my back. His body flared with a brilliant green glow. And the system chimed in his ears. Character has activated gigantification. Gasps echoed from all sides. A man's body was swelling, expanding to a massive size before their eyes. What the hell, that savage? Alu a raven's voice rang out in fury. Bjorn, what the hell are you doing? Using powers inside the city is illegal, but he did not listen. He kept moving forward, each step throwing the line into chaos. Adventurers scattered in panic, the scene dissolving into disorder. Stop right there, shouted the guards, their faces pale with fear. What do you think you are doing? Bjorn ignored them. With his giant hands, he scooped up Raven, Einar, Misha Karlstein, and Abman Urikprid, who was still blinking in stunned confusion. Then, crouching low, he leapt over the guards at the gate in a single bound. Alu a raven and Misha's eyes welled with tears, terror written across their faces, while Abman looked more bewildered than anything. Einar, however, was beaming with exhilaration, his voice ringing out in admiration. I knew it, Bjorn, you really are a great warrior. The system's voice followed them in succession. You have entered floor 1, Crystal Cavern. Character reputation +1. Lee 8. Raven steadied herself, raised her staff, and summoned orbs of radiant light that bloomed around them, illuminating the glittering cavern ahead. After she was done, she finally turned to Bjorn Yandel. Yandel, tell me honestly, what do you plan to say if we get caught later? He kept scanning their surroundings, answering with a calmness that showed not the slightest hint of fear. At worst, I will just pay a fine. Hearing that, she immediately thought to herself, don't tell me he is planning to dip into the public funds. But he did not see it that way at all. It is something I am doing for the team, he said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She let out a long, helpless sigh, knowing there was no way to stop him. Then Abman Urikprid suddenly spoke up. But it is strange. Why is it already a shadow zone the moment we step in? Bjorn Yandel pointed ahead, drawing Alu a raven's attention in the same direction. Look there, the floor's monolith. She squinted curiously. Huh, you are right. Abman frowned at the sight. Do you know what is going on? She gave an honest answer with what she knew. It is probably spatial instability. He furrowed his brow, not understanding. What is that supposed to mean? Alu a raven explained patiently. A spatial gate is still a form of space magic. I have heard that sometimes this happens, that the entry point shifts off its original coordinates. He raised a brow. So it is just a coincidence. Einar, however, leaned in and whispered seriously to Bjorn, Bjorn, this has happened before. Bjorn Yandel studied Einar's grave expression, then shook his head. No need to worry, Einar. It is unexpected, yes. But maybe it is only natural. Meanwhile, Abman crossed his arms, continuing the discussion with Alua Raven. So you are saying it is because we forced our way in at the last moment? She kept her eyes fixed on the monolith, thinking aloud. Not exactly. If that were the case, plenty of others would have taken advantage of it by now. Spatial instability was only clearly documented about 130 years ago, she continued, recalling what she had read. It was when a group of fugitives found themselves inside a dark underground level, and the rate of shifted coordinates began to increase exponentially. Abman leaned in with curiosity. And then what happened? She clarified quickly. The magic tower reinforced the space array, and since then, it almost never happens. Bjorn Yandel tilted his head. Then what does this mean for us now? After a moment of thought, Alua Raven gave her conclusion. It probably means it is time to reinforce the array again. Which is why we keep what happened today a secret. Misha Karlstein was still puzzled and pressed her. Can you be more specific? But Einar refused to think about it, dozing off and trying to get a bit of rest. Alua Raven simply reminded them. Before the other adventurers find out, only we can use it. That way, we save time and rack up achievements. It is perfect. Misha's admiration grew even more. That is so like you, Raven always Raven. Excited by the thought, Alua Raven wanted to test it and turned to the others. By the way, should I try activating it? I am curious how the floor monolith functions. Bjorn Yandel gave her a flat response. Do whatever you want. Hearing his permission, she placed her hands on the monolith, her face lit with delight. Then I won't hold back. At once, the stone reacted. A surge of radiant power flared, blowing her hat clean off her head. She was absolutely savoring the sensation, this feeling. So strange, she whispered, eyes shining with wonder as she stared at it. Bjorn Yandel, watching her reaction, tilted his head in curiosity. So this is what it is like to feel the flow of mana. For a barbarian with zero affinity for magic, it is something I could never truly grasp in my lifetime. But at least I can tell one thing clearly. The system displayed a notification. You have unlocked the first teleportation gate. EXP +2. Bjorn tried to sense the flow of mana, and sure enough, it did not disappoint him. So this is what it feels like, he murmured. The ultimate freebie feeling, he thought as the system chimed repeatedly. You have entered floor 2, Beast's Lair. You have entered floor 1. Crystal Cavern. Up, then immediately back down again. The Beast's Lair was a maze of branching paths, so many that even Rottmiller had once advised him to skip it. With a compass in hand, Bjorn Yandel led the group forward, announcing their heading. North. Target the Goblin Forest. 3 hours later, a group of knights on patrol crossed their path. But when they arrived, they looked utterly drained, with dark circles under their eyes and sluggish steps. Even so, they made sure to warn Bjorn's group. Some cunning ones have started targeting identification cards. Be careful. Bjorn immediately asked, Is there any way to tell if a card's been stolen? The knight commander shook his head. No. Bjorn pressed, Then why do not you suspect us? The man answered honestly. I am a knight under Count Furderhilt. The one who fled the tournament finals was the very man I once trained. Bjorn Yandel suddenly realized. Ah, you saw me at that banquet. After that, they parted ways. Einar watched the knights' retreating backs, but Alua Raven could not resist teasing. Must be nice traveling with a celebrity. Bjorn flushed and tried to deny it. Don't tease me. She giggled, clearly enjoying herself. I am not teasing. He caught the playful lie at once. If that is true, then drop that smirk. Then he turned to Einar with a command. Anyway, from here on we need to move faster. Einar, carry Raven. Hearing her name, Einar froze, then jabbed a finger at herself, stunned. Me. Even Raven did not like the sound of it. Wait a second, something about this does not feel right. Einar quickly agreed and shouted, Exactly. Bjorn, sure, I said I would do anything, but I am not a pack mule. No way am I carrying Raven. Raven, not wanting the burden either, shifted it back on him. She pressed her staff into his back and spoke slyly. That is right. If it is because of me slowing everyone down, would not it make more sense for Yandel, who is not carrying anything, to do it? That caught Bjorn off guard. What? He sighed, seeing the logic in it. Fair point, but I have to be in front to guide the way. Then an alternative struck him. So how about this? I will take Einar's backpack instead. That should work. Raven's eyes lit up. Oh, that works perfectly. Misha Karlstein, however, darkened immediately, furious at Raven's quick acceptance. Her voice grew sharp as she confronted her. What the hell are you even saying? Meanwhile, Admin Urikprit kept pondering quietly, weighing the most efficient approach. But in the end, everyone agreed with Bjorn's suggestion, and the party moved on. Let us go, then. Bjorn Yandel shouldered Einar's pack and led the way. Behind him, Misha Karlstein followed with a cheerful song on her lips. Further back, Einar reluctantly carried Raven on her shoulders. Perched up there, Raven felt something and commented honestly to Einar, "Your body's softer than I thought." Flustered, Einar snapped, "Don't let anyone touch you." And bringing up the rear, Admin Urikprit guarded the group's back. When Bjorn noticed the girls starting to get distracted with chatter, he raised his voice to remind them, "Stay sharp. Keep an eye on your surroundings." Day 7 of the expedition. 8:05 p.m. One of Admin Urikprit's arrows brought down a monster. Bjorn Yandel, compass in one hand and his staff pressed to the ground in the other, addressed the group. "We will need to wait 4 hours anyway. So let us call it an early night." They were currently on the 27th floor of the Sky Tower. Having already fought through countless battles since morning and now facing more waiting, he decided it was better to let everyone rest and recover. "We just entered the Sky Tower this morning, and in a single day we have cleared a quarter of it. That is more than enough." Alua Raven raised her staff, closed her eyes, and cast a detection spell. A ring of radiant light spread outward, sweeping across the area. After a while, she smiled, brimming with excitement. Nothing showed up in the detection field. Bjorn, reassured, gave the order. "Then let us eat before we sleep." At the mention of dinner, Einar perked up instantly and turned eagerly to Misha Karlstein. "Misha, I want your cooking." Raven, too, could not help but crave another taste. Nodding in agreement. "Me too. I still can't forget your food, Karlstein." Misha flushed, her face reddening at the praise. Really?" Einar went so far as to wrap an arm around her waist, whining like a spoiled child, desperate for her cooking. Flustered, Misha turned to Bjorn for his opinion. "So, Bjorn," he immediately gave his approval. "Yeah, got it." She got to work right away. Before long, a table full of nutritious, beautifully presented dishes was laid out before them. The vibrant colors glistened under the light, drawing gasps of awe from the group. They cheered in delight, showering her with thanks. "Let us eat well, Misha." Even Bjorn could not resist. He grabbed a roasted leg of meat and bit into it without hesitation. "Wait, let me cut it first." Misha tried to stop him, but he tore off a chunk cleanly with his sharp teeth and chewed it down, ignoring her offer. "No need." The group settled in, each person content. Einar and Bjorn ate alike, fists full of meat in both hands, devouring hungrily. Raven, on the other hand, dined with refined poise, savoring Misha's cooking like a noble at a banquet. Watching them, Misha could only smile shyly. "Eat as much as you want." Raven, sipping from a bowl of soup, suddenly remarked, "I have heard this kind of generosity comes from your subspace inventory." "Right. I did not expect you to carry so much with you." Bjorn replied casually, "In a subspace, fresh food does not spoil. I only brought a little." Her eyes widened with amazement. Even tables and chairs count as a little. Einar, meanwhile, was too busy losing herself in the bliss of roasted meat to pay attention. Raven's sparkling gaze lingered on the setup, prompting Bjorn to counter with a question of his own. "What, you do not like it?" she stammered. "And no, that is not it. Without his foresight, they never would have been eating so comfortably now. To me, a barbarian's duty includes providing meals for his comrades, Bjorn thought proudly. But from the corner, Misha's voice cut through. Bristling with irritation. Hey, I am the one who cooked this meal. She was not about to let him shamelessly steal credit for her hard work. Abman Urikprit leaned back after the heavy meal, letting out a satisfied burp. That was delicious, he said with contentment, before remembering the matter at hand. He turned toward Yandel and asked, "Oh right, what about keeping watch tonight?" By then, the plates on the table were scraped clean without a single scrap left, and only then did Yandel reply, "I have thought it over. I do not think it is necessary." Alu a Raven agreed with him. "I think so too. I have been using detection spells the whole way here and did not sense a thing." She was confident that the area was secure, making a night watch pointless. Misha had just finished eating when Raven continued, which means either there is nothing out there, or standing guard would be meaningless anyway. A campfire blazed warmly, driving away the chill of the late night. Sharing Raven's view, Yandel gave the order, "That is right. Everyone, just sleep tonight." The flames crackled on as the hour struck 11:45 p.m. Misha Karlstein was asleep beside Einar. Misha rested quietly, but Einar's sleeping posture was a chaotic mess, snoring, lying upside down, and even half slipping out of his blanket. Suddenly, a strange noise jolted Alu a Raven awake. She sprang up, shouting, "Yandel, this phenomenon could it be?" Her alarmed voice stirred Misha and Bjorn Yandel, both snapping awake and rushing to check. Yandel, sensing it as well, confirmed, "Yes, exactly what you are thinking. A rift has opened on the 4th floor." Such rifts concealed hidden dungeons within each floor, and they came with two defining traits. First, the drop rate of essences increases exponentially. Second, a monster called the Guardian will appear, and defeating it grants special rewards. After a pause, Alu a Raven asked, "Yandel, you are going after it, or not you?" He held a compass in his hand and answered firmly, "Of course. The gate's about to open. Pack your things, quickly, we are moving out." He ordered everyone to leave without delay. Abman Urikprit, still groggy from being woken in the middle of the night, rubbed his eyes. Yandel hurried to him. "Abman, where exactly is the rift?" The older man pressed a hand to his forehead, thinking aloud. Then he pointed toward the doorway ahead. "Over there, not too far." Hearing that, Misha Karlstein groaned with dismay. I hate that place. And it had to be right at the Stairway of Endurance, of all spots." Abman planted his bow into the ground and muttered, "Let us just hope it is not the illusion type." Raven, however, preferred the opposite. "For me, I would rather it be illusion-based. Fewer complications that way." Once they would packed up and gathered near the doorway, Raven spoke again. "I have heard that as long as your willpower is strong, you are barely affected." Einar placed his hands on his hips and grinned with excitement. "Then I will have no problem at all." Yandel, watching their exchange, suddenly realized, "That is right, this is the first time for you too. Is not it?" A spark of curiosity flickered in him. A mage armed with reason and logic, and a barbarian warrior who knows no fear. How will they handle this together? He was genuinely eager to see how Raven and Einar would mesh in battle. Staring intently at the door, Yandel thought, "If I can see how they handle it, maybe I will finally know whether my own case is truly unique." At that moment, the system chimed with a notification. The Stairway of Endurance has been chosen. Bjorn Yandel took the lead, guiding the group into a pitch-black area where faint wisps of mist drifted in the air. He immediately sensed it. "An illusion type," he muttered. The atmosphere triggered memories from his childhood. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, "Brother, can we play a little longer before we go?" He flinched, realizing, so it starts with this again. Then came a barrage of harsh insults hurled at him, words that had once cut deeper than any hospital treatment. But now, they no longer scared him. "I will just let it pass." He pressed forward, comforting himself with determination. Can I be alone? The illusion shifted, showing him as a boy sitting silently in a pitch-dark room, reading by himself. But now I am grown. In life, things like this happen too. The vision jumped forward suddenly, fire erupted, and he was sprinting, shouting in panic, "Fire, is anyone there?" Maybe it had been someone's fault, maybe not. In the end, no one came. He had faced it all alone. "Dio-wan, we have to go. What time is it now?" That is all. Just as simple as before. These images, pulled from his past, did not stop him. By this point, there is nothing new left. Even pain itself breeds resistance. Nothing could make him falter anymore. He halted suddenly, staring ahead. But, what is this? The illusion shifted again. Before him appeared Misha, smiling warmly. "Bjorn, you are here. Why so late?" He stiffened. "What? Updated content?" But then the people in front of him changed. Their eyes glowed crimson, their voices dripping with anger. "If it were not for you, we all could have been happy. Surviving in my place, does that make you proud?" Bjorn did not flinch. He simply brushed past the illusory figures, scoffing. Classic trope straight out of a comic or movie. Blame the gods, rage at fate. Nothing fresh here. This little trick was wasted on him. Meanwhile, Einar believed the illusions had actually taken her companion. She screamed defiantly, "You evil spirit! You are nothing but a fake. Release my friend's body at once." Bjorn glanced at her, helpless. "It is useless." At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Challenge complete." The trial ended swiftly. Admin Urikprit turned to Einar. "Well, how was it?" She answered briskly, "Just an unpleasant experience." Alu a Raven, however, sat trembling uncontrollably, pale as a ghost, while Misha Karlstein was not far behind. Her eyes welled with tears as she whimpered, calling out softly, "Bjorn." Overcome by fear, Misha transformed into a small fox and clung to his arm. Bjorn shot her an annoyed look. "Cry any more and I will really leave you behind." But then his eyes shifted to Raven, still shaking violently, and his expression darkened with concern. What on earth did she see? He placed a hand on her shoulder, steadying her. "It is over. Let us head up and rest for a while." Raven lifted her head and murmured, "Why, yes." About 2 hours later, a green portal shimmered into existence. Excited voices rang out, "A warp gate, we found a warp gate," the system echoed. "The party has entered the 4th floor rift." After regaining her composure, Alu a Raven raised her staff and cast a spell, illuminating the way. Read. The group pressed forward into the 4th floor rift, the shadowy cavern of the doppelganger forest. Bjorn Yandel glanced around and thought to himself, so it is not the Golden Ruins. He knew there were only 2 possible rifts on the 4th floor. The Golden Ruins, where wealth poured like a river, and the doppelganger forest. Einar, still blissfully clueless, looked around in confusion. "Bjorn, what is going on? We are locked inside some kind of iron cage," he sighed, half exasperated, half baffled. "Do I really need to spell this out?" Alu a Raven stepped in before he could answer. "Don't be surprised. This just means the number of teams is not full yet. In this rift, up to 3 teams can enter." Einar blinked. "Wait, what?" Raven explained patiently. "Each team is trapped in its own cage. You won't encounter the others right away. When the time comes, the cages will open automatically." Her explanation sparked Bjorn's curiosity. "This was in that book of yours too," Raven brightened. "That is right. Lucky for us. As for the Golden Ruins, even I do not know much about them." Seeing her clear knowledge of the place, Bjorn made a decision. "Then you will command here." Raven faltered, startled. "Wait, you mean, me as the leader?" He nodded, his tone matter-of-fact. "In places like this, is not there an old saying, 'Trust the mage's lead'?" Persuaded almost too easily. She agreed. "Fine then, leave it to me." Bjorn smirked inwardly at how smooth it went. "Easier than I thought. If trouble comes up later, I will step in." His mind flickered back to something Elf Nunna had once told him over drinks. You really are unusual, but if you start stirring things up like before, Raven or even the bear will catch on right away. From then on, everyone followed Raven's orders. She took the role seriously, announcing firmly, "All right. From this point on, pay attention to the following." Her little lecture went on before everyone finally settled down. After such a long day, exhaustion hit hard. Einar and Misha dozed off against each other. Abman closed his eyes for a nap, and the camp grew quiet. Bjorn and Raven, however, remained awake. She leaned closer and whispered, "It is strange, is not it? Our first expedition, we found that mirror. The second time, we stumbled into a rift. And before that, we even entered that Scarlet Fortress tomb. I really am lucky, being on the same team with you." Her excitement was plain, her eyes shining. He gave a flat reply. "You are right about all of that." His indifference stung. She rested her cheek against her knee, sounding almost pouty. "You are teasing me, are not you?" Bjorn's lips curved into the faintest smirk. Not a chance. But the way he said it only irritated her more. "Then at least drop that smirk before you say it." Finding conversation with him pointless, Raven huffed, "Forget it. I will sleep. You should too." The next day, at 7:11 a.m. everyone prepared to move on. Raven called out, "All right, let us go." She reminded them firmly, "We need to reach the center as quickly as possible. That way, we can scoop up the rewards from other paths along the way." The first chapter of the Doppelganger Forest is the Cavern of Shadows. Each team starts in a different location, then converges at the center. In the end, the final boss will be fought together, but until then, it is all competition. Suddenly, a warning sounded. Something's ahead. In front of them, heavy footsteps drew closer, echoing ominously. From the shadows emerged a massive figure, Bjorn Yandel himself, or at least a twisted reflection of him. Einar's eyes lit up, and she shouted with excitement, "It is Bjorn, the great warrior." "All wrong," Raven snapped sharply. "Einar, that is a doppelganger." Her warning jolted Einar into realization. "Oh right, of course." Bjorn raised his shield, steady and commanding. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The copy of him began to shift grotesquely, its body swelling. Doppelganger has activated gigantification. Doppelganger has activated bestial outburst. It grew larger and more savage by the second. Bjorn's jaw clenched as he glared at the hulking imitation. Damn copy. The system rang out again and again. Doppelganger has activated gigantification. Doppelganger has activated bestial outburst. Seeing the clone grow increasingly dangerous, he barked. "Stay sharp, all of you," yet deep inside, he could not help but give the doppelganger its due. "Not bad. I really am strong." The doppelganger unleashed a sword strike, a single swing carrying a blazing crimson force of overwhelming power. Bjorn braced behind his shield, pushing back against the impact while countering with his own weapon. The collision sent shockwaves ripping through the air, gusts so violent they nearly blew the others off their feet. Alua Raven cast a barrage of spells at the doppelganger, forcing Abman to mutter in awe from behind, "Good lord, it is practically a monster." The system chimed relentlessly. Alua Raven has cast Weaken, Tier 8 offensive magic. Alua Raven has cast Slow, Tier 9 offensive magic. Alua Raven has cast Exhaust, Tier 7 offensive magic. Immediately, Bjorn felt the doppelganger's power falter. Glancing at Raven, he could not help but marvel, as expected of Raven. With one forceful strike, he flung the creature back and muttered, "Even in this game, luck with your teammates counts as real strength." The thought only confirmed for him how valuable his companions truly were. "All right then," he growled, "let us finish this." But before he could land the decisive blow, his duplicate suddenly cried out, "Yes, Mother." The word rang across the battlefield, freezing everyone in stunned silence. Did it just call for its mother? "What kind of dirty trick is this?" Bjorn muttered, his face dripping with sweat as unease gripped him. The doppelganger seized the moment when Bjorn's guard slipped. It countered viciously, its blade grazing his side. Pain shot through him as he staggered back with a hiss. For a split second, my mind just went blank. I almost reacted too late. He forced a bitter laugh. So even my habit of turning cowardly when things get rough got copied too. Huh, damn thing. Can't afford to relax for even a second. A smirk tugged at his lips. But if it is me, then I can deal with it. Raven frowned slightly, sensing the shift in his mood. Why do you look like you are enjoying this? Misha stammered nervously. Don't tell me. You actually are. Moments later, after a grueling clash, Bjorn forced the doppelganger down to the ground. He pinned it with sheer strength, but knew that would not be enough. Now, he shouted, kill it while I have got it restrained. Got it, Misha answered firmly, her steps quickening as she closed in. The doppelganger, gritting its teeth and writhing under Bjorn's weight, turned its head just enough to catch sight of her. Then, trembling, it whispered her name, Misha. Her steps faltered. Huh, what is it? She asked, curiosity sparking against her better judgment. Bjorn's eyes widened. You bastard. When you can't win, you resort to tricks, as if that is gonna work. Yet the doppelganger's voice rang again, soft but resolute, I love you. The words shattered Bjorn's focus. Damn it, too strong. What a filthy move using Misha's feelings against her. No way those words mean anything coming from a monster, he told himself. He expected her to shake it off, but his heart dropped when Misha froze. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Really, she stammered, her eyes wide. Bjorn's blood boiled. Unbelievable. It actually worked. Damn it all. The thick tension was unbearable. Desperate, he shouted to snap her out of it. What are you doing? Kill it already, but she did not budge. Instead, her face grew redder as she whispered, wait, there is something I need to ask first. Her voice trembled, laced with both nerves and hurt. Back then, why did you reject me? You said you liked me, did not you? Everyone froze, jaws dropping in shock. Even Raven was floored. What the hell am I hearing? Don't tell me this turned into some twisted love triangle drama. The doppelganger then shifted its gaze again, this time toward Alua Raven. Raw.ven. Raven perked up, intrigued. Oh, my turn now, is it? Interesting. Let us hear it then. What do you want to say to me? It answered with the same words it gave Misha, I love you. Unlike Misha, Raven's expression turned stiff, her demeanor cold and unamused. She glanced at Bjorn. Yandel. He replied flatly, ignore it. Just empty words, a desperate ploy to survive. All of a sudden, Einar seemed to realize something. So that means, if Yandel just wants to stay alive, he can confess his love to anyone. Bjorn froze, unable to come up with an answer. That is, Einar clapped his hands together, fired up. That is just like Bjorn. Abman, meanwhile, laughed with an odd gleam in his eye. Bjorn, you would better watch your words more carefully. Hearing them, Bjorn could not deny it sounded reasonable. Maybe. That is true, he muttered, still pressing the doppelganger into the dirt. Misha, trembling from the turmoil, collapsed to her knees. You barbarian. Suddenly, the copy croaked out Abman's name. Ab, I am sorry. The old man stiffened at the sound. But Bjorn's patience had limits. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, shut up, you lunatic. A bow flared to life, shrouded in a sinister red-black aura. System notification, Abman Ulrichfried has manifested hazardous matter. Without hesitation, Abman loosed an arrow that screamed toward the doppelganger. Just before impact, it whispered, good. That is it. 1. The arrow buried itself into the creature's face, detonating with a thunderous blast that shook the earth. Abman's expression hardened. Let us say we never heard a word of that. In fact, I did not hear anything at all. The doppelganger twitched on the ground, mumbling through tremors, of course. The friendship between me and Bear will last forever. Einar dashed toward Bjorn, shouting his name. M.I. Shaw. I will come back again, the doppelganger rasped. Misha's eyes blazed. She drew her dagger high, cursing at Bjorn himself. You stupid barbarian, I swear I will kill you. She slashed down with swift, blue-lit strikes, each crashing against his massive shield. Bjorn stood silently, neither resisting nor striking back. I did not do anything wrong. But somehow, staying quiet feels like the right choice. Misha gritted her teeth. Damn it, why won't this pierce? The shield did not so much as crack. Einar, watching in awe, murmured, truly, a great warrior. Raven, exasperated at their reckless fighting, raised her voice. Both of you, stop this nonsense. System notification. Alua Raven has cast Firestorm, Tier 6 offensive spell. A torrent of flame rained down on the doppelganger, but the creature withstood it without flinching. Abman frowned. It tanked that, I did not think it would be this strong. Raven's eyes went wide with fury. What, my fire magic? Useless, I mean, sure, it is only Tier 6, but still. Everyone's eyes drifted toward the real Bjorn Yandel. A dark thought crept into both Abman and Raven's minds. What if we just killed the original? Raven's expression turned sharp, almost predatory. Yandel, spit out your weakness, now. Bjorn saw their shadowed faces and knew resistance was pointless. He sighed. Fine, I will tell you how to beat me. In the end, I had to reveal how to take myself down. After a long, grueling battle, Misha stood panting, sweat dripping down her face. Her sword dripped with the doppelganger's blood as she asked weakly. Is it finally over? Einar gazed at the fallen foe with reluctant pity. I will remember you, traitor. Abman let out a heavy sigh. I do not ever want to fight like that again. Raven, clearly displeased, muttered, You really are insane when you fight. That moment you spewed acid blood, what the hell? At last, when the doppelganger lay utterly defeated, Bjorn Yandel spoke, unwilling to dwell on it any longer. Enough. Let us move on. Relief washed over him as he admitted to himself. Thankfully, from that point on, my copy never showed up again. 4 hours later, the group finally reached the rift. Alua Raven reminded everyone, we have arrived at a crossroads. From here on out, we could run into other teams, so stay alert. Everyone answered in unison, got it. She added. And remember, we might also encounter copies of other teams now. She then directed them calmly, take the first path on the left. Bjorn Yandel looked ahead, gave a firm nod, and replied, all right. Taking the lead, he guided them forward, anticipation stirring in his chest. I wonder who we will run into. Hopefully, they are on the same level as me. Then, an unsettling chill crawled over his skin. Something's off. I can feel it. He halted, shield raised in defense, as a few figures approached. Raven's voice rang out sharply, state your names, or I will assume you are doppelgangers and kill you on the spot. One man answered slowly, Sen. Abman narrowed his eyes. That tone. He is a copy for sure. Everyone braced for battle. Raven issued her command, Yandel, test him yourself first. Bjorn responded without hesitation, fine. But the man flinched, stammering in terror as he realized they were about to kill him. I am not a copy. He raised his trembling hands, sweat rolling down his face. My name is Hans Christian. The instant Bjorn heard that name, fury flared hotter than fire. His whole body tensed, rage spilling over in raw instinct. Misha also recognized him, her voice sharp. Bjorn, that is the one from back then. Bjorn's mind burned with a single, overwhelming thought, kill him. In the next breath, monstrous giants materialized behind Hans. The only thing left in my head was that one thought. The creatures gaped their enormous jaws, ready to swallow them whole. One golden beast gathered a blazing sphere in its maw. With a thunderous roar, it hurled the fireball straight at Bjorn's group. Everyone shouted in unison, Bjorn. System notification, character has used spinning slash. Bjorn leapt forward, shield braced, cleaving through the monsters as he moved. The fireball was cut down and snuffed out, bursting into smoke and sparks that filled the air. Raven stood frozen, horrified by what she had just seen. What the hell is happening here? Bjorn whipped around and barked an urgent warning. Stay back. He retreated a few steps, shield raised tight in front of him. Raven frowned, confused. What is it? A trap? Poison? He hesitated, thoughts racing. Not exactly. But what do I even call it? Number. This is worse than poison. So. He decided to bluff. Yeah, poison. Misha and Raven exchanged bewildered looks. Huh, I do not see any signs of that, Raven pressed, suspicious. Bjorn, worried she would dig further, shifted the topic abruptly. Forget it. Let us ditch this path for now. But as he moved forward, his foot caught on a stone. He stumbled, crashing face first to the ground. Misha immediately asked, concerned, are you all right? Bjorn's pulse spiked with dread. Don't tell me Hans's effect already kicked in. There is no way I can call this coincidence anymore. Realizing the danger, he roared in panic. Damn it, everyone, move, get out of here, now. But then Abman's voice cut through, heavy with alarm. Yandel, there is something up ahead. Einar also sensed that something was wrong. Same thing on this side, he muttered. Sure enough, they were surrounded with no way out. He cursed under his breath, damn it. So this is hell, huh? The voices of the replicas echoed again and again, repeating the same phrases like broken records. I am Hans Christen. I am Hans. Hans is being copied. The great warrior Bjorn himself had once revealed how to take him down. First, do not slash, stab instead. Iron skin only quadruples resistance against slashing. Second, aim for the legs. His lower armor is incomplete, and it is extremely difficult to guard those spots with a shield while moving. Third, do not use fire, use lightning. After physical resistance, fire resistance is the highest. Ice slows bleeding, wind and earth mostly count as physical damage. Lightning, on the other hand, has powerful penetration, it is perfect. Fourth, do not think about killing him quickly. Drag it out. When Bjorn Yandel took a cut on his arm, he healed it by smearing his own saliva over the wound. Misha had been baffled by that bizarre method, but he only shrugged and said, it heals just by licking. After countless battles, however, he eventually realized that power is gone now. I can no longer regenerate from vampire soul essence. Suddenly, Alu a raven appeared out of nowhere with a sharp warning. When cornered, he will bite. Watch yourself. Annoyed, Bjorn shot back, what do you think I am, huh? In that moment, standing face to face with his own double, Hans hesitated before raising a hand in greeting. I. Hans, Christen. The other Hans stammered back, trembling. I am Hans. The sight made Bjorn's rage flare to its peak. Hans was being copied. Bjorn roared furiously, then muttered inwardly, does not matter. I will just smash its skull in. The tunnel around them was steeped in darkness. The faint glow of small lamps barely pierced the gloom, forcing them to move cautiously step by step. Karen clenched his teeth, frustration bleeding into his voice. Bjorn, walking ahead, spun sharply at the call, his sudden glare making Karen's face twist in shock. That look. What is with those eyes? I am not a monster. Raven frowned as she came up from behind. What has gotten into you? This does not feel like poison. Did you run into someone you know? Karen's expression wavered with a touch of panic, though she told herself, it startled me, but I am not afraid. Bjorn gave a short nod. Exactly. The memory of what he had just seen replayed in his mind. He forced himself to stay calm, to explain piece by piece. The name of the doppelganger we just encountered was Hans. The first one had worn a false, friendly smile. My name is Hans. Hans whose goal is the hearts of others. The next appeared in soldier's garb, with a neat beard. Hans Argoio. Hansu, once involved in the Karui sacrifice. And every time we crossed paths with him, disaster followed. Then came Hans Staub, Rain, Hans the one who always preyed on wealth. And last, Hans Ilsa. Hans Hodge. Hans B. Taken captive by the Dwarki. Karen clutched her head in frustration. So that is why you taught the children in the sanctuary those warnings. Damn it, I just stepped on his corpse, did not I? Raven blinked at her, baffled, while Murad rested his chin in thought. There is no way this is just some fleeting illusion. It has weight. Raven's eyes widened. What do you mean? Clutching her staff, she frowned. If you are that unsettled, maybe I should bless you with a wizard's charm. Bjorn raised a brow. What the hell is that? There is no such thing in the game. Raven explained. On the road, sometimes children or old folks will ask me for a little luck. That is the wizard's blessing. Just words, really. So it is just a spoken charm, Bjorn thought, his expression darkening. Do not look down on the tribes like that, Raven pressed. Just do it. What other choice do you have? Raven hunched her shoulders slightly. Really, fine, but how do I even? She looked up at him. Could you bow your head a little? When Bjorn leaned closer, she placed 2 fingers on his helmet, paused a moment, then softly whispered, everything will be fine. Bjorn closed his eyes briefly before snapping them open again. Raven's lips curved faintly as she added, now you have received my luck. A few strange clusters of light spread a soft, gentle glow, the kind of miracle that should not even exist in the game. Yet here it was. Raven gasped softly and slowly withdrew her hand. Good Lord, pull yourself together, Yandel. You are the leader of this whole team. He grinned, voice teasing. Yeah. Do not know if that blessing actually gave me luck, but at least my head feels a little clearer now. Still, a thought nagged at him. When it comes down to it, maybe it is just an omen. Was not it also Hans who showed up the same time we ran into the Dragon Slayer? Raven let out a long sigh. Honestly, are all explorers like this? She even bothered to go through the trouble for him. Bjorn, watching her, wondered to himself. So this is part of her personality. It feels like I just saw another side of her. The group kept moving forward, murmuring to each other. So on that side we have got a summoner, a fairy archer, a human warrior, and even a mage. Right, chances are they are running as a 5-man squad, which means they definitely have a guide. Still, their overall power's way below ours. Easy pickings. Raven exhaled in relief. Then we do not have to worry about them trying to snatch the rewards from us. Bjorn, on the other hand, smirked, dangerous satisfaction tugging at his lips. Snatching should be our job. She quickly cut him down to size. Only if the situation allows it. Besides, we do not know a thing about their team. As long as they are not high-rank explorers, we will be fine. Bjorn scowled but admitted, true enough. Inside, though, he thought, that is why I was hoping to run into their copies, maybe squeeze out a little intel. He pictured the ambushes, the clashes, the unexpected encounters, but the paths never overlapped. In the end, it was still only their own group that kept appearing. Fine. If it comes to an ambush, I will be the one to take the opening hit. Along the way, they stumbled across another item. Raven's eyes lit up. Another mana crystal chest. She cracked it open to check and could not help but complain. Every time, just these damn mana chests. That is basically the main reward of the Shadow Cavern. Nothing else. No matter how many doppelgangers we kill, not a single mana stone or soul shard drops. Guess scattering these chests around is the game's way of balancing it out. While Raven examined the crystal's quality, Bjorn felt a faint unease stir inside him. Something about this does not sit right. Back when it was just a game, I never thought twice, just assumed that is how the system worked. But now, living it out for real, it feels off. Too much like a game. Raven shut the chest and mused aloud. There is a theory among scholars that this labyrinth was not discovered, but created. To put it simply, what the hell is this world, really? Bjorn echoed the same question in his mind. A game, or another world that actually exists. Days passed in the same rhythm until the 9th day, May 7th. That morning, we rose earlier than usual, pushing deeper toward the cavern's core, and there, unexpectedly, the two teams crossed paths. The moment Hans saw Bjorn's group, his face lit up. "You made it, Yandel. Honestly, when I saw your double earlier, I nearly lost it. Finally, the latecomers are here. So who is your leader?" Bjorn froze, brow furrowing, every sense on alert. "Stop. Do not come any closer." Everyone stared at him in confusion. "What?" He cut in sharply. "Where are your id tags?" The other group faltered instantly, stammering. Well. About that." Murad stepped in coldly. "If you are the ones arriving late, should not you be the first to show proof?" Bjorn raised his own tag high without hesitation. "Fine. No problem. Here's mine. Now it is your turn." One by one, the others produced their tags. "Here. See, satisfied." Bjorn narrowed his eyes, then gave a curt nod. "Good. That is fine." For the moment, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. I immediately confirmed the identities of everyone in their group one by one. Murad, still doubtful, asked, "What is the issue?" Bjorn brushed him off casually. "Nothing. No problem." Hans then suggested, "Well then, shall we introduce ourselves properly? I am Hans Christen." One by one, they gave their names. "And you, Yandel?" Hans pressed. Bjorn answered evenly, "I am Bjorn, son of Yandel." "Yes. You noticed too, did not you?" Suddenly, Bjorn's attention caught on another cluster of people, the dwarves. "Not city folk." Murad voiced it aloud, "Jagaris Martin." Bjorn cursed under his breath but also felt a twinge of relief. Damn it, Hans Hyora. If Raven and I had not spotted that hidden trick in their id tags, we would have been duped right there on the spot. Later, as they sat down to discuss, they studied the cards more closely. Inside the tag's design, tiny numbers were etched in ancient script. Yes, they were minuscule, but they were there, 1 for low-rank explorers, 2 for mid-rank, 3 for high rank. No wonder the guild asked about rank when distributing them, so that was the hidden catch. Misha tilted her head. "But would not anyone who can read ancient script instantly expose themselves?" Raven reasoned. "True, it is a flaw. But maybe, at the time, this was the most effective safeguard available." Bjorn's expression turned somber. "Crude, yes. But still a clever choice." Recalling their demeanor, he guessed privately. The numbers they showed were one's low-rank explorers, but looking at their gear, their formation, their movements, there is no way they are actually low rank. Which means, right, sewer rats from Noark. A knot of worry tightened in his gut. What now, do we cut them down here? He decided against it. They do not know we have seen through them. Better to play dumb and focus on probing the rift first. Hans tried to smooth things over. Since we will be traveling together, why do not we all reintroduce ourselves properly? Murad shot back, travel together. What do you know about this rift? Hans answered quickly. I have read a lot of books, so I know a little here and there. At the word books, Bjorn muttered to himself. Books, sounds exactly like the excuse I used to pull. Hans gestured toward the altar. Fine, then explain this. What happens next, if everyone places their hands on the altar? The path forward will open. Bjorn pieced it together. That path would lead to the forest. Useful insight. You are not half bad. The rare compliment lit Hans up with joy. That is a relief. In that case, why do not we share our strengths as well? After some discussion, the results were clear. Group 1, Hans's party, a summoner, a mage, a sword and shield warrior, a guide, and a fairy archer. Group 2, the Noark rats, a dwarven warrior, a beastman swordsman, an ability-wielding warlock, a priest, and an archer. Hans exhaled in relief. Having a priest with us really is fortunate. Bjorn, on the other hand, muttered darkly, more like another Karui priest. With the parties established, the subject of rewards came up. The first voice to cut in was Raven's, sharp and heavy with disdain. Hans Christen, is not it, judging by appearances, you seem to be the most useless among us. A flustered reply shot back. But we have knowledge of the rift. I know plenty. Teresia scowled, snapping, hold on. Is not that a little too harsh? Bjorn barked over everyone, silencing them. Wait a minute, credit should be given where it is due. Did not you almost get wiped by a single Balkan double earlier? The gap in strength is obvious. Demanding equal shares would be unfair to the rest. The air turned tense, no agreement reached. Hans asked cautiously, so? We settle rewards by dice roll. Yes, Raven replied with surprising cheer. Deduct 1 point from your roll. Make it 2, she added with a smirk, but we will use a 10-sided die instead. Hans hesitated. But if we accomplish something noteworthy, then you will add points to our total, won't you? The proposal was quickly met with Raven's approval. Sounds fair. Let us make it a rule anyone who slips up loses 1 point, but good performance earns extra. She glanced around cheerfully. What do you think? Murad answered reluctantly, I won't object. The party pressed on, though Bjorn's mind never stopped racing. Betrayal will come sooner or later. He froze for a moment, uncertain if it was his own thought or if he had actually heard a whisper repeating the same words. Then the system prompt rang out, entering the special zone. Effect field of the Twin Forest activated. Negative state applied, suspicion. Attacking allies will deal double damage. The objective this time was straightforward: take down 3 mid-bosses in the forest, then uncover the hidden altar. Bjorn ground his teeth, visibly irritated. As if Hans was not enough, now we have got these no-arc rats tagging along. Why does every rift turn into nightmare mode the moment I step inside? Their march was often interrupted by startled cries. Bjorn, twin spawn incoming. Each time, he sighed inwardly. Yet once the battles actually began, he realized with some relief, these rats are weaker than I expected. Good. By nightfall, a hulking manticore revealed itself before them, its barbed tail lashing. The creature resembled a lion with massive paws and razor claws. With a thunderous roar, it charged straight at the group. Bjorn stood unfazed. The beast took a punishing blow the instant it closed in. He unleashed body enhancement, followed by savage burst, flooding his veins with wild strength. The fight was not overly difficult. With coordinated effort, they brought the monster down. Bjorn noted inwardly, this was not too bad. Everyone's got at least some ability. But soon they reached a more expansive clearing, where a colossal bird perched atop a stone ridge, its shadow stretching across the field. Bjorn felt a flicker of unease. Hans and Murad looked equally stunned, but he reasoned to himself, no, perhaps this is not necessarily a problem. Everyone, halt, he ordered sharply. There, nestled in the nest, gleamed a clutch of golden eggs. Bjorn wasted no time. Raven, bring out the dice. His chest swelled with excitement finally. A rare drop after so long. And this one contained a soul essence he could use. The strange fruit-like core born from the beast was called a manticore soul. Its attributes were peculiar: perception 40, hunger 30, leap 30. Of these, only leap held any real utility. In fact, judged by raw stats, it was even inferior to a level 9 monster. It had many flaws, but one overwhelming advantage: its innate trait was tied to stats. When absorbing mana stones, the soul would permanently raise the wielder's attributes. In other words, eating mana stones would actually increase one's capabilities. Bjorn could not help but grin in excitement. Still, the total number of stats it could add capped at just 200. At first, He found this absurd after all. Even a level 5 monster's base stats often exceeded 300. To have to consume stones just to raise it, nonsense. Yet not everyone would fight tooth and nail for it, for one simple reason. Members of the party hesitated and began to step back. We should hang back first. Barbarian, what do you think? I think that is for the best too. Bjorn immediately caught their meaning. So, you all know the true value of this soul as well. Fine, then let us step back together. The soul's fatal weakness was that its real value only emerged after being dissolved at a temple. Once consumed, the manticore's soul would vanish from the wielder's essence. Some of the stats carried over specifically, part of the inheritance from its innate skill remained permanently. But the true peak effect was its bonus. At this stage, 20% of the stat gain would be retained, granting a solid 40 points overall. That made it less a rare artifact and more akin to a practical miracle drug, highly coveted nonetheless. Bjorn asked the others, before we begin, does any team wish to forfeit their bid? They hesitated, but desire burned in their eyes. We will participate. Aside from our mage and priest, anyone could make use of this soul. Martin sneered, lips curling. As if we would let such an expensive soul slip away. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. Do not tell me you intend to sell it. They explained, we simply do not have any empty soul slots left. But he could not suppress his disdain. You do not even have a mage, how do you plan on carrying it? The dwarf only chuckled, careless. You have got mages in your group, do not you? No worries, we will pay our share handsomely. True enough, Bjorn's side had 2 mages. His voice turned cold. And if both of us refuse? Martin shrugged indifferently. Then we will keep rolling. And if we win, we will wait right here until the soul disappears. Raven cut in, breaking the tension. All right, enough talk. Who is rolling first? The Hans Christen group seized the chance. Hans hurled the die skyward, heart pounding as it clattered to the ground. A perfect 10. His team erupted in wild cheers. Unbelievable, insane, what is the going market rate? What is the guild's listed price again? Martin grumbled as he tossed his die with a careless flick. Do not forget we are subtracting 2 from the result. Yeah, I know. The die landed, showing the exact face they needed. Martin roared with laughter, louder than before, his teammates cackling beside him. Mad dwarf, I knew you had it in you. Damn you, Bjorn's group fell silent, their expressions dark as the weight of reality sank in. Is this really happening? Hope seemed to collapse all at once. Realistically, they were already staring down defeat, but Bjorn refused to accept it. Too much depended on him now. His fist tightened around the die, veins standing out as though fortune itself were pressing into this single moment. All his luck would have to pour into this throw. And so, the others could see how tense Bjorn was and rallied behind him. Yandel, if you are nervous, that is not like you at all. I believe in you, you can do this. Even though they knew the odds were slim. Another chimed in, yeah, Bjorn, you have always been the one who can pull things off. Forget about the probabilities. Their encouragement steadied him. Bjorn drew in a deep breath, clenched his jaw, and rolled the die. Everyone's eyes locked onto it as though sheer willpower could guide the outcome. 10. Time seemed to crawl. The polished surface of the die reflected their anxious faces, each frozen in hope. For one breathless moment, the number 10 hovered on the brink of settling. Relief almost spilled across their features. This is it. We have got it. Bjorn believed with absolute certainty this was fate. The narrative itself demanded his success. Einar squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "Go, mighty warrior!" The die clattered onto the ground. And then one. A solitary, gleaming one. The world fell silent. Martin broke the hush with a bark of laughter, splitting the air with his glee. Einar, embarrassed but loyal, tried to shield Bjorn. Do not mock him. But Martin could not stop laughing, nearly doubled over. A one, gods above, I almost feel afraid. The way you stared so dead set. Go, mighty warrior, ha. The two squabbled loudly, but Bjorn just stood there, humiliated. I should have let Misha roll instead. Swallowing hard, he forced down the sting of tears. He snapped coldly, so, what price are you asking? Martin smirked, puffed up in triumph. Market rate 15 million stones. Plus 5 million for the magical infusion. It was a cutthroat price, outrageous by any measure, though 5 million for a spell infusion alone was already cheap. Bjorn cut him down flat. 7 million. Martin immediately turned away in mock offense. Forget it. I will take it to them. But then Kristen chuckled awkwardly. Actually, we do not have a vial. Too expensive for us. Martin's grin soured. Cornered, he snapped, fine. 7, then. Bjorn's voice sliced in, sharp as steel. No. 15. Your opening number. Martin balked. Why such a ridiculous counter? Bjorn's eyes hardened. You do not understand supply and demand, do you? Limited vision. The dwarf wilted, desperate now. 10 million. Final offer. Bjorn scoffed, picking at his nose in disdain. No bargaining. Take it or leave it. Flustered, Martin spun on his heel, trying to pit the sides against each other. Hans Kristen, if you will pay 15 million stones, the soul is yours. Bjorn sneered. What is this selling a soul like some surprise flash sale? Kristen hesitated, embarrassed. We do not have the cash or equivalent goods right now. Can we pay once we are back in the city? Martin shut him down instantly. Impossible. Bjorn understood why. To those from the Undercity, such a deal was unthinkable. Which left only one option. Martin, defeated, slumped back toward Bjorn. Barbarian, at your price. Bjorn cut him off mercilessly. 20 million. The world seemed to dim beneath the doubled figure. But in the end, Bjorn had the only vial. The sweetness of monopoly crushed every protest, leaving Martin's crew bitter and hollow. The next day, the party marched out to hunt again. One beast after another fell slain, mutant beast. Express +5. Slain, culves. Express +5. Bjorn himself hunted down the last two mid-bosses, though none dropped a soul. Around 11 p.m., they stumbled upon an ancient structure. Is not that what we have been searching for? Someone whispered. They were only scouting for a campsite when unexpectedly the trigger for Chapter 3 revealed itself far earlier than planned. The moment they stepped into this place, the system's notification rang out. The party has entered the Altar of Darkness. The sealed body snatcher has possessed one member of the expedition. A dark barrier dropped around them as everyone froze in shock. A barrier, so they managed to get here too. The rule for Chapter 3, the Altar of Darkness, was simple. Identify which member had been replaced by a doppelganger, then sacrifice them at the altar to proceed. Urikprit calmly explained, that means just now, one of us was swapped out with a doppelganger. All we have to do is find out who, then place them on the central altar, right? Yes, that is correct. Kristen nervously stammered, but what if we make a mistake? If we put the wrong person on the altar, they will be unable to act. We have to be careful. Bjorn's sharp gaze cut into him. Hey, dwarf. Why does your face look so strange? Is something wrong with your head? Martin sneered at the accusation. From the very beginning, you have been trying to push suspicion onto me. Clearly, you are the one who looks shady. But Bjorn pressed back without hesitation. I just found it odd. You call that suspicious? That is exactly what makes you suspicious. You are not easy to deal with, are you? Raven stepped in to calm the rising tension. Enough. Do not fight. Let us use magic to verify first. Bjorn scoffed. And what about those immune to that kind of magic? With her experience, Raven reassured him, do not worry. A doppelganger can't slip past this. Kristen forced a weak smile and nodded. That is true. At least we can narrow down the suspects. If the magic works on someone, then they are not the doppelganger. That much made sense. So the magic time began. The scale of truth hovered above each person's head one by one. The first chosen was a beast man with silver fur. Are you a man? He was asked. He broke into a sweat at the bizarre question. Why even ask that? Raven reassured him. Just answer casually. This is just to test if the magic is functioning properly. The beast man closed his eyes and answered, as you can see, I am a man. The scale did not move. His words were true. See, works. After both mages completed their round, Raven drew up a list of the cleared individuals. These people are not doppelgangers. Hans's squad, the guides, the sword and shield fighter, the sewer rat squad, the beastman swordsman, the apple Narek team, the archers, the beastman tribesman, the barbarian. She looked at the rest. That leaves 9 people. One of them is the doppelganger. The room tensed. More than half the group remained suspects, all of them highly skilled. An elf girl raised her hand hesitantly. I heard. Doppelgangers usually can't retain perfect memories. Maybe we should talk and check each other's stories. This was Bjorn's moment to shine. Is that so? Then let me start. I have only got 2 targets, the dwarf and Hans. He immediately turned to Martin. Yesterday, when you paid for that test tube, I saw your pack stuffed full of gear. Where'd you get all that? Martin recoiled a step, uneasy. Why would you ask that? Bjorn arched a brow, hitting him where it hurt. What is wrong? Can't remember. Martin clammed up. I refused to answer. Bjorn pivoted without pause, locking eyes on his other suspect. Hans Kreisen. You said you knew this forest well because you would read about it. Then what is the name of that book? Kreisen's face went pale, his lips pressed shut. That. I won't answer. Bjorn snorted. Unbelievable. Not a single straight answer from either of you. Martin snapped back angrily. And you think you are any different? What spirit core are you carrying right now? Bjorn shot him a flat look and replied with absolute certainty. Are you out of your mind? Asking about someone else's spirit core is rude as hell. That was all it took for Martin's whole team to pile on him. Or maybe you are the doppelganger and just can't remember. You are the one throwing accusations around without a shred of proof, like you are desperate to shove someone onto the altar just to get it over with. The momentum swung against Bjorn. They had enough grounds now to turn the suspicion back on him. To make things worse, his sudden shift into logical, precise speech did not fit the reckless image of a barbarian at all, which made him even more suspect. Remember when we first met in the land of the fallen? What exactly happened there? It was clear Bjorn was acting deep, maybe too deep. But he still responded coolly, without breaking character. Of course I can answer. I just lent a hand, nothing more. Why are you losing your temper? His tone only made them bristle further. What, are you looking to die? Bjorn smirked. I deliberately claimed not to remember so I would look more suspicious. That only made the doubt grow heavier. You think that explanation makes sense? The tension had reached its breaking point. The others stared at him with cold, merciless eyes until midnight struck. The stone of truth materialized at last, the very item Bjorn had been waiting for. Raven, sounding like a seasoned guide, announced, "This is the stone of truth. Even a doppelganger can only speak one truth when compelled by it. It appears every midnight. But be careful each time it is used. The doppelganger grows stronger. That means we have to choose wisely. Let us vote." They quickly agreed. All right then, the question, who is the most suspicious right now? One man lunged for the stone first. The barbarian. He turned toward Bjorn, arms folded. Bjorn gave him a look of weary annoyance. Think it through. I am not the doppelganger. Enough stalling. Answer. Fine. I am not the doppelganger. The stone shattered in Martin's hand the moment Bjorn spoke. Martin turned to Raven in shock. "Mage, what does this mean?" She answered calmly. "What else? It means he told the truth." The atmosphere grew even sharper, more dangerous. "So then, who is the doppelganger?" Bjorn slammed his foot into the ground, his eyes flashing with a violent gleam. A primal roar tore from his throat, shaking the very earth. His Bo-So-Ko mode had been unleashed. Martin recoiled in alarm. "What the hell?" Bjorn pointed straight at another man. "Think about it. The one who is truly suspicious is you. You kept trying to corner me, all while whispering into the dwarf's ear." His finger singled out the archer. "Step up to the altar and take responsibility." "What?" the archer stammered, panic-stricken. "No, wait, it was not just me." But Bjorn gave him no time to defend himself. "Losing one archer won't cripple us." It was his plan all along. From the start, his true target had been the archer. He could never afford to sacrifice critical assets like the dwarf leader or the cleric. The archer was expendable. Dragged away by force, the archer disappeared into the darkness of the altar. The system message confirmed the failure. The party has failed to identify the doppelganger. The soul of Arca Petrae, expedition member, has been sealed. Martin's fury exploded. "Bjorn, are you ready to take responsibility for what you have done?" But Bjorn just gave him a baffled look. "You are talking like a child." "What did I just say? Strip away emotion. Think rationally." The words left Martin seething, unable to retort. "Damn you." At that moment, the other mage stepped forward, raising his voice to cut through the chaos. "Enough, all of you, stop. I have a way to uncover the doppelganger." "What way?" He drew out an artifact marked with the symbol of scales. "No. 7234 false faith. When activated, no one within 10 meters can tell a lie. It is a consumable." Christen's eyes widened. You actually have something like that?" The mage bowed his head slightly. "Sincere. Forgive me for not revealing it sooner. There is only one use left. What do you think? Should we spend it here? I promise, this will work on a doppelganger." Given the situation, no one objected. "All right. Do it." The mage activated the relic, a wave of power washing over the group. "To test if it is working, I will start. Your name is Martin, is not it?" The question hit like a hammer. Martin flinched hard. "Which city do you come from?" That single line was enough. Everyone knew something was about to blow wide open. The mage had just stepped on a landmine. If you would ever been hit by a car, you would understand just how heavy that question is. "Now what city are you from?" A blaze of fury ignited in Martin's eyes. It happened in a split second, an instant that could never be rewound. Like the sudden spray of watermelon juice, it burst into reality. Martin's axe came down on the mage's shoulder. "Everyone, battle stations," Bjorn bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. Christen froze, rattled by the shocking turn of events. "Sir Pa Partheon." A hand seized his shoulder, hurling him backward. "Snap out of it, the Noarch are here." Martin finished with the mage in one swift motion. "Hans Christen, get over here, now." Bjorn stared at him, stunned. "What? Do not tell me." Christen hesitated, dragging his feet. Aye. "Stop stalling," Martin roared. "Do you want your secret out in the open?" Cornered, Martin did not hesitate anymore. "Fine, then, I will make sure you have got nowhere left to hide. Hans Christen is the evil spirit. I have got proof in my bag." The nearby warrior snapped back, his voice like steel. "You open your mouth and call me an evil spirit, and you expect me to believe that lie, false faith." The others suddenly remembered. The artifact false faith was still active. The accused man froze as if trapped. "What?" In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing him. It was Christen who had summoned the fire salamander, striking without warning. "I am sorry. I am truly sorry," he gasped. He turned desperately to the elf beside him. Come on. Let us go. What does that mean? Why are you looking at me like that? Do not tell me you are planning to leave me behind. In his panic, the truth tumbled out. We came from the same place, you and me. The teammates who'd traveled alongside him for so long reeled in shock. One of them fainted outright. Kristen's emotions churned, rage and desperation intertwined. I have been carrying every danger on my back, and now I am the one exposed. Why, we are supposed to stick together, you little brat. Then he turned back to Martin, spitting out the words of their secret pact. Dwarf, you promised to get me to Noark. Do not you dare forget it. Bjorn, caught between the two, frowned. I can't believe it. They are both players. This is chaos, complete chaos. The situation had gone too far off course to reset. There was no point talking anymore. Bjorn roared and charged forward. The shield in his hands was a high-grade item, the bipolar shield. When used to bash, it launched foes back. When used to block, it dampened impact. You bastards. Still, with the entire mob swarming him at once, who knew how long its power would hold? I will strip away your light. The silver-haired beast man drew his sword and slashed at Bjorn's neck. First flash. Someone else darted in from the flank to cover him. Shut your mouth, what did you just say? Misha moved fast, redirecting his crude strikes with ease. You really think that is impressive? She shot back. He dodged a dangerous blow and kept his mouth shut. Rude, but that is enough for now. They danced the measure of two fighters testing each other, then backed away to keep distance, a habit born of seasoned warriors. The clash burned fierce. She snapped, shut up. I will cut down these fiends myself. Soon there was nowhere left calm. The battlefield erupted in flurries of slash marks and exploding scars. Einar stamped the ground and charged forward with a great glaive heaving in both hands. Then something massive like a centipede of stone or root burst up from the earth and tossed her into the air. Kristen, who'd used that move, breathed a relieved sigh. Lucky just in time. He barely had a moment to relax before something hit him. Then he fell. The elven archer sprinted over, shouting orders. There, Karui, deal with him, hold on, hang on. What nobody expected was the big bear that showed up. Holy hell. The growl alone sounded like a monster. Uric Fried bristled. Hey, do not be rough with other people's summons. He cast an augment, and danger-filled power crackled from him. Amid exploding blasts all around, the two leaders stared into one another like rivals sizing up fate. Martin spoke up. You know what? Bjorn raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that I am about to die. At some point Martin's body had been shrouded in a dark buff. He would become the pillar of his team. The field effect changed. They would step into a special terrain, the Fork of Fate. Now Bjorn understood their stalling plan. They would pull the classic trick, the Fork of Fate. He clicked his tongue. That is a power only Karui clerics can use. The effect is simple. It traps two designated targets in an isolated pocket. Only one side dying or an external intervention frees them. In an instant the two small figures were trapped on the palm of a titanic wall. Only opponents could trigger the pocket, and escape required either the death of one trapped or help from outside. Bjorn snorted as if amused. Pathetic. Where do you get the nerve to drag me in here? Martin, confident, shot back. Do you even know what that means? Do not overestimate yourself, savage. You really thought you could hold me off alone? Bjorn read his mind. Martin assumed that with Bjorn stuck inside the pocket, he would win. That arrogance was his mistake. Bjorn surged forward like a demon, wasting no time. His ego and contempt propelled him. Short legs or not, how far could they run? He unleashed a sweeping strike. One blow shoved Martin back. He blinked, smiling weakly through it. You still stand, huh? So that is your edge, huh? Martin's words barely left his mouth before Bjorn hammered him again and again, relentless. A barrage of swings. Bjorn's strikes came so fast he thought to himself, This is just rat smashing. By the 13th slash in a row, one blow finally landed full on Martin's ear. Martin stared at the ring on Bjorn's finger in disbelief. No way. Even Bjorn himself was surprised to have gotten it. He never imagined Martin would swallow the key item whole. Once equipped, the Guardian's crest increased the shield's impact absorption by 50%. Martin growled, "Give it back. Return it to me." Bjorn's next strike shattered his skull. Relaxing his shoulders, he exhaled. Much better. In the loot he found a vial filled with shimmering golden liquid. So this is the missing piece, he murmured. As the darkness ebbed away, his figure faded from the fork of fate. Outside, the battle was still raging. Fortunately, everyone was unharmed. The only difference was that the fight had shifted about 70 meters from where it began. Bjorn crushed the vial in his hand. Perfect timing, he could use the teleportation skill he would just acquired. The Manticore's spirit fused into his own soul. His teammates were being cornered by shadowy figures. Almost cleared, someone called. Finish them. Even exhausted, Raven kept shouting encouragement. Hold out until Yandel gets here. And just like that, Yandel appeared. Bjorn dropped from the sky, launching himself like a missile, then his body expanded into a giant. It was the first time the others had seen his new technique. Savage, he launched himself. I want to try it too. System notifications chimed as he activated the skill. The character had executed Leap Burst. One bound increased his jump power tenfold, and on landing he created a massive shockwave in the surrounding area. Then he triggered Gigantification. The Savage came crashing down with an earth-shaking impact right in the enemy's center. His current mass exceeded 500 kilograms. Combined with the special terrain effect, his area damage increased even further. Nobody within the radius could escape it. So the short one said he could endure, Bjorn muttered. He let out a breath of relief. Good, so the weight really does work. But the greatest advantage of Leap Burst lay elsewhere. Without pausing, he grabbed the Beastman by the head. The landing effect temporarily spiked his threat level, and there was still one more layer to go. Power surged through his veins, raw and primal. His feral nature erupted. His threat level tripled, and his physical stats climbed accordingly. Those who had seemed dangerous moments ago were now like ants beneath his fingers. Yes. This is it, the physical bonus tied to threat level. The last enemies faltered before his overwhelming might. We surrender, please, spare us. The blood and brutality of it all barely registered anymore. In that moment Bjorn truly felt like he was becoming an ogre. Lee Hansu thought to himself that at times like this he felt like an ogre. People were kneeling at his feet, begging without stop, we surrender, we are defeated, please spare us. After a moment, Hans Christen's hands and feet were bound, his mouth gagged, sweat beading across his face. Suddenly he let out a groan. Lee Hansu planted his sword in the ground like a staff and asked, puzzled, where did that bag come from? Who put it there? A blonde girl stepped up from behind him and smiled, that is mine. I am interested in that field too. Lee Hansu's face went pale as he stammered, that field. Inside his head he thought, wait, no, this is bad. Reacting like that might make Raven angry. He quickly corrected himself, ah well, I mean. It is not bad, right? The blonde looked at him, puzzled. Not bad, Yandel, you are into monster research, too. Lee Hansu froze and asked, monster research? Wait, was that bag meant to hold a monster? She looked him square in the eye and said bluntly, exactly. If I get the chance I want to capture one alive and study it. Then, pausing, she added, hold on, so Yandel, it is not that you are angry about monsters, it is because, and she began to step back. Lee Hansu raised his staff in helpless protest. What are you imagining? No, it is just. She went cold and glared at him, issuing an order, from now on, do not come near me. Understand? Lee Hansu, exasperated, asked, how far? The blonde answered icily, 1 meter. He sighed and agreed, all right. Meanwhile, Misha Karlstein stood with a sword on her shoulder, thinking to herself that while she was negotiating a half-joking, half-serious distance rule with Raven, the rest of the party was tending to the Karui cleric and treating the wounded. A man in white was casting healing magic and pleading urgently, please, spare me. Einar watched and snapped, think before you speak, the one who needs sparing is over there. The girl wearing a conical hat trembled and gave her thanks. Thank you so much. Misha put a hand on her hip, turned to the girl, and asked, what happened to the mage? The hat-wearing woman's face had gone ashen. She answered in a shaky voice. When I examined, her voice broke. Abman Urikprid reached out, touched the mage's throat to check, and she finished, I understand now. On the other side, Lee Hansu leaned down to the bound Hans Chryson and asked, but how did the dwarf find you? He ripped the cloth gag from Hans's mouth. Hans Chryson panicked and blurted out, he is an impostor too. No, he is an evil spirit. Lee Hansu cried in disbelief, what? In his head he made a conclusion, so the dwarf had identified Hans G as an evil spirit just from his behavior. The scene of him sitting beside that Hikurad Murad by the fire came back into view. On his night watch, the dwarf had used a magical device to speak and reveal his identity. Hans G had been so overjoyed that he would confess outright honest to a fault. But the whole conversation had been recorded by the magical device, and Hans G had been caught. He would been forced to accept an extortionate offer. Enough already. Lee Hansu folded his arms. A system chime sounded, party voice control, alternate name, group communication spell, and he suddenly spoke up. He stood before the blonde girl and the rest of the team and said, I want to hear everyone's opinion on what to do with those people. He added, yes, though we won't literally decide this by majority vote. The would-be victims trembled at that. Einar tightened his fist and shouted, they attacked us. Of course we kill them. Misha Karlstein scratched her cheek, uncertain. Killing them sounds reasonable. But can we really clean up the rift ourselves? The blonde frowned. Do you actually think they will cooperate honestly? Abman Urikprid answered firmly, an unreliable ally is more dangerous than an ogre. Looking toward Hans Chryson and the other woman, the blonde continued, at least the Noah RC side might be manageable. Once they leave the rift we won't see them again. But those two evil spirits are different. Einar snapped, exactly. Evil spirits must be destroyed on sight. The clan chief said so. Misha went pale but agreed. Right. I did not understand before, but today I get it why everyone warns you not to trust evil spirits. The man beside her added, they will do anything to hide who they are. The smartest move is to strike when you have the chance. Abman glanced at the girl in the hat, who sat with her face in her hands among the corpses, and said, look at what happened to those who trusted those evil spirits. See how it ends over there. Lee Hansu watched the scene and felt a chill. Every word hit him like a knife. If they learned his true identity. He took in the horrified expressions of his comrades and resolved, silently, that he would do the same. Someone asked, so, Yandel, what do you think? He stood there and answered slowly, what I mean is. Hans Chryson and the woman were now sobbing with fear. Lee Hansu tightened his grip on his staff and declared, there is no need to hesitate. Each blow of his staff came down. Blood spat everywhere. He lifted a hand to wipe the gore from his face and thought, I never planned to spare them, only whether I should finish them myself now or wait until the guards are dealt with and let someone else clean up. I have fully adapted to this world. His eyes fell on the blood-smeared pouch. He calculated inwardly, that pouch better keep it. The blonde stepped up and gave him a reprimanding whistle. Yandel, you can't just smash it like that. She crouched to pick the item up, muttering as she did, even if it is intended for monsters, you have still got to be careful. It could be ruined. Lee Hansu watched her, puzzled, and asked, is now really the time to worry about that? He continued, so now you are the only remaining doppelganger candidate. The blonde girl whipped her head around. You mean, she asked. Lee Hansu thought to himself, among the 9 people not yet verified by the Truth Stone, only Raven and I have been cleared as safe. Her face suddenly went pale. Her eyes widened in alarm. He tightened his grip on the staff and considered. I used the Truth Stone, did not I? The blonde girl blanched and cried out, not me, why would it be me? No, this must be a mistake. Misha Karlstein raised a hand. I never suspected it would be you. She panicked and denied it. It is not me. Just wait until tomorrow when the Truth Stone restores itself. That is enough, someone snapped. You still want to rely on the Truth Stone, that is conniving. Einar shouted angrily, give Aruru back. Even if she is a human mage, she is a valuable comrade to me. The blonde flushed with indignation, tears welling as she protested, no, I swear I am not, please believe me, please. Lee Hansu observed her and thought, really this is rare. He kept calculating inwardly. If I push any further she will actually start crying. So he decided to stop teasing and, adopting a serious tone, asked, if it was not you, then who? You were the one who said a doppelganger can fake its death and slip away even if the host dies, without needing to be placed on the altar. But apart from you, did not all the other suspects die? She faltered, that may be someone still alive. I said doppelgangers are good at playing dead. He muttered to himself, anyone still alive? Raven, of course. Right to the soft spot. No one had to ask and you would explain it yourself. Impressive. He looked toward the mage further back and added, in that case. A moment later blood spattered. Lee Hansu told himself the decisive instant had arrived. A seasoned fighter struck straight at the head. Yet somehow the mage evaded it. Normally that would be absurdly unlikely. The image of the mage taking a blow to the shoulder from Hikurad Murad flashed in his head. Lee Hansu silently judged that avoiding the killing blow was even more ridiculous. He lifted his hand and opened a small red vial, thinking rapidly, even a professional feigned death is hard to distinguish from a real corpse. A second later he poured the vial down the mage's throat. The man's eyes flew open in shock, his brow knitting with horror. The mage screamed, terrified. Lee Hansu watched and thought, but you still can't resist the restorative vial. Moments later Lee Hansu pressed the mage's head down onto the glowing ritual circle. The system chimed, you have detected a parasite within an expedition member. Doppelganger search complete. A strange black aura radiated from the man. The system kept alerting, Truth Stone used. Seal release probability, 10%. The black aura shot upward. The system instructed, pursue and eliminate it before the parasite regains its sealed power. Einar in the back shouted, it is running away, should not we capture it? Lee Hansu frowned. Let it go, he replied. It is too late now. Misha Karlstein exhaled, so it really was a doppelganger. The blonde folded her arms and said angrily, I told you so. Abman Urikprit cleared his throat and remarked, that is a mage coming up with alternate plans in a chaotic situation like this. He stepped forward to reassure the girl in the hat. Their wounds have been treated. They will wake up soon. She answered with a grief-stricken look, I know. Einar sidled up to the blonde with an exaggerated expression and said, Aruru, do you know, I have always believed in you. She snapped, believe what? Wait, where did Aruru even come from? She flinched and asked anxiously, do not tell me you do not like Aruru. Then, more sternly, do you think I like that guy? Call him properly, use his given name or surname. It is awful. Einar replied dejectedly, I wanted to call you by your name but it is so hard to pronounce. The blonde girl crossed her arms and looked over, asking, you said you want to call me? What? She sagged, melancholy, and explained, because I am a human mage, but I am still a precious comrade to you. She bit her lip, cheeks flushing, mocking the way he pronounced it. A beat later she tossed her head and pretended to be haughty. Fine, call me whatever you want. At once, Anyar wrapped her in a grateful hug and cried out, really, thank you, Aruru. Lee Hansu watched and thought to himself, a warm moment, comrades drawing close after surviving a trial. Then he quietly schemed, these people are soft-hearted about stuff like this. I will remember this trick for when I screw something up later. The group standing before him straightened. Lee Hansu folded his arms and announced, before we launch a real attack, let us reassess our current strength. You have all heard the situation. The red-headed man bowed timidly. Lee Hansu added, get a grip. The most important thing right now is to survive the rift. He fumbled, then asked slowly, what am I supposed to do? Lee Hansu's face hardened. First, tell me what each of you can do. The redhead hemmed and hawed, I. Lee Hansu mused inwardly. Given the circumstances, the man was being cooperative in a humble way. The girl in the hood stammered, I am not much use in a straight fight, I can only help with navigation. The mage beside her continued, even so, Lord Pertian is a major strategist. The redhead went on, he is not focused on offensive magic, but he is a level 5 mage. Lee Hansu snapped, what? Level 5? Suspicion flashed through him. Raven's only level 6. How did that Hans fellow recruit such a high-level talent? Thinking of the valuable gear stacked around them, Lee Hansu told himself, with only 7 of us, we can't imagine facing the full escort head-on. We have to comb through the dwarf's spoils and use every advantage available. They clustered around the mage, and before long Pertian came to. He sat up and muttered in alarm, Noah RK, an evil spirit. Lee Hansu asked if he was awake. The mage turned to him, first, I must thank you. If not for you, disaster would have struck. Lee Hansu cut in, if you are grateful, then help our mage now. This is not a time to relax. Pertian bowed respectfully. Understood. Soon his hands brimmed with magic. Someone nearby murmured in wonder, a special kind of empathetic spell. The blonde watched and asked, are you from the Narman school? He introduced himself and added, I just realized we have not properly introduced ourselves. You are from the Alterian order, right? Anyar, bouncing on the spot, cheered, see, Misa fits with me. Misha Karlstein answered happily, perfect match just like you. Lee Hansu sank back into thought, thanks to this, we can not only inventory by number but also sort items that even Raven has not appraised yet. He picked up a messy stack of papers and scanned the categorized loot list. A conclusion formed in his mind, we can do this no matter how loudly the blonde and the mage chattered. Lee Hansu snorted and schemed inwardly, both of them are subtly steering us toward the goal without saying it outright. Then he spoke up, all right. Do it that way. Lee Hansu thought it over, then used his captain's authority to parcel out the spoils. Everyone would get between 1 and 5 items. He pointed at Anyar and ordered, turning her to stone, take that off and give it to Misha. He mentally noted the guiding principle, of course, the criterion is usefulness to the wielder. On Lee Hansu's ear hung a bright earring. The rest of the loot he stowed in his and Raven's pocket dimensions. Heavy iron boots were strapped to his feet. There were just too many items to carry otherwise. A satisfied look crossed his face. Lee Hansu felt a small thrill. This is what I call Hans's law of reaction, right? The system chimed in with status messages. Equipped Guard Legion insignia. Total equipment level plus 1485. Equipped Wasteland Rebel. Total equipment level plus 315. Equipped Greaves crafted by IDUM. Total equipment level plus 400. He pumped himself up, thinking, that damned doppelganger, this time you are really dead. A clear info panel popped up. Bjorn Yandel level 5. Physique, 430. Spirit, 356. Power, 766. Total equipment level, 2867. Total combat rating, 2269. Essences obtained, Ghoul rank 7. Hero rank 5. Giant rank 3. Manticore rank 5. New. He was walking through a dark forest, following the trail where the doppelganger had vanished. The only one who could not fight was Hans G, the team's designated guide, so he had to stay behind and wait. Meanwhile, Bjorn Yandel and his squad advanced deeper into the woods, their every step cautious and deliberate. Bjorn's eyes gleamed with intensity as he muttered to himself, "So they have appeared. Good, time to begin." Then he turned sharply and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." In front of them stood a horde of ferocious soldiers clad in armor, an omen that the tide of battle was shifting. This marked the beginning of the fourth phase. The number of doppelganger clones had skyrocketed, and they no longer mimicked their opponents' appearances. Instead, they charged forward with animalistic fury, snarling and chanting in unison, "Enemies of the Empire, kill." Bjorn's muscles bulged with tension as he analyzed their formation. Their base stats are through the roof, he thought grimly. These bastards are not the type you can take lightly. Then the system notification rang out. Character has activated the skill leap. In that instant, the entire enemy formation froze, their movements suspended for a heartbeat. Bjorn, empowered by the giant transformation skill, launched himself into the air with explosive force. When he landed, the ground split open beneath him, sending a thunderous shockwave that threw the armored enemies in all directions. Another system message followed. Character's total mass exceeds 500 kg. Special terrain resonance effect added, area of effect damage increased. Threat level temporarily elevated. Character has activated Wild Instinct Surge. Threat level multiplied by 3. All physical attributes increased proportionally. Bjorn's strength skyrocketed. Roaring, he charged into the enemy lines, tearing through them like a living storm. An hour later, a soldier clad in armor collapsed to the ground, struck by an arrow. The battlefield was strewn with corpses. Bjorn Yandel, Einar, and Misha Karlstein finally lowered their weapons and took a moment to rest, catching their breath amid the carnage. Bjorn took one more step forward, exhaled, and let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, a Lua Raven and Pertian appeared behind him. Pertian glanced around and asked casually, "All done already?" Bjorn turned his head, startled, thinking, "What the hell? This old man always shows up saying random things." Still, he could not help but throw the man a friendly look. Pertian blinked in confusion, sweat trickling down his temple, but Bjorn could not deny it. Their success was partly thanks to this eccentric old man. Without him, they would not have wiped out half of the doppelgangers so efficiently. The Lua Raven and Pertian then closed their eyes, channeling their energy into the staves they held. Their voices rose in unison as they chanted, "Enhancement Seal, support magic rank S." Then came the next incantation, "Lightning Wrath, offensive magic rank S." The staff in a Lua Raven's hand began to glow with blinding brilliance. With a composed expression, she tapped the tip lightly against the ground. And the forest trembled in anticipation. That beam of light burst outward, shaking heaven and earth. Seeing that, she could not help but smile with satisfaction, just as she thought. Hunting always worked best in packs. The sky darkened abruptly. Someone could not hold back and muttered, "This tremor. What is it?" Bjorn Yandel's expression tensed. "The unsealing rate has reached 20%, he thought grimly. When he did not respond right away, a Lua Raven quickly urged, "Mr. Yandel, we need to move, now." He replied shortly, "Got it." Without another word, they all rushed forward, their footsteps pounding in rhythm. From that moment on, they moved faster and faster, as if time itself were chasing them. Einar, carrying a Lua Raven on his back, called over his shoulder, "Hold on tight, do not fall." Meanwhile, Bjorn Yandel remained lost in thought, calculating. "No, time really is after us. We have to end this before the unsealing rate increases further. Just a few more percent in the next 10 minutes and we are done for." Suddenly, the ground ahead split open, revealing a massive pit. Misha Karlstein shouted in alarm, "There is a hole up ahead, should we go in?" "Wait," a Lua raven snapped, raising a hand to stop them. "We can't just rush in. We need to search the area first." She crouched down and fixed her eyes on a glowing sealing stone. Her voice softened with awe. "Just as the books described. It says something important is always hidden near the entrance. When activated, the sealing stone strengthens the doppelganger's seal. Normally, when the bot battle against the doppelganger began, the party would be split and teleported away. While Team A fought the bot, Team B's mission was to find the sealing stones scattered across the forest full of doppelganger soldiers, and the one most easily targeted was always Bjorn Yandel. Somewhere deep in the forest, another sealing stone began to glow faintly. The Lua raven gently placed her hand upon it. A mechanical chime rang out. System notification, sealing stone activated. Unsealing rate decreased by 10%. Current unsealing rate, 10%. Even so, something else troubled the group. With their current numbers, they could not afford to split up. "If we use this while moving," Bjorn reasoned, "we can activate the stones along the way. Now the only thing left is to eliminate the doppelganger before the seal completely breaks." It was, in truth, a desperate race against time. If they failed, they would have to face the true doppelganger, not just a fragment. From here on out, it would be a bot fight. "All right," a Lua raven said, straightening up. "All preparations we can do here are complete." Catching her meaning, Bjorn Yandel's expression hardened. "Everyone ready?" he asked seriously. A mechanical chime echoed through the air, followed by the system's announcement, "The player has entered the bandits' hideout." Bjorn Yandel's party advanced slowly and cautiously. In the center of the glowing magic circle sat a boy, his face buried in his hands, sobbing softly. "I did not do anything wrong," he whimpered. "I did not do anything bad." Hearing that, none of them felt the slightest pity. They all knew this scene well. It was the familiar prelude to a bot fight. The boy who had been weeping moments ago suddenly dropped his hands, his face twisting into something feral. He threw his head back and screamed, "Shut up." Bjorn Yandel stepped forward, shield raised in one hand, weapon in the other. He steadied his aim. "Let us begin. Phase 1, start." The ground shook violently once again. When Bjorn struck down the boy, a dark miasma erupted from the corpse, swirling into shape until it became a perfect copy of him. That clone, his exact double, was no illusion. It was the signature mimicry ability of a true doppelganger, one that could not be replicated even if its essence were extracted. Yet this one was different from the weaker fragments encountered in the fields. It mirrored his current power level and would only grow stronger as the fight continued. Bjorn Yandel lifted his weapon high. Another chime sounded. System notification: the nameless usurper has activated the skill Intimidation. Stat analysis complete. Average combat capability equivalent to a level 5 monster. Target: mimic form. The clone did not hesitate. It lunged at him, eyes blazing. Bjorn met the assault head-on, bracing his shield against the impact. Veins bulged on his face, his brows furrowed so tightly they nearly met. Anxiety surged through him. This is the attack after a 50% reduction. No wonder it is ranked as a level 4 monster. "Raven," Bjorn shouted. More mechanical tones followed in rapid succession. "A Lua raven has cast Curse Magic, level 9 slow." "A Lua raven has cast Curse Magic, level 9 exhaustion." A swirl of chaotic mana shot across the battlefield, striking the clone. The moment the support marks flared to life, the curses took hold. Thanks to that interference, holding his ground became slightly easier. The unstable energy also empowered Bjorn, allowing him to push back against his own mirror image. Yet even so, this was only the first condition to break through. The true first phase was only just beginning. Suddenly, a slick, gelatinous creature latched onto Bjorn, clinging tightly to his armor. His muscles tensed. "It is starting." The system voice echoed again, faster this time. "The nameless usurper has used the skill self-replication. Summoned clones will disguise themselves as random targets. Skill identified. Chaotic multiplication." The slimy creature released him and slithered away in search of a new victim. "We need a mage who can use fire magic," Bjorn muttered. Alua Raven stepped forward confidently. "Leave that to me." She raised her staff, focusing her mana, and began to channel her spell directly into the weapon itself. A surge of flames erupted, roaring to life with a deafening whoosh. Though it lasted only a few fleeting seconds, the timing was everything, for in that brief moment, while the clones were being fought, the main body was left completely unguarded. Timing, after all, was the true key to survival. "All clear, 4 remaining," Alua Raven shouted over the chaos. Bjorn Yandel sprinted forward, replying without turning back, "That's so, then do not bother worrying about me." He charged straight into battle with his own replica, shouting quick commands between strikes. "Focus on taking down the others first." But Alua's voice rose again, her tone sharp with alarm. "There is a problem. They are all Hans Krixen." Bjorn froze for an instant. The weapon in his hand flickered, its form rippling like a mirage. His thoughts spiraled. What? Impossible. How could they all be? His heart pounded wildly in his chest. "All dealt with on my end," Alua Raven called out again. Nearby, Misha Karlstein and Einar were each locked in combat, cutting down their own targets with focused determination. Bjorn, however, was far from done. Once the situation seemed momentarily under control, Alua raised her voice again, barking out orders. "Now, this is our window. Hit it with everything you have got before it summons the next batch of clones." Bjorn's doppelganger let out a guttural scream, writhing as it summoned more amorphous copies of itself, weak, but endless. They multiplied like a plague, making it nearly impossible to reach the main body. The slimy creatures began to slither restlessly, but fate turned against them. A massive inferno burst forth, engulfing them all in searing fire before they could finish preparing. Alua Raven had bought them precious time, but even so, the fight was far from over. Bjorn's clones continued multiplying, screeching in rage. "Damn cockroaches," Misha Karlstein groaned, swinging her weapon in frustration. "Please, just stop spawning already, and stop trying to talk to us." Bjorn's voice joined hers, equally exasperated. "Some of them even copied our memories. They're starting to mess with us." Despite the chaos, the team had at least survived the first phase intact. The real fight, however, was only growing fiercer. Bjorn now faced another writhing, gelatinous creature. His grip tightened on his weapon as he calculated his next move. "The bot bottles just started, and we have already hit our third quake. The unsealing rate's at 40%. That is the level from the start of the fight." Meanwhile, Alua Raven rummaged frantically through her dimensional pouch. Her thoughts raced. "If I can still suppress the unsealing rate, even a little, I have to try." Back on Bjorn's side, the monster let out a low, distorted murmur. "If only I could die without anyone knowing." Bjorn cut it off mid-sentence, replying coldly, "Everything's unfolding exactly the way everyone said it would." The creature's tone turned sharp, angry. "And what difference does that make?" The system voice chimed again. "The nameless usurper has activated the skill substitution. Phase 2 commence." "What?" Alua Raven gasped. "Why me this time?" Einar looked around in confusion, his eyes darting from side to side. And then they saw it, another Alua Raven materialized before them. Now there were 2 ravens, identical in every possible way, from the way they moved to the subtle inflections in their voices. Their expressions mirrored each other perfectly, making it impossible to tell who was real and who was the clone. Alua Raven shouted in alarm, Do not shoot." Her duplicate, the false raven, looked around in confusion, demanding, "What are you all doing? I am the fake one." Because of the doppelganger's unique psychic mimicry, even positioning could not be used to tell them apart. Bjorn knew this well. He had lost the first mage he ever recruited for this very reason. Normally, the proper way to break through this stage was to accept the risk of increasing the unsealing rate and shoot both targets. But for a team like theirs, one without external support, that was simply impossible. The air grew hotter, the tension heavier. Bjorn Yandel froze, caught between instinct and reason, unsure what to do. Then how do we tell who is real? He wondered just as an arrow came out of nowhere, piercing Alua Raven's forehead. Aruru, Einar cried out in panic. Raven stared, wide-eyed, toward the direction the arrow had come from, her voice trembling with disbelief. Wait. Could that one not be the real Aruru? The answer revealed itself moments later. A doppelganger cannot replicate numbered artifacts. The true Alua Raven held up the token of the goddess, a sacred proof borrowed from Partea. Every time a doppelganger used its substitution skill, Raven had made sure to leave a hidden mark for such emergencies. But because their team had distributed numbered artifacts to everyone before entering, this phase turned out to be one of the easier ones. Shouts and confusion filled the chamber, one revelation after another. Einar yelled, "Wait, you did not take one from Partea, did you, Abman?" And then, as if responding to their chaos, the battle entered phase 3. The monster went berserk, roaring in agony so loud that Bjorn Yandel's mind almost blanked out. He frowned, bewildered. It does not even have a mouth. How the hell is it making that noise? In this phase, the creature no longer bothered with disguises. Instead, it began vomiting out clones in a frenzy. For every 10 copies that appeared, the unsealing rate spiked by another 5%. Bjorn raised his massive shield, his tone steady but commanding. "Stay sharp. If anyone gets hurt." Einar cut him off firmly. "Do not worry. That won't happen." The mechanical system voice echoed relentlessly. "The nameless usurper has activated self-replication." The slimy creature split apart, forming human-like figures, exact duplicates of Bjorn and his team. Someone gasped in horror. "There are so many of them." Another voice immediately barked back, "Do not panic." Alua Raven spoke up, analyzing quickly. "Aside from the numbers, these copies are weaker than the last ones." She was right. And yet, the danger was growing fast. At this rate, the seal would be broken in mere minutes. The ground began to shake violently as the system chimed again. Unsealing rate, 50%. Unsealing rate, 70%. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. "Looks like it is time to use it." He twisted the metal dial on his belt with a click. The system immediately responded. The character has activated Lawless of the Wild. Physical damage temporarily increases in proportion to the number of humanoid enemies present. Bjorn's aura flared like wildfire as he faced the monstrous army head-on. Damage amplification rate, 112%. Damage amplification rate, 157%. But Bjorn's thoughts were steady, confident. "With this, we have got a solid 90% chance to win." The system continued roaring in his ears. Damage amplification rate, 623%. Bjorn tightened his grip around his weapon, stance firm and resolute. His mind was calm, focused, and certain. Equipment is part of one's strength. And I am armed to the damn teeth. A few hours earlier, an orange-haired man who looked worn out muttered, "Number 8667, the outlaw of the wastes, huh? So in the end, you're planning to leave those countless clones alive and use them to boost your attack power." Alua Raven tensed up. "You can't do that, it is too dangerous." Bjorn Yandel replied calmly, "I know. But it is harder to hold back without killing those clones than it is to deal with them directly." He tried to reassure her, "If you can just hang on a bit longer, then I But Alua Raven cut him off sharply, her tone turning grim. That is not the point, you're the one in danger, Yandel. She clenched her teeth as she continued, if the original feels threatened, do you think those clones will stay still? They will all rush toward you, and you are telling us not to interfere just to stand here and watch. Her voice grew tight with frustration. You know what that means, do not you? If you die here, everyone else will die too. Bjorn Yandel chuckled softly. Then that is fine. He nodded slightly and added, as long as I do not die, that is all that matters, right? Hearing that, Alua's face darkened. What? Bjorn's expression then hardened as he said, anyway, do not worry. Hanging on till the end and striking the finishing blow, that is what I am best at. During the fight, he had been burning through 3 points of mental energy every second. His current count was 16 out of 46. Remembering that, Alua Raven's anxiety deepened. That is really bad. The man in the blue cap gave a helpless chuckle. Can't deny that. Current seal release rate, 90%. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Yandel! A violent strike crashed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying as Bjorn answered. I know. He leapt high into the air and roared, leap titan form. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped him. Skill activated, wild instinct burst. Attack power increase, 771%. Bjorn slammed his fist into the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. Rage mode maximum damage. His weapon lay still on the ground, but the nameless raider took catastrophic damage from the impact. Bjorn remained crouched, watching carefully. Then, without warning, the strange greenish rock began to move. The nameless raider has activated the skill, Fire Crystallization. Magic damage reduction, 99%. Physical damage reduction, 99%. Without hesitation, Bjorn launched another devastating punch. This is your final struggle. He kept pounding the strange green rock over and over, each blow resounding like a thunderclap in the shattered wasteland. Moments later, Bjorn Yandel clenched his teeth, his resolve hardening. Good thing the damage is already built up on the crystallized core, he thought. Otherwise we would be done for. He leapt high into the air, readying his final strike. Normally, this process would have to be repeated multiple times to fully destroy the core, but this time, they had only one shot. Alua Raven's horrified scream echoed behind him. Sir Yandel. Bjorn whispered to himself, I have to pour everything into this moment. A surge of energy surrounded him as he invoked Mana Shield. He braced himself in the center, struggling to stay upright. From behind, Misha Karlstein rushed forward to block an incoming blast, but an instant later, both of them were violently thrown backward. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Alua Raven shouted desperately, we can't hold on much longer. A white light enveloped the entire battlefield. I know. There are countless clones surrounding us, Bjorn thought grimly. The mana consumption alone is insane. While holding the line, Bjorn's expression darkened in concentration. Less than a minute left before the two mages run dry. That realization weighed heavily. Misha Karlstein, straining to maintain her spell, cried out in anguish, really, there is no other way. Why does he always have to carry everything alone? Behind her, Einar, still locked in combat, shouted reassuringly, do not worry, Misha, Bjorn is a great warrior. Suddenly, the massive green crystal began to fracture, shards of glowing stone breaking off and floating upward. Bjorn gave a weary, triumphant smile. Good. It worked. Finally. But then his eyes narrowed sharply. When he turned around, he saw Einar and Misha Karlstein casting in unison, trying to reinforce something. His expression froze the spell. It is collapsing faster than expected. As Einar and Misha rushed toward him, Bjorn spun around in alarm. 5 figures were attacking the giant in unison. Tears streamed down Misha Karlstein's face as she screamed, Bjorn. Struggling to stay on his feet, Bjorn staggered forward. Do not come any closer. He was running out of strength, his body shredded, his mana nearly gone. This is it, he thought. The end. A system window appeared before him. Skill activated. Leap. Bjorn Yandel looked utterly exhausted. Landing impact. Threat level greatly increased for a short duration. Skill activated. Wild instinct burst. Threat level x3 for a short duration. All physical stats increased accordingly. His entire body was enveloped in a radiant golden aura. Bjorn roared in pain, coughing up blood. The system flashed again. Skill activated. Melee attack boost. Weapon destruction power greatly increased in proportion to strength stat. Due to temporary item effects, melee physical damage has been enhanced. Current amplification rate 771%. Enemy doppelganger defeated. Express +6. Guardian defeated. Express +3. Footsteps echoed in quick succession. The operation was finally over. The moment the battle with the bot ended, several members of the team immediately turned back toward Gramza to retrieve the townspeople they had left behind earlier. From afar, a small girl waved her hand eagerly. You are all safe, thank goodness. Parthen ran toward her in relief. Lady Sarman, you are not hurt, are you? And what about that Noarch commander? A gentle voice recounted what had happened. When I saw the flash of light from the temple, I opened every single magic tome you left behind. And this was the result. On the ground lay the orange-haired man, completely motionless. His status window was littered with debuffs: paralysis, temporary blindness, poisoned, convulsing, weakened. Someone stared in disbelief and muttered, You used all of them at once. Misha Karlstein sighed at the pitiful sight. How tragic. Einar lifted her sword and said coldly, Let us put him out of his misery. When the team regrouped, the elderly mage was the first to emerge from the rift. He chuckled warmly and waved a hand. Well then, I will be off first. Before leaving, he had left them a small parting gift, a misplaced faith. Alua Raven smiled faintly. Looks like I will need to find a way to recharge the number of uses for this thing once we are back outside. Bjorn Yandel, sipping from a small potion bottle, glanced at her. Honestly, I would not call that a pleasant gift, he muttered, then added, Let us just focus on recovering first. He held up a small slip of paper. As for me, I got a travel pass to Narming. The old man said I could find him there whenever I needed to. Alua Raven grinned. So his gratitude for saving his life was not just lip service, huh? After that, the group rested for an entire day before gathering the remaining spoils from within the rift, a single shard worth 1 million mana stones. A sealed fragment of malice that had a small chance of dropping when a sealing stone was broken, granting a permanent +1 to mana power. Bjorn Yandel raised his hand to tally up. 7 pieces in total, right, I will buy 5 for myself. Any more than that, and it is just overkill. Misha Karlstein frowned. So that means the last 2 are mine to buy. Nearby, a strange plant was being unearthed, mandragora, a rare alchemical ingredient that screamed when pulled from the soil. Alua Raven's eyes widened with excitement. I have always wanted to pull one out myself. Guess I get my wish today. Bjorn Yandel chuckled at her enthusiasm. Yeah, since that doppelganger did not drop a single thing, we will just have to make do with this lot. Someone interrupted sharply, Hey, enough about that, we agreed not to bring it up again. Bjorn blinked and quickly nodded. Right. My bad. Alua Raven raised her hand thoughtfully. Still, this haul's worth quite a bit. It will be exciting to check everything once we are out. According to the records, there is a 33% chance for Rift Guardian to drop essence or a numbered item, and a 66% chance for Rift Crystal to drop. Someone grumbled from behind, Damn it, Hans. It has gotta be his cursed luck that made the drop rate tank. Afterward, we pressed on with our expedition. By the 20th day inside the labyrinth, we had reached the 5th floor. But this time, we failed to break through into the scorched lands. Even so, thanks to the previous subjugation campaign in Noark, most of the other guilds had already withdrawn, making monster hunting far smoother than before. The party was now traveling toward Riphonia, and everyone's spirits lifted as their feet finally touched the soil of that long-awaited land. In front of a quiet house stood a checkpoint station, where a cheerful voice greeted them. "It is good to see you again." A friendly-looking man stepped forward and smiled warmly. "I am Elmaris, from the Moslin Enforcement Division." Bjorn Yandel introduced himself briefly. "I am Bjorn, son of Yandel." Outwardly, Elmaris maintained his polite demeanor, but inwardly, Bjorn's instincts stirred uneasily. "What is going on? Why would someone from Moslin be looking for me all of a sudden? He does not seem hostile." But still, Elua Raven, ever the direct one, cut straight to the point. "I would like to know the reason for your visit, Lord Elmaris." "Oh," he replied with mild curiosity. "Are you a mage from the Artemian Order?" Without waiting for an answer, Elmaris continued. "An arrest warrant has been issued for your group on charges of using special abilities within city limits and entering a labyrinth without official authorization." Bjorn's expression froze. "Oh, damn it. I completely forgot about that." Elua Raven, momentarily stunned, still managed to speak up. "Even so, issuing a warrant just for that, is not that a bit excessive?" Elmaris grinned, his tone almost casual. "The situation's rather tense right now, so a few examples need to be made, you understand." Bjorn exhaled and asked innocently, "I see. So, what is going to happen to us?" Elmaris laid out the punishment plainly. "You will be sent to live in Bifrian for 20 days. Bjorn felt the strength drain from his body. "Bifrian." Then Elmaris pointed straight at him. "Ah, but only you." Bjorn froze as if struck by lightning. "What, do you have something against me? Wait, do not tell me this is Hans's fault again." From there, the narrative shifted to the city itself, Rafdonia, the last fortress of mankind. The fortress was divided into 14 distinct sectors, each with its own function and hierarchy. The first sector, known as the royal capital, Karnan, housed the royal family, nobility, and upper class. Commoners without privilege were absolutely forbidden from setting foot inside. The second through fifth sectors, collectively called Kamalbi, formed the great commercial district beyond the royal walls, often referred to as the free market. The sixth sector, Distrito, was a special zone serving as both farmland and a noble retreat. Ordinary citizens were not allowed to enter freely. Finally, the 7th through 13th sectors, known collectively as Ribigian, accommodated roughly 70% of the population. Each district contained a teleportation plaza, where the gates activated periodically once every month. Finally, there was District 14 Bifron. The area had once belonged to the Ribigian zone, but for some reason, it had become completely isolated from the outside world. Even the teleportation plaza had vanished. Bjorn Yandel frowned in confusion. "That is strange. It was not like this in the game." Trailing behind the group, he raised a hand in protest. "Hold on a second. That is all the explanation we get. You are just telling us to fend for ourselves and come back here in 20 days. Walking ahead, Elmaris replied calmly, "As long as you do not try to escape, you are free to do whatever you want inside." District 14 Bifron, also known as the prison camp. The moment Bjorn arrived, a thought crossed his mind. I really have to live here for 20 days. They say this place is lawless. He imagined a young man being cornered by two thugs in a dark alley. In the real world, someone like that would probably shrink back in fear under those predatory, contemptuous stares. Bjorn, however, was lost in thought, then smirked to himself. But now, I am a giant warrior over 2 meters tall, muscles of steel, a true bow so. Someone nearby barked, "What the hell are you looking at?" Without hesitation, Bjorn roared a primal scream that shook the air as his character activated the skill, ferocious instincts unleashed. The two thugs froze for a split second before bolting in terror. Run, get the hell out of here." Bjorn wiped his nose smugly, grinning from ear to ear. "Hey. Feels just like grinding in a newbie zone again. Though I doubt any rookie ever had a paper weapon hidden under their helmet." Bjorn slung the large leather bag over his shoulder, ready to step into Bifron. Before crossing the threshold, he turned sharply to glance back at his teammates, who were huddled nervously near the entrance. With a satisfied grin, he called out, "Relax, I am not gonna eat you or anything." Murmurs rippled through the group. What the hell was that outburst for? Anyone crazy enough to make it this far can't be right in the head. Yeah, he is nuts. Best stay the hell away from that guy. Bjorn smirked, pleased. That is exactly the reaction I was hoping for. Keeps the flies from buzzing too close. He recalled Misha's words before he left, her cheeks flushed pink with worry as she stammered, "That place is lawless. You have to be extremely careful." Got it, he thought to himself. She insisted so much, I figured I might as well scout the area first. With measured steps, Bjorn advanced into the district. A smug smile spread across his face as his eyes swept over the dilapidated houses and slum-like alleys. The essence of a lawless zone is simple: the strong make the rules. Which means, there is nothing here that should inconvenience me. Might as well treat it like a vacation. Passers-by shot him wary glances before quickly averting their eyes. Let us go. He is not worth the trouble. In a shadowed corner, a figure wearing a tattered hood quietly watched. Strands of golden hair peeked out beneath the fabric, and a faint, enigmatic smile curved her lips. 2 days later, in the vast plaza, a voice rang out, "We have gathered as planned, but..." Inside a room overlooking the square, 4 people sat around a long table. A few simple dishes were laid out, but the absence of their captain cast a heavy silence over the group. Raven spoke first. "At this rate, I doubt we can even hold a proper debriefing." Karlstein leaned forward. "Before anything else, I want to know the total loot we collected." Raven responded without hesitation. 152,400,000 mana stones. They are stored in my spatial pouch. Karen's eyes bulged in disbelief. 100 million. That is insane. I have never even heard a number that big. Misha stammered, uncertain. Is that really possible? Even with a few monsters missed, that still seems too high. Raven remained composed. It is the total value of equipment intended for 7 mid-tier adventurers. The Flame Fox knot accessory was just listed on the trading board, but it has not sold yet. Karlstein exhaled slowly, still stunned. I had a rough estimate in mind. But hearing that figure out loud still knocks the wind out of me. Raven gazed down into her bowl of soup, thoughtful. Their reactions exactly as I predicted. And yet, something still feels missing. A hollow feeling brushed through Raven's mind, a faint emptiness she had not noticed while everyone was still around, but now, in their absence, it pressed gently against her chest. She lifted the bowl of soup to her lips and took a slow sip, her thoughts drifting toward a single name, Bjorn, son of Yandel. She pictured him there among them, the barbarian warrior, adventurer, and guardian of the Apple Narek party. If he were here, there would already be an argument over how to split the spoils. In her mind's eye, Bjorn turned to her, looking both incredulous and offended. What, 40%? Since when did Manticore Essence become a rare drop item? If I would won the dice roll that day, fine, but since it dropped after the monster kill, we should split it evenly. That is only fair. Raven could not help but chuckle at the mental image of his indignant face. Then she imagined herself saying, "And what about the 20 million mana stones for the completion bonus?" Bjorn would stare in disbelief. Of course the test tube you used counts as your own expense. He would protest immediately afterward. But 40% of the bonus, that is outrageous. There was nothing in our contract about that. Raven smiled faintly to herself. It would have gone just like that. He would complain about fairness, and I would end up suggesting a compromise instead. I always thought he just hated losing out. But maybe that is not really it. Misha's voice suddenly broke her reverie. Hey, what are you thinking about so hard over there? Raven blinked, pushing the thought aside with a small, evasive smile. Oh, nothing. She straightened slightly and spoke up. If everyone's fine with it, I will hold on to the money until Yandel comes back. We can't divide it properly right now anyway. Misha agreed easily, her tone casual. That is fine. I can lend Einar some spending money in the meantime. Karen groaned, dropping his head into his hands. Again, more loans. Misha laughed freely. It is not much anyway. Whether we split it now or later, it does not change anything. Karen's eyebrows shot up. Seriously. Raven frowned slightly. That is strange. I just said I would keep over 100 million monastones with me, and not one of them looks concerned. She asked again, a little puzzled, does not it bother anyone? I am the one holding all the money. Misha tilted her head. Why would it? Karen grinned, full of trust. Yeah, what is there to worry about? Raven was quietly stunned. She looked around at their easy smiles, their untroubled laughter, and thought, they are reacting like I just asked the dumbest question in the world. Maybe. I am the strange one here. It was not discomfort she felt, more like an emotion she could not quite name. A shadow of realization stirred in her chest. Could that be why he overexerted his magic, why he pushed himself to the point of self-sacrifice? Leaning back in her chair, Raven let out a long sigh. Honestly, a mage from the Tower of Sorcery would never do something like that. And yet. Maybe now, I am starting to understand a tiny bit of it. Not much, maybe 1%. Her voice softened as she set the bowl down. Anyway, that is enough for today. Misha suddenly looked up with concern. Hey, I mean Raven. That place called Bifron. What exactly is it? Raven replied calmly, a place that gives you a terrible feeling. I have heard even the most upright person can't hold onto their dignity once they set foot there. Karlstein, hunched over his meal, muttered in agreement, that is what poverty does to a man. Raven blinked in surprise. You too, Bear, you have gone through something like that before. His voice grew heavy. Back in my 3rd year as an adventurer, I lost everything I owned. He recalled those bleak months of running and hiding, being hunted across the plains, scraping together whatever coin he could just to survive. I wandered for nearly a year trying to rebuild. Could not even afford the guild tax. Almost died out there. Hearing that, Raven felt oddly reassured. Her eyes fell on her reflection rippling faintly in the bowl of soup. If even he survived something like that, Bjorn will be fine. She smiled faintly. Honestly, there is no need to worry. I doubt anyone in Bifron would dare to lay a hand on a Yandel. He is probably treating it like a vacation by now. Misha scratched her chin, then laughed lightly. I hope so. Sitting across from her, Raven smiled gently. A girl in love. Adorable, really. I wonder when I will be able to smile like that myself. Karen suddenly leapt to his feet, shouting with enthusiasm, why worry about Bjorn? A great warrior like him is probably doing even better without us. The guy's completely self-sufficient. Misha blinked in confusion. What is that supposed to mean? In that instant, the 3 others turned toward him in perfect unison. The room fell dead silent as if some unspoken agreement had just passed among them. Right. Because of that incident. Cut to Bjorn. He stood on a high balcony, chest heaving, shouting with all his might. Below him, a crowd of rough men gazed up in awe. It was the third day since he would arrived, and somehow, Bjorn Yandel had already become the leader of the Western Alliance, the ruling faction of Bifron's West District. I always wanted to have subordinates, he said with a grin. At least once in my life. Too quiet, can't hear you, someone yelled from below. Bjorn smirked to himself. Honestly, this is not even that hard. He remembered what started it all. Some punk kids had tried to use street orphans to spy on him. So he would walk straight up to them and beat them all into the dirt. Problem solved. Everything fell into place after that. Now, as his men roared their approval from below, Bjorn folded his arms and addressed them with authority. All right, that is it for today. Dismissed. Go enjoy yourselves, but do not cause any damn trouble. That'll make me deal with it later. Got it? A resounding, yes, sir, echoed through the air. Their footsteps scattered through the narrow streets, the sound fading into the chaos of the lawless district. Bjorn glanced over his shoulder at the man following him and frowned. Hey, what is your name again? Can't seem to remember. The man gave a nervous laugh. Ah, well, that is because you have never actually asked, sir. Bjorn narrowed his eyes. A rebel, then. The man panicked, sweat pouring down his temples. No, sir, I am Jinkasser Felzan. Bjorn tilted his head, feigning curiosity. Jane, huh? The man froze for half a second before answering hastily, why yes, sir. Bjorn grinned and placed a large hand on the man's bald head. Jing, from now on, when you talk to me, make sure to add the word, bot, at the end of every sentence. The man shuddered but nodded quickly. Why yes, bot. Satisfied, Bjorn turned away with a grin. Good. Let us take a walk. The man clasped his hands together nervously, his voice trembling. Why yes, bot. From atop the fortress wall, Bjorn gazed down at the vast district below. Jinkasser hesitated before whispering, Bot, this area belongs to the Eastern Alliance. If they find out I am here, it could get troublesome. Bjorn shot him an irritated look. Are you arguing with me? No, not at all, Bot, the man stammered. Bjorn rubbed his chin, his eyes scanning the distant watchtowers. Jing, why do you think those guards up there are staring this way instead of watching the outer perimeter? Jinkasser hesitated. Maybe. They're just keeping an eye out to make sure no one's trying to sneak out, right, Bot? Bjorn suddenly turned, glaring fiercely. Jing flinched and threw his hands over his face. Am I wrong, Bot? Bjorn eased his expression, his tone shifting to something more contemplative. Actually, I used to think the same thing. Everyone does, really. He stared out across the hazy horizon. But the truth is, Bifron is a land where countless magic formations have long since collapsed. The poisonous miasma left behind by the Witch of Destruction, the one who nearly annihilated the world, still seeps into this place, little by little. Bjorn studied the murky air rising from the streets below. In other words, everyone exiled here is slowly dying. They are being poisoned by that ancient witch's curse, just like exposure to radiation killing them inch by inch. He pondered for a moment. Still, in true fantasy fashion, there is something peculiar about it. Before the age of 15, the poison does not take effect. After that, it starts accumulating the longer you stay exposed. Leave the walls, and you will be dead in less than a day. Bjorn tossed a pill into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Since I am only temporarily exiled, Moslin gave me an antidote. 1 pill a day keeps me alive. His eyes followed the patrolling soldiers again. They are probably no different from the others, he thought. Which brings us back to the point: everyone living here is either an exile or a descendant of one. Bjorn could not help but wonder what was the point of wasting antidotes just to keep these people imprisoned here. If he were the ruler of this place, he would have let them all wander out and die in the wasteland instead. A gnawing suspicion began to stir inside him. Something about this whole situation did not add up. His instincts, those same instincts that had once led him to uncover countless hidden secrets in the depths of dungeons, were telling him that something was off. At that moment, Jingjing suddenly spoke up in alarm. "Bot, it is the Eastern Alliance. Looks like they heard we were spotted here, so they have come looking." Bjorn remained calm. "That's so," he said flatly. The man shot him a worried glance, waiting for orders. "Sir, I think they have not noticed us yet. What should we do?" Bjorn clenched his fist and asked in a provocatively calm tone, "So, should I go ahead and beat them up?" The bald man broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "And no, that is not what I meant. There is no need for you to go that far, Bot." Bjorn sighed and gave a reluctant order. "Fine. We will head back. Do not make a scene. The less contact we have with them, the better." But then, something in the distance caught his eye and his expression froze. Her. Amelia Rainwiles, damn it, what the hell is she doing here? He frowned, thoughts spinning rapidly. Counting today, this makes the 4th time I have run into her. Guess fate's got a sense of humor. Jingjing noticed Bjorn's displeased face and immediately sensed trouble brewing. Bjorn thought back to their previous encounters, all the chaos and headaches that seemed to follow whenever she appeared. "Maybe it is time I rethink how I deal with her," he mused. "Up until now, I have just been avoiding her to stay clear of trouble. But Amelia Rainwiles. Somehow we have gotten familiar enough to know each other's names. Which means, running from her won't solve anything anymore." Bjorn lowered into a fighting stance, stretching his shoulders. Jingjing crouched beside him, watching nervously. Bjorn gave him a sharp warning. "If you can't keep up, you are dead." "Why yes, Bot," the man squeaked. Without another word, Bjorn activated one of his skills. A surge of power rippled through the ground as he leapt high into the air, the impact sending dust and gravel flying. Jingjing flinched and shielded his face from the debris. Skill activated, leap. Bjorn stomped down hard, propelling himself toward the ground below, landing directly in front of Amelia. She blinked in shock. "You? Who or wait?" Recognition dawned on her face. "Madman, what are you doing here?" The soldiers around them stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sudden reunion. Bjorn, unfazed, replied coolly, "Funny, I was about to ask you the same thing." His gaze swept over her, analyzing every detail, his curiosity deepening. "Why the hell is she in a place like this?" he thought. "Now I am really curious, just what kind of person are you?" Amelia Rainwiles. Meanwhile, far away, Erwin suddenly shivered as an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Misha's face darkened. "What is this uneasy feeling?" she wondered. Karen looked at her with a puzzled expression, clearly sensing something was wrong. Amelia's eyes widened the moment she saw the man who had suddenly appeared. "Madman, why are you here?" Bjorn Yandel didn't look pleased. "I should be the one asking you that," he shot back, emphasizing each word. "Why, exactly, are you here?" Hearing that, the bald woman snapped her head around, glaring at Amelia. "You know that lunatic?" she barked. "Shut up," Amelia snapped right back. Then she turned on Bjorn Yandel. "Aren't you supposed to have someone with you right now? They said if I killed this person tonight, they would help me with my business. Where is he?" Bjorn frowned. "Complainy one, can you explain what you're talking about?" "No," Amelia cut him off instantly. "It has nothing to do with you." Her attitude made Bjorn grind his teeth. She was being overly cautious, annoyingly so. "Have you considered the possibility that I might actually help you?" he asked. She stared at him, suspicious. "Really? I didn't expect that from you. Or are you pretending to help so you can stab me in the back?" The comment successfully provoked him. "A surprise attack? How cowardly. I don't do that kind of pathetic nonsense." He said it with conviction, mostly because, in truth, back in the sewer he had thrown away his weapon without hesitation. But since his memory had been wiped at the time, Emilia believed he had done it for some noble reason. From her perspective, that version of him had indeed acted honorably. Naturally, mere words weren't enough to earn Emilia's trust. She scoffed. Ridiculous. Then she sighed. Fine, let's move to another spot first. All right. Right at that moment, someone came running toward them. Boss. The old man was panting hard. Boss, Bjorn cut him off before he could finish. Yeah, go have fun with your friends. And don't start any fights. The old man blinked, bewildered. But Bjorn was already gone, his figure vanishing mid-air as he activated a movement skill. He leapt away, leaving the old man alone to face the danger lurking nearby. A mocking voice echoed in front of the old man. Well, look who wandered into our territory. Hope you're ready. The old man cursed under his breath. Damn it. Soon after, screams filled the area. Stop right there, you cowardly rats. Up on the rooftop, Emilia watched without much interest. You call him your subordinate, but is it really okay to leave him like that? She asked. Bjorn, unfazed, replied calmly. Adults interfering with kids' squabbles would just make things awkward. Instead of responding to that, Emilia abruptly asked something completely unrelated. You're about 20 now, right? Bjorn stared at her, expression saying you already know the answer. So why ask? Then he asked, anyway, Emilia Reinwiles, what exactly are you doing in Bifron? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she shot the question back at him. You go first. Bjorn sighed, resigned, and told the truth. I used my powers inside the city. Got caught. Thought it would just be a fine. But nope, they captured me. I've been stuck here for 20 days. Today's only day 3. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, as for that subordinate I mentioned, he tried to mug me. So I beat him half to death and took his badge. After listening, she let out a weary sigh. You really do live however you want, don't you? Bjorn felt a flicker of confusion. What's this? Her tone didn't sound sarcastic, which only made him more uncertain. He pushed back. My turn to ask. What are you doing here? Since he'd answered her earlier, Emilia returned the courtesy. I'm looking for an adventurer. He might be somewhere in this place. In exchange for their help, I agreed to take care of something for them. I see, Bjorn murmured. And with that, the knot in his mind loosened. So that's it. I was wondering why she was traveling with that weak bunch. She was probably trying to move quietly without drawing attention. Something related to Noark. Huh? Fine by me. I should be cautious anyway. Seeing him lost in thought, Emilia added, just so you know, I have no intention of breaking my promise. Promise? Bjorn echoed, puzzled. Emilia hesitated. I didn't expect to run into you here. That jogged his memory. Oh, that promise. He recalled their previous encounter. If possible, that'd be ideal. If she promises not to come looking for me anymore. I wasn't the one looking for you. Emilia clarified, but if you want me to promise, then, fine, I can do that. He hadn't expected her to bring up that day so abruptly. Is she obsessed with promises or something? Thinking that, Bjorn chuckled. Relax, I don't think you broke your word. She let out a small breath of relief. Good. Then he added, in that case, all the better. If that's all, then we have no reason to fight. Emilia blinked. You mean, you're handing that subordinate over to me? Realizing she'd misunderstood, Bjorn corrected her. No, nothing like that. You need someone to boss around, right? I'll lend you one of mine. As repayment, Emilia offered some information. Rumor has it that the Western Alliance is the weakest faction here. He shrugged. Is that so? She watched him quietly for a moment before noticing the self-satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. Bjorn declared with absolute confidence. Don't worry about trivial things. Starting today, the East is mine as well. In the end, A subordinate is a subordinate. Doesn't matter where they're from. Blank. Underscore. Blank. 5 hours later, Berfin Spatial Plaza. Bjorn Yandel stood alone atop the ramparts, feet planted firmly, shouting at the top of his lungs. Because at this moment, he had officially become the first boss of the Viola Alliance, the newly united faction formed from both West and East. Below the wall, the crowd roared. Veal, Veal. Some onlookers whispered, confused, what's that? Who are those guys? Bjorn watched them from above, thinking, as you can see, they still need a lot of discipline, especially since some people clearly weren't happy about the sudden unification. What the hell is Viola? What kind of dumb name is that? Bjorn sighed internally. Whatever, as long as it works for now. He pointed at someone at random. Hey, you, what's your name again? The bald man stuttered. I already told you earlier. Bjorn glared, thinking of rebelling? The man shook so hard his knees nearly buckled. Philip Laser, please spare me. Good, Bjorn said decisively. From now on, I'll call you Tapa Olho. Forget the rest. Philip froze. Huh? Bjorn raised an eyebrow. Huh what? Tapa Olho. And you're supposed to say, yes, boss. The man scrambled to correct himself. Why yes, boss. Bjorn Yandel, now in a considerably better mood, gave a brief nod of approval. Good. Then he moved straight to business. The founding ceremony is over. Time for my first order. Philip Laser blinked in confusion. Founding ceremony? When did that? The old man beside him hurried to flatter. Please go ahead, boss. Anything you say. Bjorn's voice dropped cold. Check the backs of every man in Berfin. Both men jolted. Check their backs? Why? Don't tell me. Yes, Bjorn confirmed flatly. Bring me anyone who has a tattoo on his back. Understood? Oh, and exclude anyone under 15. The two exchanged baffled looks. Boss, you into guys with tattoos or something? Bjorn's expression darkened instantly. Into? What the hell are you idiots talking about? Their idiotic speculation earned them a sound beating. And after pounding some sense into them, Bjorn added sharply, and make damn sure no one disobeys my orders. He needed to find the tattooed ones for a reason, because the person Emilia was looking for might be one of them. Honestly, the reason I'm going so far with this is, I want to know exactly who she's after. The name she'd given was Oriel Gabus. Created by Oriel Gabus, author of the Grand Chronicle series and the creator of the game Dungeon Stony. Did she even know that? Which led to something absurd. The person who wrote the Grand Chronicle more than 150 years ago might still be alive. In this world, that wasn't impossible. There were dragonkin who lived for centuries. Bjorn felt his determination solidify. If he really is alive, if I can find him, meet him. A fragile but unmistakable spark of hope stirred in his chest. There might be a way back. A real way. For the first time, an actual clue, however faint, appeared right in front of me. He remembered asking her back then. And what about you? Why are you looking for him? Emilia had only replied coolly. Personal reasons. Personal reasons. Huh. Bjorn knew she wasn't lying. Emilia never danced around her words. But it didn't matter for now. What mattered was that if that man was truly in Berfin, Bjorn would find him. I have so many things I need to ask. But things didn't go as he'd hoped. Time dragged on. Day 6. Then day 7. They kept waiting, stretching their patience thin. By day 8, Bjorn found himself slowly letting go of the hope that Oriel Gabus would appear. Saying he wasn't disappointed would have been a lie, yet he had gained a few things along the way. Then Emilia made a proposal that blindsided him. What, you're planning to leave Berfin? How are you going to do that? Still wearing her signature apathetic look, she answered, there's a hidden passage under the sewers. Bjorn leaned forward, suddenly alert. A passage? Can you tell me where it is? Seeing Amelia hesitate, Bjorn Yandel egged her on. Why are you hesitating? Did I ask you for something that huge or what? She let out a tired sigh. Fine, I'll tell you. He felt a spark of excitement. Maybe he'd finally learned something useful. He wasn't sure how much time passed after that, but during that span, he ended up talking with Amelia Reinwiles quite a bit. To his surprise, she didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, she was rather willing to answer whatever he asked. Amelia eventually opened up and admitted, I don't eat anything that contains wheat. I don't know why, but it makes my skin itch. At that moment, Bjorn Yandel finally understood. No wonder she'd left the bread behind the other day. And no wonder she'd said her hobby was reading instead of eating anything served to her. He still had a few things on his mind, though. So, that lunatic you mentioned owing a debt to, who was that? What happened? She brushed it off immediately. You don't need to know about that. Bjorn tried pleading, come on. But then he suddenly blurted out, wait, if it got you flustered like that, he must have been some kind of legendary warrior, right? I'm just curious. Amelia grew awkward. Why are you reacting like that? She finally confessed honestly. Fine, if I have to spell it out, he's somewhat similar to you. Bjorn blinked. Yes, she continued, because he was a lunatic too. Bjorn cleared his throat and changed the subject. Well, that's not really important. What I want to know is, why were you going around robbing people? Honestly, it doesn't suit you at all. He had noticed something. Ever since they started traveling together, he'd run into more bandits than usual, and he had gradually come to understand that Amelia wasn't the type to kill for money. Amelia grew irritated. Ridiculous. What do you even know about me? Bjorn scoffed. I don't, but with your skill level, you don't need to rob anyone to make money. She snapped. Normally, I don't do that. He pressed again. Then what about that time? Amelia answered. They committed crimes. They deserved to die. Bjorn tilted his head. So it was personal revenge? She was being pushed too far and began losing patience. Yes, clearly you still don't understand what I'm saying. Bjorn tried to soften his tone. Anyway, we'll be parting ways in a few days. There are things only an outsider can point out. It's not that serious. Amelia stood up. It's late. I'm leaving. Seeing her walk away, Bjorn called out after her. Same time tomorrow? Amelia smiled faintly. Maybe. That smile stunned him. What was that? That was the first time he'd ever seen her smile. Another silent, pitch-black night slipped by. At 11:57 p.m., Bjorn Yandel was still wide awake. It had been a long time since the community system last opened. While he slept, unaware, the system displayed a new notification. The spirit of a resonating character is being transferred to another world. All users must connect today. By now, everyone had probably connected, or so Elfnunna guessed as he closed his tired eyes. Sinking into thought, suddenly, the system's chime echoed in his ears. Your resonating character is guiding you to a specific world. A place at once strange and familiar. Elfnunna jolted awake, staring blankly at his surroundings. As always, the moment he entered the portal, he immediately went to look for Beko. But this time, something completely unexpected awaited him. Standing right in front of him was Elfnunna, waving casually as if greeting an old friend. The man smiled brightly and asked, You're the compatriot Beko mentioned, aren't you? Elfnunna froze, stunned. That face, wasn't this the person from last time? Elfnunna, the very man who had sold information about the dimensional collapse incident, that man, was here. Standing in this room in place of Beko. It made no sense. Bewildered, Elfnunna wondered, where on earth is Lee Beko? What happened? What's going on? Elfnunna squinted slightly, as if trying to confirm something. You're the one I saw before, right? Elf Nunna rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and gave a half-hearted smile. Yeah, looks like we're meeting again. There were countless things he wanted to ask, but something about the atmosphere felt off, so he forced himself to speak first. Then, out of nowhere, Elf Nunna scratched his cheek and said, awkward and abrupt, I guess, I owe you an apology. Elf Nunna blinked in confusion. What do you mean? The man explained briefly. Feels like I stole the compatriot you worked so hard to meet. Elf Nunna hesitated for a few seconds before asking, You're talking about Beko? Elf Nunna nodded earnestly. Yes, I know better than anyone how difficult it is to meet someone from your world here. But their conversation was sliding in different directions, and before the man could continue, Elf Nunna cut him off, flustered. No, that's not it. Trying to get a clearer answer, he pressed. I'm not following. Stole him? What do you mean? Elf Nunna finally caught on, gesturing slowly with his hands. He explained, like I said, from now on, even if you come here, you won't be able to meet Beko again. Elf Nunna froze, unable to process the words. You mean? Before he could even finish the sentence, the man lifted his glasses and elaborated. I let things be because I thought he might become a key someday. But unfortunately, Beko made a grave mistake. Hearing that, Elf Nunna's mind grew even foggier. Elf Nunna continued speaking in one long breath. I'm telling you this so you won't waste your time waiting. Then his figure began to fade. Panicking, Elf Nunna reached out. Wait, hold on a second. But Elf Nunna only waved lightly. That's all. I hope you have a pleasant time. And he vanished, leaving Elf Nunna with all his questions unanswered. Frustrated, he muttered under his breath. Great, just great. What the hell is going on? First of all, this guy was clearly the manager of this place, and not just any manager, but one with considerable authority. He had blocked access to the entire community from the start. Thinking about that, Elf Nunna walked toward the nearby desk. Then something struck him, and his heart lurched. Wait. He recalled his conversation with Lee Beko, how he had sat across from him. Speaking in a low, serious tone, do you know who the operator here is? Beko had waved his arms around enthusiastically, being as honest as ever. I have a few guesses. 3 people, actually. Every one of them had been a famous mage, names so well known that no one in the city wouldn't recognize them. Thinking back now, that elf, that guy, knew the inner workings of all the magical schools within the tower. Maybe it was just his imagination, but if his suspicion was correct. A tangle of chaotic information spun endlessly in Elf Nunna's head as he stood there, lost deep in thought. The more he thought about it, the more tangled his mind became. His whole body grew tense, sweat forming along his hairline. His thin lips pressed together without him realizing, and all he could do was silently groan in helpless frustration. This is insane. His eyes drifted toward the notification inbox on the computer screen, and a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Maybe I actually just met the GM, the game master. He forced himself to calm down. One careless slip and he could expose his identity. With that reminder echoing in his head, he clicked into the delete mail folder. The system immediately generated its flat, mechanical prompt. Delete post. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. No. Elf Nunna repeated the warning to himself. From now on, just read. Don't post anything. Then he clicked delete all. At 3:03 a.m., Elf Nunna, using the persona of the lion, strode into an opulent room with deliberate dignity. Inwardly, he was already strategizing. This time, he had decided not to enter late on purpose. After what had happened, he figured he could gather useful information even from the idle chatter before the meeting officially began. Lost in thought, his steps unconsciously slowed. A vague concern crossed his mind. Everyone should be here this time, right? The moment he stepped into the main hall, Clown was the first to notice him and cheerfully called out, "Hey, Lion, you're early today." Only then did the other three turn toward him. Seeing that nearly everyone had already arrived, Elf Nunna felt a wave of relief wash over him. Good, at least I won't walk away empty-handed tonight. He pulled out his chair and was about to sit when Fox, seated next to him, hesitated and spoke up. The elf hasn't shown up yet today." Deer snorted at that, immediately jumping in with a mocking tone. "What, did he die? I heard the Night Order took some heavy losses this time." Not done, he launched into a long, dramatic rant. "Honestly, it's a miracle I even made it back alive. If there's a hell, that place was probably it." Fox shot him a look and couldn't help retorting, "So even you struggled, huh?" "Of course I did," Deer replied. "The casualties were awful. Who would have thought Noark had that kind of combat strength?" Clown finally joined the conversation, chuckling as he teased, "Charged in all flashy and got torn to pieces. Right?" Fox glared at him. "You're talking like it was someone else's problem." Clown. Unbothered, Clown shrugged. "It was someone else's problem. A few people died. What does that have to do with me?" "Right, Lion?" Whether intentionally or not, he dragged Elf Nunna into it. Elf Nunna nodded along half-heartedly, offering a token agreement. "Yeah, doesn't concern me." On the surface, he looked completely calm, but inside, the opposite was true. His stomach dropped. A chilling thought flickered in his mind. So it really was a brutal fight. The elf might actually be dead. Under the guise of casual chatter, bits of valuable information kept slipping out, about Noark's dark mages, about Gurui's priests, about the near destruction of several major clans. It wasn't enough to present at a formal meeting, but it was still rare intel. Elf Nunna felt downright elated. Coming early really was the right call, he thought with satisfaction. Then, suddenly, Clown waved enthusiastically. "Oh, hey, Elf." Deer chimed in right after. "Still alive, huh?" The elf pulled out his chair and sat down with a half-hearted reply. "Yeah, guess the gods were feeling generous." Clown couldn't resist poking at him. "Gods? Please, I don't even have to look to know you ran and hid like a proper little elf." "Didn't you?" Annoyed, the elf snapped back. "I did not. Why do you keep sticking your nose into my business?" "Clown?" Clown didn't even hesitate. "Because you look like the easiest one to bully." The elf opened his mouth to argue but couldn't win, so he just swallowed his frustration and sulked. Elf Nunna, who had been silent all this time, kept staring at the elf across from him, evaluating him inwardly. Look at him, terrified. Well, of course he is. Sensing the gaze, the elf stiffened, an uncomfortable chill running down his spine. Why is he staring at me like that? I'm already exposed as an elf, and a knight at that. How can I openly pick a fight with someone as obviously strong as a clown? Once everyone had arrived, the door closed on its own. Crescent Moon immediately cut to the point. "Let's begin. Lion, your promise about the resurrection stone still stands, right?" "Of course," Elf Nunna answered curtly. Clown dropped his joking demeanor and nodded approvingly at Crescent Moon. "Crescent, you look pretty confident this time." Crescent Moon shook his head. "Just desperate. So, who's going first?" Silence fell. The others shifted awkwardly, glancing at one another, but no one volunteered. And so, the game of who will start first began, until the door suddenly opened. Everyone froze. Deer and Fox, Clown and the elf. All of them turned sharply toward the door. Alert. Crescent Moon fell silent as well, whipping his head around. In that brief moment, something unprecedented happened. The door, which had already sealed itself shut, swung open once more, and someone walked in. Firm, steady footsteps echoed through the room as a middle-aged man entered, exuding the composed aura of someone fully in control. He looked around and remarked casually, This place really hasn't changed at all. Elf Nunna followed the voice and turned. Confused. Who is that? Judging by everyone's reaction, I'm not the only one surprised. After a heartbeat of stunned silence, Fox suddenly shouted, Master! Elf Nunna immediately seized on the implication. Master? Wait, if that's the case. Fox pressed on, louder than before. There's a mask I've never seen before. Master blinked and asked her flatly. And who are you? At that, Elf Nunna's stomach dropped. He's the creator of this room. Oh hell. Fox looked between the two of them, baffled. Huh? Isn't he someone Master invited? I remember clearly that Lion even said so himself. Elf Nunna didn't move, didn't speak. He only protested silently in his mind. I never said that. I just avoided answering so people would assume it. Master stroked his beard, confused. Oh, did I invite him? Fox panicked even more. If Master didn't invite him, then how did Lion get into this room? The elf was flustered, but he tried to offer a hypothesis. Maybe the Lion used an invitation code he received a long time ago, so long ago that even Master forgot about it. Clown rolled his eyes at him, half scolding, half explaining. That's ridiculous. Don't you know invitation codes expire after a month? Dear, still a bit dreamy and confused, asked, then how did he get in? Did he hack the code or something? No one had an answer. Fox turned sharply to Elf Nunna, raising her voice. How could this happen? Why did Lion lie to me about knowing Master? Elf Nunna's mind spun. He thought, I'd be lying if I said I'm not flustered by this unexpected situation. But in the end, he decided to play it cool and responded succinctly. I didn't lie. He also reminded himself inwardly to keep pushing forward boldly. After all, being thick-skinned was just part of being Lion. Fox, still bewildered in the middle of the mess, asked again, what do you mean you didn't lie? Elf Nunna glared at her openly. Exactly as I said. Are your ears broken? Fox flinched, panicked. Huh? No, that's not what I meant. Master remained silent, standing in place, quietly trying to piece together clues from the ongoing conversation. Dear, now calmer and more composed, addressed Elf Nunna seriously. Lion, we're only curious. Please explain this clearly. At that, Master raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop, then spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Now I understand. I know who you are. Elf Nunna's heart raced as he snapped his gaze toward the man, worry bubbling up. Really? Master waved his hand, speaking with calm authority. I thought you were someone from the Tiger faction. No, he clarified. I mean, a military person. He paused slightly, thinking to himself. A long-forgotten piece of the puzzle suddenly popped into Elf Nunna's mind. Sergeant Lee. Master continued, pulling the truth from Elf Nunna without leaving room for denial. Pretending otherwise is useless. The only person I ever gave a code without expiration was you. Elf Nunna realized that Master still hadn't fully recognized his true identity. This should count as lucky, he thought, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. From Master's perspective, it was an entirely natural misunderstanding. After all, it was the code Lee Becko had given him, and he was wearing a mask on top of it. There was no way Master could have guessed that he wasn't actually Lee Becko. That was true. Back in Lee Becko's room, Elf Nunna had found a bunch of strange masks and had casually taken one to impersonate him here. Master laughed lightly, still in good spirits. Well, I have to admit, this is surprising. Sure, I suggested it first, so I shouldn't complain, but what have you gained by coming here anyway? Clown, somewhat displeased, quipped back. Not allowed? Isn't Master just treating us like kids? Master didn't want to argue and diffused it with a quick apology. If I've offended you, I'm sorry, but it's only because he's such an amazing friend. Crescent Moon banged her hand lightly on the table, a little irritated, but still responded flatly. I see, so that's how it is. Deer added dryly, I didn't expect it would go that far. Fox, unable to hide her shock, exclaimed, oh my god. Elf Nunna stayed silent, observing the situation, a small sense of relief stirring in his chest. These reactions, aren't they advantageous for me? If this continues, he thought, then if I get caught, I can just say I'm a friend of Lee Becco. They'll think, bird of a feather, code of a code, and consider me on equal footing. The image played automatically in his mind, and he steadied himself, trying to calm down, but couldn't quite believe it. So there's really no risk? Is that even possible? Despite this, tension still knotted his shoulders. His imaginative mind began spinning out thousands of worst-case scenarios. Think carefully. What if Master refuses to accept someone impersonating another? In that moment, the system would announce a permanent ban from the chat room. He might even be permanently barred for deceiving him. Thinking it over again, Elf Nunna tried to soothe himself. Losing access to a high-level information source would be a shame. Yes, but not a catastrophic loss. Finally, breaking through the swirl of hesitation and tangled thoughts, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, silently making a decision. All right, time to go all in. I already have the lead. But his mind drifted back to the earlier conversation between the two of them. It seems that Master still doesn't know that Lee Becco can only stay in this community for 1 hour. They're not close, which means pretending to be Lee Becco is entirely plausible. After running through 7,490 thoughts, figuratively, of course, Elf Nunna decisively slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly. The sudden movement left Master momentarily bewildered, caught off guard. Elf Nunna turned to him and asked bluntly, his voice low, all right, what should I call you here? Master didn't understand immediately, letting out a slight, huh? Elf Nunna didn't repeat himself. Instead, he proposed directly, I can't address you in the usual way, right? Master immediately caught on and relaxed. Why not? Call me old man, like last time, and drop that weirdly formal honorific style. Elf Nunna complied, letting the words slip out. All right then, old man. Internally, he speculated with mild suspicion, thinking so it seems our relationship is, essentially non-existent. Or maybe there's a faint sharpness in it. He continued coldly, arrogantly, quite the strange preference, intending to maintain dignity. But you refuse it. Master seemed quite pleased with this attitude, nodding in approval, then decisively stated, exactly, that's more like you. Anyway, let's end this here. It's been a long time since we met, but I don't have time to linger. Fox, looking confused, piped up, excuse me, you don't have time? Master didn't clarify for them, merely replying vaguely, for certain reasons, my time here is limited. The details cannot be disclosed. She pressed on, then, will you come again? Master patiently addressed each naive question from Fox. I will return in about a year. If something needs reporting before then, I could come sooner. Clown, now more alert, asked curiously, so, today you came because of something urgent to report, right, Master? Everyone else leaned forward as well. Curious, Deer and Fox, Crescent Moon, even Elf Nunna, all staring at him expectantly. Master complimented Clown, quick thinking, just as you said, truly observant. He then cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone as he addressed them all. Now, don't be too surprised. Listen carefully. He laughed heartily, waving his hands and gesturing expressively as he announced to everyone, within the next 2 years, a spell will be created that can connect up to 6 people. This means the number of keys capable of opening the abyss door will increase to 6. As soon as he finished speaking, he broke into another boisterous laugh. Clown and Fox exchanged a stunned, silent look. Deer and Fox heaved long, exasperated sighs at each other. Crescent Moon turned away in helpless frustration, refusing to look at anyone. noticing their lack of attention and realizing he might as well go live on a mountain with monkeys. Master hurriedly babbled, "Why do all your faces look like that? Why are you all so stiff? I thought you'd be much more surprised. It feels like I've been the only one speaking this whole time." Elf Nunna sank back into his chair. Interrupting Master's rambling, he let out an exasperated sigh, then addressed the others seriously. "All right, let's start the meeting." Fox, noticing Elf Nunna's piercing gaze directed at him, hesitantly pointed to himself and asked, "So, should I go first?" Elf Nunna, inwardly annoyed, cursed under his breath, finally speaking, "You damn old man?" Someone spoke up, curious, "Has the clown already told that story?" Clown, still smiling, replied, "Ah, so that's how it is." The silver-haired elder immediately protested, "Still, that's rather unexpected, a person like you, Clown, talking about something like that. Could it be that you've finally started empathizing with the people here?" Hearing this, Clown suddenly became agitated and shouted, "No way, I was just curious about someone's reaction. That's all." The silver-haired elder stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. Bjorn Yandel frowned in irritation, thinking, "Don't stare at me like that. What the hell is he trying to say?" Suddenly, a gloved hand trembled as it rose. "Look," someone said. The elder lifted his hands to examine them, then remarked, "It's almost time to leave." Fox, startled, exclaimed, "Master." Suddenly, the silver-haired elder strode over to the table where Bjorn Yandel was sitting and slammed it forcefully, leaving him thoroughly alarmed. "What now?" The elder said nothing, simply staring at Bjorn Yandel for a long moment. Growing impatient with the elder's behavior, Bjorn Yandel finally spoke, "Hey, old man, do you want to say something before you go?" Though inwardly, he thought the opposite. Say nothing. Just leave quickly. Then a voice rang in his mind, making him jump. It wasn't the old man, it was the ancient, decrepit voice of the elder himself. He froze, utterly bewildered. "What? That voice, inside my head?" The voice echoed repeatedly in Bjorn Yandel's mind, making him squint in discomfort. "Damn brat, he always calls me that." Bjorn realized, so he recognized me from the very beginning. No wonder everything seemed too easy. The silver-haired elder sneered, then continued, "Your reactions were so natural that it left me puzzled even now. It seems, you truly aren't that kid." Then he stood upright and gradually faded away. "Don't worry, whatever you're doing here, I have no reason to interfere." Immediately, the elder disappeared, but his voice still echoed, "We will discuss your identity later. When we meet again, farewell for now." Bjorn Yandel clenched his fists against the chair in anger. He fumed silently, thinking, "This whole world, there isn't a single bastard who's easy to deal with." A dazzling white crystal appeared on the table. Rumors soon spread about Master's appearance. Clown spoke up, "I think his disappearance for a year has something to do with the GM. The Game Master." Crescent Moon added, "Actually, the way he disappeared feels more like he was expelled." Deer then spoke his thoughts aloud. "But if Master really was punished by the GM, how could he have returned here?" Clown seemed to agree. "He's a mysterious one. Perhaps he's found some magical solution to this problem." The elf then turned and loudly asked, "So you're saying Master might be a mage even stronger than the GM?" Fox folded her hands, curious. "Excuse me, Mr. Lion, do you happen to know anything?" Bjorn Yandel hummed, "Maybe, I can't be certain about anything. But..." He clasped his hands thoughtfully, muttering, "Not knowing doesn't suit a military investigator at all." Then he added with a dangerous tone, "I might have a few conjectures." Fox's eyes widened, and she blurted out, "Really? Please, tell us, what exactly happened to Master?" Someone intervened, "Enough already." Clown also warned, "Lady Fox, remember to follow the rules of a military investigator." Crescent Moon nodded, clearly thinking she had gained an ally. From now on, Fox would be facing some tough days ahead. Bjorn Yandel smiled inwardly. Excellent, the fox has been neutralized. Only the deer and the elf remain. Then he asked, a bit tiredly, we've been talking far too much already, haven't we? At that moment, the door to the room slowly creaked open. Then it slammed shut with a loud bang. Someone spoke to begin the session. Yes, it's time to start the meeting, the Round Table Supervisor's first session. The elf glanced around and said, the Tower of Magic is trying to break Noark's protective barrier. They've discovered that divine power is extremely effective in doing so. Bjorn Yandel sat silently, observing, then thought deeply. Raven estimates that the research will take around 2 years. He listened intently as the goal was explained, to complete the research within 6 years. Deer spoke seriously. The royal family has crafted a numbered magical artifact that cannot be counterfeited. They've been secretly preparing it for some time, and next week they will begin distributing it to veteran explorers. Fox continued, next week? Then sooner or later, everyone will find out about it. Deer added knowingly, in that case, there's one more thing. The royal family intends to impose strict penalties on guilds that suspended their expeditions out of fear. Fox exhaled, relieved. Bjorn Yandel frowned, noticing how relaxed she seemed. He then wondered quietly to himself, this fox, she must belong to some guild. Definitely not an ordinary explorer. Could she be the guild master? Fox quickly took the floor again. Now it's my turn. The major guilds are forming alliances and preparing a large-scale boycott of the labyrinth. Deer asked, concerned, to that extent? She continued, there's been resentment since the last expedition, and recent incidents have only poured fuel on the fire. Crescent Moon spoke up, Bjorn Yandel, right? Bjorn Yandel's eyes widened in shock. Why is my name being mentioned here? Someone confirmed and explained. Yes, instead of paying a fine, an upright explorer was expelled to Bifron. Most guilds considered this a warning. Bjorn Yandel felt powerless. That's how it is. He continued to sit quietly, listening. The public sentiment was turning increasingly negative. If they hesitated any further, sooner or later, people would even start talking about forced action. The moment his name was mentioned, his hands trembled and his mouth went dry. Luckily, no one seemed to notice. Sweat soaked his body, and he felt as if his heart might leap right out of his chest. Crescent Moon turned to Clown and said, all right, next is, you may speak now. Clown raised a hand and replied, if that's what you want. Clown immediately continued, presenting his account. To be honest, this isn't exactly the sort of topic that would excite a military investigator. But, before the siege, some individuals were sent from Noark, though it seems they were intended to assassinate a particular veteran explorer. Someone interjected, assassinate? Do you know who the target was? Clown responded, I don't know the details to that extent. Bjorn Yandel couldn't help but think, interesting. Hearing Clown, he immediately suspected that one of those sent might have been Amelia. So the target could have been Oriel Gabus. He recalled what Amelia had said, that it was a personal matter, but Bjorn pushed the thought aside for now. He would consider it later. For the moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Crescent Moon spoke up, now it's my turn. He adopted a serious tone. Do you remember when I mentioned the traces left by the relic thief? Fox responded quickly, of course, while the elf, curious, asked, the relic thief? Clown gestured to the elf to remain silent. Fox pressed on, so, does this also involve the primordial artifacts? Crescent Moon confirmed firmly, yes, the primordial artifacts no longer exist. A stunned voice yelled, and the room fell into silence. What do you mean? The elf panicked, clutching his head. That's impossible. How could they just disappear? Clown laughed calmly. Shocking, isn't it? Fox's face was pale, and she stammered, I don't understand. How could this happen? Another voice exclaimed in horror. Have they been destroyed? Crescent Moon spoke tensely. At the very least, that is the conclusion we have reached. The elf shouted, still panicked, but these items are supposed to be indestructible. More importantly, without the primordial artifacts, how can we even open the gate to the final level? Deer asked anxiously, can this information be trusted? Surely it's not just your assumption. Suddenly, the crystal on the table emitted a soft blue glow. Clown stroked his chin smugly. I see, it makes sense that the primordial artifacts disappeared. He asked casually, so, is that news interesting enough? The tension in the room was palpable. Bjorn Yandel racked his brain. What am I supposed to do now? Honestly, this information is so shocking I can barely process it. Wait a minute. You just dropped this bomb on me and then ask if it's interesting? Is this how you people satisfy a military investigator? After a moment, Bjorn Yandel waved his hand dismissively. Good question. He calmly offered his perspective. How did you even find out? Very few people would know that the primordial artifacts have disappeared. Everyone present was taken aback by his words. Crescent Moon clenched both fists, trembling, stammering, so that means. He shook visibly and lowered his gaze. So you knew about this all along? Crescent Moon's panic was evident. He shivered uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, a sense of despair, almost tangible, filled the room, affecting every member caught in the revelation. Bjorn Yandel smiled. All right then, since you've done this. He immediately revealed a clue. The resurrection stone can be found on the 9th level. Then, after a pause, he considered thoughtfully. These people deserve at least some sort of reward. Crescent Moon, still trembling, stammered. Why are you being so generous with me? Bjorn Yandel responded calmly. Because I think it'll be more interesting that way. He quietly reflected. And, to be honest, I also feel a little guilty. Crescent Moon lowered his head. You truly are a terrifying person. Bjorn Yandel looked slightly unsettled. What do you mean by that? Crescent Moon continued. It doesn't matter who you are. If it means I could obtain that item, I would willingly give even my soul. Bjorn Yandel, puzzled, asked curiously, your soul? I don't need that. The other replied despondently. Anyway, it seems you already know my circumstances. Bjorn Yandel thought in shock. Wait, what kind of misunderstanding is this? How could I possibly know that? He sat cross-legged, utterly calm, as always. Naturally, he remained silent. In doing so, he usually achieved at least half of what he wanted. Crescent Moon then said, just as I thought, you really do know everything. Bjorn Yandel's patience thinned. Know what the hell? Clown quickly interjected. So now it's the investigator's turn, right? Bjorn Yandel remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. All right, what should I say now? Got it. He suddenly called out. Elf. The elf jumped in surprise. Earlier, Bjorn Yandel continued. You said something rather interesting. The elf flinched as he continued. That old man there might be a mage even stronger than the GM, the one who created this community. The elf nervously raised his hand. Yes, I did say that. Fox, eager to join in, asked, don't tell me this is about Master? Bjorn Yandel shook his head firmly. No. He spoke with serious intent, and Fox lowered her head. Defeated. Let me clarify something more fundamental. This community wasn't created by the GM. More precisely, it was rebuilt from something that existed long before. Everyone exclaimed in unison. What are you talking about? The elf panicked. Wasn't it created by the GM? Clown also expressed surprise. I had no idea. Fox's face revealed worry and confusion. Then, who actually created this community? Bjorn Yandel looked at Crescent Moon and Deer, then reflected thoughtfully. All right, I think I've drawn enough attention. He calmly added, next time, I hope you'll bring something even more interesting. Bjorn Yandel emphasized, one by one, something truly useful. Elf Nunna spoke calmly, remarking that he hoped next time would be a bit more interesting. Even as he said it, he reminded himself that this outcome had been obvious all along. A heavy silence settled over the space, lingering until all 3 rotating rings completed their cycle. Everyone present was left floating in midair. No special information had been revealed, nothing of substance at all. Elf Nunna remained quiet, thinking to himself. The only conclusion he could draw was that the royal faction was holding far more leverage than he had initially anticipated. Judging from this, the blockade of Noark City felt less like a strategic maneuver and more like a final, desperate struggle. He continued to observe carefully. As expected, rumors were never something one could blindly trust. Soon after, Elf Nunna rose to his feet with quiet authority and declared that it seemed there was nothing more to hear for today. At that point, only their group remained at the round table. The silence among them was unsettlingly profound. After a while, Fox let out a tired sigh. With clear unease in her voice, she asked, "Is he angry with us?" Someone else responded dryly, "You're giving us too much credit, Fox. Do you really think we are important enough to make someone like that angry?" Fox hesitated. "Well, I mean..." In her thoughts, Master's image surfaced, along with his words, "Even though it was me who proposed this in the first place, I probably should not say this, but coming here did not benefit you at all." Fox reflected quietly. Even Master said something like that. At that moment, Crescent Moon spoke up. "The lion is someone all of us have heard of at least once. If Master praised him that highly, then he must be a figure of considerable stature." Deer Antler nodded in agreement. "Exactly. After all, he is the one who dismissed that infamous corpse collector as nothing more than a child." The clown burst into laughter. "A child, right? He really did say that." The purple-haired man frowned in confusion. But still. I never expected the one who created this community not to be a GM. How could he possibly know so much?" Deer Antler rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Who knows, maybe he has some sort of connection with a GM." The man asked anxiously, "You mean that GM surrounded by all those rumors?" Deer Antler explained briskly, "Is not that the one who called Master an old man? There must be a whole other world out there that we have no way of knowing about." The purple-haired man nodded slowly. "I see. That makes sense." The clown smirked. "Last time, no matter what I said, you brushed it off as overthinking. And now you are agreeing with everything." The purple-haired man jumped slightly. That was because I did not understand him back then." The clown replied casually, "Either way, it seems your eyes are not just for decoration after all." Deer Antler looked around and asked, "But more importantly, am I the only one who felt it?" The purple-haired man blinked. "Huh, felt what?" Fox also turned toward him. "Did something happen?" Everyone's gaze shifted to the crystal orb resting at the center of the table. Deer Antler spoke carefully. "When Master approached him, I sensed a distinct intent." Someone else chimed in. "Ah, if it is that, then I felt it too." The clown leaned back and voiced his suspicion. "I think Master and the lion were probably using telepathic transmission." Deer Antler nodded without hesitation. "Exactly. That is what I thought as well." All of a sudden, Fox turned in panic, looking from side to side as she raised her voice. Wait a moment. Telepathic transmission." Her expression hardened as she slammed her hand on the table. "That is a skill even Master said was extremely difficult to use." Crescent Moon recalled the scene of Master speaking with Elf Nunna and said, "Either way, it means that before leaving, Master and the lion definitely had a private conversation." Fox frowned and asked, "Even you did not know what they talked about?" "Clown, The clown looked genuinely confused. Of course not. How would I? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Still, it is not like we gained nothing. Someone quickly asked, gained what? The clown hesitated. Well, that is. Suddenly, he stood up sharply, his tone serious. I could not sense any intent from the lion. Not even the slightest trace. Fox sighed helplessly. Please, can you explain that a bit more clearly? The clown immediately raised his voice. Unlike Master, whose intent I can at least faintly perceive when it came to the lion, no matter how intensely I focused, I felt absolutely nothing. Do you really not understand what that implies? Fox's eyes widened as she froze. Wait. Are you saying? Her body trembled. Yes. Could it be? Her thoughts jumped to Elf Nunna and Master. That the lion might be an even more terrifying monster than Master himself. The realization left everyone else stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. Only the purple-haired man spoke calmly. Well, maybe not. Still uneasy, he added, is not it possible that only Master spoke before leaving? If that is the case, then it would make sense for the clown not to sense anything. The moment he finished speaking, 4 pairs of eyes locked onto him at once, making him flinch. Hey. Why are you all staring at me like that? He protested nervously. I was just saying it casually, it is not like I seriously think that is what happened. No one responded. Silence swallowed the room, stretching on for an uncomfortably long time. Above them, a pitch-black sky loomed over a colossal tower. Inside the tower, someone sat in deep thought. So, how will that man move now? By this point, he was probably raging like a madman, desperate to hunt me down and kill me at all costs. Another figure appeared, crimson eyes glowing faintly. Perhaps I should not have provoked a sleeping tiger, he muttered. But he never listens, no matter how many times it is explained. The man in the blue cloak frowned, tension etched across his face. I can't keep yielding forever. That had been his final warning before sealing him away permanently. The one who rejected it had been Sergeant Lee. He sighed inwardly. I do feel a bit guilty. After all, that man seemed to be a fan of him as well. The blue-cloaked man recalled Lee Becko's hurried voice from earlier. Wait, someone's coming to this room. He is Korean. At least let me speak to him one last time. Elf Nunalove had raised a hand calmly and replied, do not worry. I will explain things to him. And then came the furious shout in response. Hey, you bastard. Lee Becko completely lost his composure and grabbed the old man by the collar. I am not going to let this go, he snarled. Someone else, watching coldly from the side, thought to himself that if Becko truly missed his homeland that much, then instead of raging like this, he should have considered cooperation, finding a way for all of them to return together. At that moment, a blue light suddenly flashed inside the small crystal sphere. The man in the blue cloak touched the orb in surprise. Contacting me voluntarily at this hour, his expression hardened. Something must have happened. Spirit Queen, he asked. The orb responded immediately. Yes. I was just about to log off when I detected a strange access log. He frowned. A strange access log. There is indeed a recorded login, the Spirit Queen explained, but it does not show any identity at all. More importantly, the access time was logged at around 3 of the clock. The blue-cloaked man's eyes narrowed as realization struck him. That means someone joined the community midway. That is correct, she replied. That is why I found it extremely suspicious. His thoughts became tangled. Please. Give me a moment to think. He raised both hands and pressed them to his forehead, preparing to activate something. Immediately, a grand composite magic spell woven from layered mental constructs unfolded around him. The man in the blue cloak shut his eyes tightly, the one overseeing the round table. The orb spoke again. The suspicious individual was banned 1 year ago. User nickname 0720. The blue-cloaked man recalled the image of Elf Nunalove. I became aware of his existence a year ago while checking entry logs. What caught my attention was that every guide claimed they had never assisted him with entry. I then attempted to invade his inner consciousness, but his mental barrier was so solid that I could not observe anything in detail. He rubbed his chin with his eyes closed. However, I glimpsed that he was wearing attire native to this world, which raised my suspicions. I ultimately banned him, judging that he was a spy from the royal faction. Sitting down beside the orb, he continued, I remember that the chat room he frequented opened around 3 of the clock. It is possible he is trying to access that room again. So there really is something wrong, he murmured. The orb replied, but did not you conclude that the chat room itself was normal? That is true, he said calmly, but it is a private chat room. I can only inspect it from the outside. He continued, voice low and thoughtful, that room may be their gathering point created specifically to avoid our surveillance. If possible, could the Spirit Queen enter it on my behalf and investigate? A pair of small hands rested against the surface of the orb. That would not be a problem in itself, she said carefully. But even the GM is not allowed to casually interfere with private chat rooms, is not that right? The orb responded, it would take several months. But it is not impossible. She hesitated. Yes. If that is the case, then. The orb suddenly asked, by the way, do you remember a player named Elf Nunna? The Spirit Queen replied, ah, that one. I believe it was about 5 months ago. He would only been around for a few months at the time, but he left a strong impression, so I remember him. Special? The blue-cloaked man asked. Yes, she said. Even his nickname was unusual. More importantly, I could not see any inner space within him at all. That was the first time I would ever encountered someone with such an impossibly dense mental barrier. The man in the blue cloak fell into deep thought. It truly was strange. With that level of mental fortitude, no matter how much of a natural genius someone might be, they should have been at least tier 5. And yet, at that time, invitations had only been sent out to beginners. A flash of violet light crossed his vision along with a sudden realization. Wait. If I expand the time frame back 3 months, could it be Bjorn Yandel? An image surfaced of a man gripping his weapon. A rare bow Soko who had chosen to wield a shield. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Could it really be him? A small, red, circular object emitted multiple beams of light. The explorer to whom I personally sent an invitation. And yet never received a response. The blue-cloaked man adjusted his glasses. Spirit Queen. Investigate the user named Elf Nunna. I want everything, what posts they made, how much GP they possess, and what information they have purchased. Even if you have to restore data that has already been deleted, uncover it all. No matter what. Early morning sunlight streamed through the small window. Get up, Amelia said. She stood directly behind Bjorn Yandel, waiting for him to stir. Bjorn jerked upright. What is it? It is still early in the morning. Early, Amelia snapped irritably. It is already past noon. Bjorn thought to himself that even berserkers were allowed to sleep in once in a while, then asked aloud, so what is going on? I figured I should tell you before I leave, she replied. He blinked in surprise. Leave, you are heading out. Yes, Amelia confirmed, so you can stop the search now. Something about her tone made Bjorn hesitate. That does not sound like she is leaving because she found Oriel Gabus. He leaned forward slightly. Sounds like you have got something you need to take care of. He paused, then asked, will you come back to search again later? If you want, I can leave word with the people here. She shook her head. No need. This method probably won't work anyway. Bjorn stood up fully. I see. Then. See you around. Amelia looked at him in confusion. What do you mean, see you around? He shrugged casually. I do not know why, but I have got a feeling we will meet again." She let out a weary sigh. "You really are a strange one." Bjorn watched as Amelia opened the door and left. "First things first, I should order the search to be called off. And, as the bot, I should probably do my own inspection." At supply station number 5 in Bifron, Bjorn Yandel stood quietly, observing. A long line of people waited to receive relief food distributed by the city each morning, a sight that would have been unthinkable just a few days ago. A blue-haired man spoke up nervously. "As per your orders, we reopened the distribution stations that were monopolized by the alliances. We have also allowed miners to take as much as they need." Bjorn nodded approvingly. "Good work. Keep it up." A blond boy flinched and turned around when he heard Bjorn speak. "Huh." Bjorn stared at him for a moment before recalling something. "Oh. You are the one who brought me together with that clingy girl." The realization hit him a split second later. "Ah, damn it. That just slipped out." Bjorn stepped closer to the boy and spoke in a calmer tone. "So, how have you been lately?" The child trembled violently. "I spend my free time reading books." "At the library you built, Sir Yandel." Bjorn corrected him immediately. "Hey now, I did not build it." Then he reflected inwardly. "All I did was order everyone to move the books into the existing library building, just in case." Bjorn continued, "Come to think of it, did not you say your dream was to become a scholar?" The boy, clearly terrified, nodded as his whole body shook. "Why, yes, sir." Bjorn smiled faintly. "Good. Then keep living like that. If you make money by stabbing people in the back, it messes with your head. And sooner or later, you will lose your life." The boy's eyes went wide with fear. What do you mean?" Bjorn leaned in just enough to unsettle him. Your head. Your head. Without a head, how are you supposed to become a scholar?" "Why yes, yes, sir," the boy blurted out in panic. Bjorn fell silent, lost in thought. "No point dragging this out. I do not feel like becoming a long-winded bo-so-ko." He turned his back. "Let us go." The blue-haired man hurried after him. "Where are you heading now, sir?" "Outside," Bjorn replied curtly. The man froze. What? Outside? That is impossible." Bjorn walked on briskly as he spoke. "Oh, I did not mention it, there is a hidden passage that leads outside." The blue-haired man's face drained of color. "That can't be true." A flash of resentment crossed his mind. "I thought if I just endured a few more days, I would be free." Bjorn laughed softly, as if reading his thoughts. "You were thinking that, were not you?" His smile twisted into something sinister. "If I disappear, the Bifron I worked so hard to upgrade would revert back to its old state." He turned his head slightly, fixing the man with a chilling look as he emphasized each word. "So I am only stepping out for a bit. Did you need anything from me?" A sharp thought struck the blue-haired man. "I can't let that happen." In the depths of the night, soft footsteps echoed lightly across the black stone floor. With each steady, rhythmic sound, a pair of legs gradually came into view, moving at an unhurried pace. Bjorn walked calmly through the tunnel, lost in thought as he went. "So he wants me to buy skewers from that old stall I used to frequent. Even if they are cold, that is fine. Yeah. I can't just trust things so easily, can I? No matter what, an adventurer is still an adventurer." Suddenly, he slipped a hand into his pocket as if searching for something. "This is Laufer. The item that old man gave me before it is finally reacting. Took a full 2 months." Bjorn pulled out a silver talisman. A voice suddenly echoed beside his ear, guiding him calmly, "Tear the talisman. The elders have decided to meet with you before making their decision." He replied aloud while tearing the talisman in half with both hands. "Understood." At the same time, he thought to himself, "That is not the answer I was hoping for. But I am not too worried either." He stared intently at the flow of magic forming before him. Even if they say no, I will make it a yes. That is the mindset of a true madman. In the blink of an eye, the energy released from the talisman transported Bjorn to a gathering of people. The one standing at the front spoke the moment he saw him. "Oh, you have arrived." Bjorn swept his gaze over the first 3 individuals and thought quietly, so these are the elders. When his eyes moved to the 3 standing behind them, he immediately confirmed his suspicion. Just as I expected, they do not look friendly at all. The Dragonkin leader at the front, his golden eyes gleaming, smiled as he greeted him. "It has been a while. Have you been well?" Before the words had fully left the man's mouth, Bjorn suddenly opened his jaw and let out a thunderous roar. The overwhelming pressure carried by that roar cast a heavy gloom over the group of elders. Only then did Bjorn speak in explanation. "Ah, sorry. I just felt like I needed to do that. Surely you do not mind using dragon pressure as well? It is only fair, right?" The golden-eyed Dragonkin curled his lips into an amused smile. "You really have not changed." Bjorn crossed his arms and asked seriously, "So, what now?" "There is nothing serious," the man replied at once. Chuckling lightly, he continued, "From here on, the elders will each present you with a question or request." Bjorn frowned slightly. "I understand the questions, but what do you mean by requests?" Even we are not entirely sure," the Dragonkin said honestly. "But you are free to refuse if you want." Bjorn brightened immediately. "All right, I get it." But in the very next second, his face went pale as he thought, refusing would just be asking for trouble. There is no way they would react well to that. What a pain. At that moment, someone else spoke up to open the proceedings. "Then let us begin." First, the female Dragonkin with golden hair gently removed her hood and spoke softly. "Bjorn, son of Yandel, what is your greatest wish?" Such an easy question. Bjorn clenched his hand into a fist and answered without the slightest hesitation. "To survive. And if possible, to survive together with my companions." The blonde Dragonkin continued with another question. "Then if through your sacrifice your companions could live on, what would you do? You do not have to answer if you do not want to." Wearing a faintly uncertain expression, he hesitated before replying, "I am not sure yet. But when that moment comes, I will make the choice that needs to be made." The golden-haired woman corrected him in a serious tone. "Then your answer is that you would sacrifice yourself. You only need to say yes." Bjorn nodded slightly, closing his eyes as if patching things over. "It is just that I do not want to answer such a sweeping question." Second, the elder with blazing red hair activated his magic and made a blunt proposal. "Fight me." Bjorn agreed easily, without missing a beat. "Sure." At that moment, an arm was raised to stop him. "Hold on. We agreed not to make requests like that." The red-haired Dragonkin burst into laughter and shot back, "Is there anything more decisive than settling things with your fists?" Bjorn smiled brightly and chimed in, "Of course not." Meanwhile, inwardly, he thought, actually, what came to mind was using an apple. Unaware of Bjorn's thoughts, the red-haired Dragonkin praised him loudly. "Oh, just as I expected. You are starting to interest me." Another dragon elder spoke up. "We did not expect you to agree to combat without any hesitation." "That is exactly why," the red-haired Dragonkin said cheerfully, laughing even louder. "So let me ask you a question." He casually uttered a sentence that made Bjorn's expression darken in an instant. "Oh madman, what is it that you fear the most?" An abstract image representing Bjorn, marked with a bold X across its face, appeared instantly in his mind. What came to him immediately was death, but more specifically. Bjorn glanced at the red-haired Dragonkin and answered, "Fighting enemies who are stronger than I am." The elder stiffened in surprise. "What?" The red-haired Dragonkin roared angrily. "Are you saying you think I am weaker than you?" "Not at all," Bjorn denied quickly. Then what do you mean? The dragonkin barked. Bjorn explained calmly. Precisely because I am afraid, I had to fight. A grotesque face with razor-sharp pupils suddenly surfaced in his mind. Yes, that was the true nature of a madman. Along with it, the words of a former companion flooded back into Bjorn's thoughts. I am afraid of dying. But we were born as warriors. If we do not fight, we will die anyway. You are the same, are not you? The red-haired dragonkin let out a surprised sigh. Interesting. Are all madmen like you? Bjorn answered evenly, more or less. The elder chuckled. I see. That concludes my question. Third, another female dragonkin, this one with pale violet hair, slowly removed her hood and asked, Is there anyone you love? Bjorn hesitated for a brief moment, then still gave his answer. No. The violet-haired dragonkin immediately remarked, You took a little too long to answer. That means you were thinking of someone, were not you? At that point, he neither confirmed nor denied it. He merely stood there in silence, his expression tinged with shy awkwardness. Fourth, a silver brain teaser was presented right before Bjorn. Now we will test your cognitive ability, they said. Here, detach and remove all of these rings. An elderly dragon elder smiled smugly as he added, I will give you a hint. They can only be removed if you use the correct order and the correct method. As Bjorn looked at the old man, he thought to himself, it is practically written all over his forehead. He thinks there is no way I can do this. The old elder continued calmly, time is unlimited. Sometimes it is precisely through perseverance that one arrives at the truth. Bjorn took the puzzle into his hands and began examining it carefully. Too bad for you, he thought. When I was hospitalized as a kid, I played with ring and hook puzzles like this until I was sick of them. Yeah. Back then, I had way too much free time. But only a few minutes later, Bjorn was already twisting his body awkwardly, his face deeply furrowed as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, what is this thing? What the hell is this? The elderly dragon elder burst into triumphant laughter. 10 minutes have already passed. Still far from done. Feigning generosity, he added, I won't blame you if you wish to give up. At that moment, Bjorn's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Ah. So that is it. It is the Gordian knot. The Gordian knot, an ancient legend of the Phrygian king and Alexander the Great, was commonly used as a metaphor for a problem with no conventional solution. As that thought settled in, Bjorn muttered under his breath, so in the end, the answer was right here all along. No sooner had he spoken than Bjorn poured far more force into the multi-ringed silver puzzle. In the next instant, he activated his skill and violently shattered the silver rings apart. Skill activated, jauntification. Watching the small silver rings scatter through the air, the elderly dragon elder turned deathly pale, utterly stunned. At last, the frozen scene slowly shrank away. I removed 7 rings. The old elder's eyes reddened with rage, his furious voice ringing out. What did you do? Bjorn rubbed his nose smugly and shot back, You never said I was not allowed to break them. Honestly, such poor sincerity. Recalling the elder's earlier words, Bjorn thought to himself, the hint was there from the start. This was not a test of intelligence, it was a test of perception. Truth attained through perseverance. And all that talk about pushing me to give up. In other words, this puzzle was not meant to be solved in the conventional way. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied Bjorn felt. They wanted to see how I would deal with an unsolvable problem. This is it, this is exactly it. He glanced over at the elderly dragon elder, who had completely frozen in place. Meanwhile, the old man, humiliated and indignant, kept raising and lowering the broken silver ring fragments in his hands. All you had to do was this, the elder muttered bitterly. Like this, see, like this. The old dragon's eyes shimmered with tears as they stayed fixed on Bjorn, and by now, there was nothing else he could even produce. In that situation, Bjorn could only speak up awkwardly. All right then. Who is next? One of the elders stepped forward. Ah. It is my turn. The elder, who wore long bangs framing his face, asked in a calm voice, up until now, how many people have you killed? Faced with that question, Bjorn could not help but fall silent for a moment. That is a new one. A grisly scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. As he recalled them one by one, he remembered answering when someone had once asked why he killed those people. Bjorn then gave his reason aloud. Because they tried to kill me. The same old, worn-out justification. The elder nodded slowly. I see. After that man stepped back, another immediately came forward. Then now it is my turn. Seventh, a male dragonkin with snow-white hair suddenly extended his hand. You are only telling the truth, correct? Bjorn calmly grasped the offered hand and answered, yes. Did the man even have a way to tell the difference? Bjorn thought briefly but then decided it did not really matter. Next, the white-haired dragonkin turned and gave a small nod. All right. Then we are finished. The leading male dragonkin smiled and spoke up. While we elders continue our deliberation, it would be best if you rested for a while. Bjorn replied courteously, understood. Not long after, the blonde dragonkin woman led Bjorn into a certain room. He wondered silently, who is it, when the person inside spoke first. Oh, so this is the madman they said would be arriving today. The dragonkin woman suddenly curled her lips into a smile and lifted one hand. With an openly mocking tone, she laughed. He is really ugly. Bjorn was not one to back down. He immediately returned the smile. And you look like someone whose parents never bothered to teach her any manners. You know that. She stiffened and blurted out, huh. Bjorn burst into laughter, hands planted on his hips. If you had been raised properly, you would not go around spreading strange lies like that. The dragonkin woman choked on her words, furious. You. The very next second, she snapped and shouted angrily, apologize, I did not lie and I do not have a mother. But I do have a father. Bjorn clicked his tongue disdainfully and went on. Oh, then I guess your father must be very busy. Too busy to teach you how to behave. She flinched in shock. How do you? Did I actually guess right? From behind them, the blonde dragonkin woman spoke up in amazement. Impressive. This is the first time I have ever seen Lady Benita's Oris so flustered. Hearing that, Bjorn could not help thinking, Lady, an elder's using an honorific. Do not tell me. He immediately turned and lowered his voice. No way, she is a high priestess. The blonde dragonkin looked surprised. You did not know. Panitas caught the expression on his face and leaned slightly to the side, wearing a smug look. What is it? Are you thinking about apologizing now? Bjorn let out a quiet, cold snort. What kind of madman does she think I am? With that thought, Bjorn spoke up confidently. Kid, why would I apologize? Panitas raised her eyes, staring at him in clear confusion. You said you wanted to receive a blessing, did not you? I am the one who grants it. He quickly corrected her. But the one who decides that is the Dragon King, not you. In the next instant, Panitas casually dropped a bombshell. Ah, my ever so busy father, you mean? What? She suddenly broke into a mysterious smile and said nothing more. By now, Bjorn was sweating profusely, cold sweat pouring down his back. Right. That explains why he is always so busy. So she was the Dragon King's daughter. Bjorn Yandel looked at Panitas Oris standing before him and pondered in silence. A tribal priestess and the daughter of a primordial ancient dragon, her status was undeniably imposing. But at this point, apologizing would not help anything anymore. In the end, irritation crept into his voice as he demanded, "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" Bjorn Yandel thought grimly. Is not that basically admitting I am ugly? She stuck out her tongue at him provocatively. I am not. I am not even looking at you. What do you want me to? Bjorn Yandel fumed inwardly. This brat. She is definitely missing a few screws. The elder standing nearby let out a weary sigh. Both of you, stop it, she advised. You are equally rude. Panita's Oris shot back angrily. What, me too, but I am not the one lying. The elder raised a hand for silence and replied calmly, there are times when silence is necessary even when what is being said is the truth. Hearing that, Bjorn Yandel could not help but wonder, what is this supposed to mean? Is she indirectly scolding me? An hour later, the Dragon King arrived, saying with a chuckle, oh, I heard you two could not stand each other. But you look rather close. Panita's Oris immediately jumped to her feet and exclaimed, Father, we were just sitting here waiting for you. Bjorn Yandel muttered under his breath, close, in what world? He thought to himself that perhaps the other elders had not told the Dragon King about him, saying he did not know how to raise his daughter. Then he spoke up, so, is there a decision? As he walked forward, the Dragon King replied, we have decided to approve your request but with one condition. Bjorn Yandel asked, what condition? The Dragon King continued, according to the goddess's prophecy, you will inevitably encounter the Dragon Slayer again. If you kill him, bring his heart back to me. Bjorn blurted out in surprise. His heart, what for? Panita's Oris explained, it is for me. There were side effects from lifting the dragon's curse placed on my uncle. Something happened to my body. Bjorn frowned. Wait a second. Was not that curse cast by a previous primordial ancient dragon? That is just a rumor, the Dragon King replied calmly. The one who cast the curse was my daughter. I see. Bjorn Yandel said slowly, then hesitated as another thought struck him. Then just how old is this girl, really? Panita's Oris placed a hand over her left chest and spoke quietly. Ever since I cast the curse, time has stopped for me. My body became trapped in that era. I can't grow any older. Seeing her sadness, the Dragon King placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. But if we obtain his heart, she may be able to return to normal. At the very least, that is what we believe. Bjorn Yandel smiled. Sounds good. He thought back to defeating Regal Vagos, then made his vow. If I can kill the Dragon Slayer, no, when I kill him I will bring his heart back. The Dragon King walked toward the door, waving a hand as he said, that will suffice. In that case, go ahead and enjoy some time with my daughter. Bjorn Yandel was left speechless. Please do not say it like that. It sounds way too weird. After that, Panita's Oris and I sat down together. Once the Dragon King left, the little girl and I talked until nightfall. My thoughts drifted to the faint golden sigil of power. First, the 3 types of dragon blessings. The blessing of the Earth Dragon increases all stats gained from essences by 20%. Bjorn Yandel recalled the sigil imbued with the fire element. The blessing of the Fire Dragon increases skill effectiveness gained from essences by 30%. Then he imagined the sigil of the water element. The blessing of the Sea Dragon adds 100 mana. After that, the girl wanted to hear everything about my adventures. Bjorn Yandel wondered aloud, do I really have to talk about all that? Panita's Oris replied, words carry power. I need to feel the resonance of your experiences to engrave the blessing. He sighed inwardly. In that case, I do not really have a reason to refuse. After a long while, Panita's Oris suddenly clapped her hands. All right. I think that is enough. Bjorn Yandel asked in surprise, so that means? Lifting the curtain, she smiled and said, come here. I will engrave the blessing onto your body now. Inside the ritual chamber, Panita's Oris asked, you chose the blessing of the Earth Dragon, right? Bjorn Yandel thought to himself that many of his abilities depended heavily on raw stats. She continued, the size will be about my palm. Where would you like me to engrave it? He hesitated. Since this was a blessing from another race, receiving it before becoming a clan chief could cause problems. Finally, he answered, Somewhere that can't be seen. Panita's Oris suddenly blushed. Hesitating, she said, somewhere that can't be seen. That might be a bit difficult. Bjorn froze in shock. Wait, has she lost her mind? Who would engrave something in the place she is thinking of? She muttered, well, the butt would still be acceptable. Bjorn Yandel shot upright, shouting, are you insane? Panita's Oris recoiled in panic. Huh. He barked back, do not be ridiculous. Do it on the sole of my foot. Oh, she exclaimed. The sole of your foot. Ah, I see. Panita's Oris raised her hand. A white current of energy wrapped around her palm. All right, she said calmly. I will begin. I should warn you it is going to hurt a lot. Bjorn Yandel replied confidently, I am a warrior. A man who always stands on the front line of every battlefield. She smiled faintly. Is that so? Then she touched the sole of his foot. Bjorn Yandel immediately screamed in agony. The system notification appeared. The blessing of the Earth Dragon has merged with the character's soul. All bonus stats increased by 20%. Through the haze, he saw her smiling as she introduced herself. Ah, my name is Panita's Oris. Just call me Pen, okay? And then, I passed out. Well, technically, I fell asleep. The system quietly updated Bjorn Yandel's combat data. The next day, Bjorn Yandel strolled through the town and came upon a crowd gathered together. He tossed a small pouch at the man telling the story. The man panicked and asked, this is? Bjorn Yandel replied while walking past him, the spicy stuff you people wanted, right? Yes, the man answered. All right, Bjorn said. Enjoy your meal. He added a reminder over his shoulder. You all know this already, this stays our little secret. The man burst into tears as he hugged the pouch, while those around him gasped in admiration. It looks amazing. A secret, huh? As the man cried tears of joy, Bjorn Yandel continued walking, thinking to himself. And just like that, time passed. And in the end, my exile finally came to an end. The people of the clan shouted loudly, congratulations on your freedom, long live the clan chief. Bjorn Yandel calmed them down. I will drop by from time to time. You get what I am saying, right? Nothing is truly over until it is actually over. The bald old man sobbed openly. Yes. We will wait. Bjorn Yandel looked up at the sky and thought, since he had already made it clear that he could appear at any time, there was no way things would return to how they were overnight. As he headed back to the inn, a door suddenly flew open. Einar rushed out, crying out in shock, Bjorn, why are you back so late? Bjorn recalled that as soon as he returned to the inn, he had knocked on Misha's door, but the person who opened it was Einar, from the room next door. What is this? He wondered. What happened while I was gone? Einar said frantically, something terrible happened. Yesterday, beastmen dressed in black from her family kidnapped Misha. Bjorn Yandel froze. Kidnapped? Yes, she said, recounting it in detail. They came at night. After she fell asleep, she asked me to go meet them for her, but I was sleeping too deeply and could not wake up. Misha clearly did not want to go with them. If that is not kidnapping, then what is? Bjorn thought about the possibility that Misha had gone with guards, his expression turning grim. The logic was brutally simple, but that was probably the reality. Still, she even left a message behind. Einar continued rambling, I went to find Alulu, but she just said it was not a big deal at all. Bjorn sighed inwardly. What a mess. Still, doubting Einar's account would not help. Arguing with a bow so co was nothing but a waste of time. He raised his voice. All right. Misha's been kidnapped. If she does not come back by tonight, I will go look for her myself tomorrow. Einar shouted back immediately, got it. I knew I could count on you. The two of them continued bickering back and forth. Oh, for fuck's sake. Please can you stop already, shut up. If you do not, he is just going to escalate even more. See what I mean? After a while, Bjorn Yandel waved his hand and said, "All right. Watch the place. I am going to find Raven and Abman. There is still time before nightfall." Einar replied, "Okay. I will go to sleep. No, wait, stand guard." As he walked, Bjorn Yandel thought to himself, "First, I will go see Raven. I can't just sit around waiting for Misha. I need to confirm everything that happened while I was away." Alua adjusted her glasses and said, "Then we will leave the payment for tomorrow." "I understand. If Lady Karlstein happens to arrive late, please let me know." When Bjorn met Abman Urikprit, the man asked, "Any new information?" "Nothing noteworthy," Bjorn replied. "If anything, I should be the one asking you that. Everything there has been stable, right?" Finally, Bjorn went to the library. Lagna Litaniel Pefrog greeted him, saying, "I am glad you made it back safely. And I am sorry." Blushing, she explained, "As a friend, I wanted to help you. But my butler kept insisting that this outcome was inevitable." Bjorn found himself wondering once again. Just who exactly is this girl, anyway? Bjorn Yandel went to see Einar. She talked while eating, saying that everyone wanted to meet him and that next time they should all go to the sanctuary together. Bjorn sighed and told her to eat as much as she could for now. She admitted that she had been skipping meals because she had run out of money. That night, at the inn, Bjorn Yandel leaned against the wall, lost in thought. Misha was taking longer to return than he had expected. Was it possible that she had really run into some serious trouble? At that moment, someone approached. Misha Karlstein froze in surprise. Bjorn Einar immediately shouted, "Misha, Misha's back." Bjorn looked at her closely, silently noticing the black clothes she was wearing. Misha tried to stop Einar. "Hey, stop it. I am really not in the mood for this right now." Einar, however, stubbornly tried to hug her anyway. Bjorn Yandel spoke up, "Einar, Misha is fine. Since she is back safely, go to your room and rest." Einar drooped visibly and replied, "Okay." Misha looked relieved to see her and said, "I am really glad you are back safely. I was very worried." Misha Karlstein answered softly, "Thank you." Bjorn Yandel asked, puzzled, "Those are mourning clothes. Who passed away?" Misha Karlstein replied sadly, "One of my older brothers. You do not know him. But I am still considered part of that family, so I had to go." Bjorn fell silent for a moment. "Then it sounds like something happened over there again." She looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Bjorn Yandel explained, "It is the instinct of a lunatic." She hesitated for a second. "Whatever." He pressed gently, "Are not you going to tell me about it?" She finally said, "It is nothing major. My father, well, that man sent people to bring me back." Bjorn said, "If you wanted, we could go with you." She hurriedly stopped him. "But I refused. Even if it was for a funeral, I am not going back there." Bjorn Yandel nodded. "I understand. That is fine." He looked at her neck and allowed himself a small, relieved smile. The next morning, Bjorn Yandel said cheerfully, "It has been a long time since we all gathered like this." He sat at the head of the table while the rest of the team took seats around him. Picking up a stack of documents, he asked, "What is the total income?" Alua Raven replied, "Including the value of the Firefox knot. The total comes to 159 million stones." Einar shouted, "We finally have money." Misha Karlstein smiled. Abman Urikprit nodded along. Alua Raven continued, "Oh, and that also includes the value of the experimental tubes I paid for out of my own pocket. The rest already accounts for the items we seized from the invaders. When you think about it, it basically counts as looting." Bjorn Yandel looked at her with satisfaction and thought to himself that it was surprising. He had assumed she would want to keep everything for herself. When they first met, he never would have imagined she would be this fair. Alua Raven added, "If you want more details, Check the documents I brought. It is roughly 30 million stones per person, not counting individual spoils. Bjorn Yandel whistled in admiration. That is impressive. He lifted his head and said, Einar, Misha, you two should take this for now. After this trip, we will buy new equipment for both of you. Einar immediately jumped to her feet and shouted, Bjorn, does that mean I am allowed to spend money again? He sighed and replied, you really do spend it all on sweets. We earned plenty this time, so you can afford to indulge a little. Einar beamed with joy and cheered, really, thank you, Bjorn. Misha Karlstein hesitated before speaking up. In that case, maybe. He prompted her gently, if there is something you want to say, just say it. She replied shyly, it is just that. Us. I was thinking that maybe we could consider moving. We are making decent money now. She continued, choosing her words carefully, I think it might be better if we moved somewhere that is more comfortable for all of us to live together. That way, I could also cook for everyone. She added softly, with how things are now, that is not really possible. Abman Urikprid let out a surprised exclamation.
Inside Nork Castle a voice rang out, Amelia, have you found that man yet? Not yet, sir, I see. By the way, I heard that starting this month, explorers will be receiving identification devices designed personally by the Archmage. That time has finally come. Is it a magical artifact? Yes. Explain in detail. I assume you have investigated everything already. At this point, Amelia went quiet for a moment. The Lord said in a slow voice, is it true? If we want to create something similar, it will take at least a few months. I thought so too, I expected it, but I didn't think it would take that long. He then looked at the orb and said, thanks for the report, don't worry about a thing and just focus on your mission. Yes, I'll see you next month. After a while, he let out a sigh, his face showing fatigue as he looked at his subordinate. With the current situation, how long can we hold out without entering the labyrinth? If we maintain our current lifestyle, about 3 months. The scarred man opposite him also spoke up in response. And if we endure hunger and reduce everything to a minimum, how long can we hold out then? 7 months at most. I understand, all right. That's enough. He suddenly gnashed his teeth in annoyance, his face taking on a terrifying look as he ordered, seal off the labyrinth. Until I give a new order, no one is allowed inside. The young man trembled slightly upon hearing that and asked, there will be great resistance. Do you know how long the lockdown will last? Hearing this, he slammed the table and shouted angrily, until we can replicate the kingdom's identification device. If anyone enters before then, they will only die in vain. So endure and wait until they lower their guard. If we wait patiently, the time will surely come. A single opportunity will change everything. In another scene, Misha's voice rang out, then I can cook for everyone. And currently that's not possible. Fenelline shouted excitedly at this moment, well done. Misha, see, Alulu, Misha's food will all be mine now. Wait a second, calm down, Lady Fenelline. At that moment, the blonde girl picked up a letter and read aloud. Lady Karlstein, your offer is very good and I support it, but we haven't finished the payment yet. If you look at this, I think you'll realize that moving won't be simple. Sorry for ruining the mood. This is the report on individual loot. As usual, we've applied 70% of the average market price and deducted each person's share. First is Misha's. Size-adjusting demon haste boots, 1,680,000 magic stones. Litinium necklace for ice magic enhancement, 2,600,000 magic stones, totaling 3,840,000 magic stones. The catgirl heard this and said with satisfaction, even so, if that's all, I still earned quite a bit. Next is this maniac's. Expansion backpack, 1,200,000 magic stones, totaling 1,200,000 magic stones. After that is Uncle Urigfeed's. Spatial quiver, 1,680,000 magic stones. Large steel breastplate, 440,000 magic stones, totaling 2,120,000 magic stones. The uncle happily said after hearing it, the armor will be enchanted with a size adjustment spell to fit Woonji. Who are you talking to? The female mage wondered. Finally, it's the protagonist's turn. The blonde girl turned to ask him, have you managed to save any money lately? Idiom leg guards, grade 3 metal material, 3,736,000 magic stones. Manticore essence, P legacy, A leap, 17.91 million magic stones. 2988 Guardian Seal reducing damage to the shield by 50%, 29.12 million magic stones, totaling 48.87 million magic stones. Hearing this, Bjorn went pale and collapsed to his knees. Even with the item from the Western Outlaw, the total is still this much. It's much cheaper than expected. There's no other way. As if thinking of something, the protagonist suddenly looked up and called out Einar. Einar replied in a confused voice, "Why are you calling me?" Seemingly oblivious to her worried face, Bjorn grinned widely. "How much money do you owe me again?" The question made Einar jump, her voice stammering. "Are you going to take it from me?" "No, I'm just taking back what you owe me." The protagonist replied while silently thinking, "And I still owe 13 million magic stones, so I ended up borrowing money from Misha." Misha winked at this moment and said, "Anyway, buying a house now is impossible, there's no other way." Bjorn heard this and said clearly, 4 months is fine. With our current income, I think we can buy a house in 4 months. We will search slowly. The system board rang out, the labyrinth has been closed, characters are being teleported to Rafdonia. Fortunately, nothing went wrong this time. 6 months later, Einar ran while calling Misha's name. "Misha, hurry up, finally our house." Misha chased after her and said, "Why are you running so fast? Aren't you tired?" Looking back to 2 months ago, we finally moved. A 4-story house in the suburbs of District 7, Camelby. There were 2 empty floors, we used the first and second. That's right, we rented the whole thing. The purchase price was ridiculous. Anyway, thanks to this, our quality of life has improved a lot. It's been over a year since I arrived in this city. If you move, you have to level up right. Instead of saving as much as possible, I'm now gradually investing in my life here. Good soap, delicious meals, nice bedsheets, and so on. Bjorn now lay sprawled on the bed thinking, "Before I would have considered this an inefficient attitude, but now that the primal holy artifact has vanished, I don't know if I can go back. To be honest, I don't even know if I need to go back or not." 2 days later, after finishing the sale of the loot, we went to the tavern to meet as scheduled. As expected, no one has arrived yet. Alulu spoke up. "It's fine, we didn't even have time to clean up last time." Having said that, she worked diligently on writing, while Bjorn watched her intently. A thought suddenly occurred to him. "This is taking more time than I thought, but she always says it's no big deal." Then, feeling a bit awkward, he suddenly said thank you, making the girl opposite him confused. "For what?" Bjorn spoke frankly. "You always take on the boring tasks for our team." The two continued chatting back and forth. Alulu asked idly, "If someone else did this, I wouldn't have to, right? If you really feel bad, then pay me a salary." To these words, the protagonist didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Fine, I'll pay. How much do you want? I bet everyone will agree to this." However, for some reason, the blonde girl shook her head and refused. "Forget it, what if I actually agree and become rich?" At the same time, the voice of the large uncle rang out. "The weather is so nice, did we sell a lot?" "So 8.5 million magic stones each," Alulu replied, because the others had also arrived. Since Yandel had calculated everything in advance, the settlement ended quickly. Everyone spoke while eating. "I just remembered, Yandel, didn't you say earlier that you had something to announce to all of us?" "Wait a second." Bjorn raised a mug of beer in his hand and downed it in one go. He gently set the mug down and spoke in a clear voice. "I've decided that I won't be going to the Hellfire Valley anymore." Everyone asked curiously about his decision. "Why? Is there a reason?" Bjorn slowly began to state his purpose. "Over the past 6 months, we've entered the Hell Domain 3 times and completed exploration of other areas like the Grey Mountains and the Lava Lake. In other words, we've obtained everything that can drop. We can't stay on the 5th floor forever, it's time to explore other places." "And where do you plan to go?" "To the Frozen Canyon. The Frozen Canyon drops many essences that have good resonance effects with Misha. In fact, one of them is exactly what she's looking for." Bjorn thought while pointing at the table. "Anyway, once we get that essence, the conquest of the Frozen Canyon will be complete. Then we can grind experience elsewhere and go to the 6th floor. Although it will take at least another year to get there, even so, we've made a lot of progress." Suddenly seeing his finger glow, Misha jumped up and said, "Bjorn, is that? Have the activation conditions for the Orders of the Stars been met? The second lock blocking the Dragon Slayer banner has been broken." "Damn it." The scene shifted to Amelia. A voice rang out from inside the gem. Holding the glowing gem in her hand, she said, "Long time no see, Miss Rainwills." "What's wrong with you?" the redhead asked curiously. The other person replied, "I beg the Lord, I asked for permission to speak directly with you because I have a favor to ask." This is much more convenient, isn't it? And I also wanted to hear your voice. So what item do you want? Is it alchemy materials? First of all, how have you been lately? Amelia immediately interrupted him. Why do you want to know? The person on the other end seemed to guess something. Have you still not moved past that incident? She stood dazed for a while after hearing that. Then the voice inside the gem spoke again. It's time to leave it behind. The man's voice was a bit pensive as he advised, your sister would definitely want that more than revenge. However, without letting him say more, Amelia snapped, stop, let's skip this topic and get straight to the point. Fine, let's do that, the other person agreed. Then the light inside the room dimmed. She went into a room. The gem spoke again, and I also need sleeping flower powder, can you get it quickly? Although a bit curious, Amelia agreed. Coincidentally, I have some with me, I can send it to you right now. You really have it. That's the only thing capable of bypassing my poison resistance and causing a sleep effect. Amelia looked at the gem and replied, how do you plan to use this? Almost no alchemy formula requires this material. The man shared frankly, it's to treat that kid, the dragon slayer. His answer made the redhead even more confused. You mean there's a way to restore his memory? At the other end, a man said gently, there is one thing we can try, but first we need to heal his body. And to do that, I must put him into a deep sleep. At this point, Amelia's expression became even sharper. I understand. When this conversation ends, I'll place the materials into the two-dimensional space. Good. Maybe I'll even add a potent poison along with it. The second seal has been broken. Because everyone has been quiet for a while, I let my guard down. At his home, Bjorn sat in deep thought. Ultimately, what the hell is that guy planning? He picked up a glass of beer. I'm still not ready to face him. He felt unease gradually gnawing at his mind. Bjorn drained the glass in one determined gulp. Floor 6, I need to get to floor 6 as soon as possible. If I get that thing, I can face that guy. A loud call rang out, hey. Erwin grumbled, what are you thinking about all alone like that? He was startled, sorry, I mean, you said you had something to say, right? She repeated, do you remember? It's about what I said, that I still have a lot to learn from my sister. Bjorn nodded, yeah, I remember. When we formed the team, I had secretly invited Erwin through Misha, but she refused. Erwin had pleaded back then, please wait another half year. By then, I'll have learned everything I can from my sister and will join your team, okay? He recalled her face then. At first, he thought this feeling was like planting an industrial spot. Bjorn expressed, since you haven't said anything all this time, I thought you had changed your mind. Erwin denied loudly, what are you talking about? I would never do that. Blushing furiously, she reminded him, we were partners on our first night. He was about to clarify, to be precise, my first partner was Hans, but in the end, Bjorn only asked, so what do you want to say? Erwin was shy, it's just I think I'll need a bit more time. Hearing this, his eyes widened, what do you mean? She explained awkwardly, everyone is already level 5, with my current strength I'll have no place in your team. Erwin pouted slightly, her voice getting smaller, in reality maybe I'll never have a real chance. Honestly, everyone even lives in the same house, you guys even live together. Bjorn heard this but didn't understand anything. She muttered, I regret it so much, why didn't I agree immediately back then? I thought I'd close the gap soon, but it's only getting wider. He frowned slightly. Bjorn frowned at Erwin, she was speaking more like she was pouring her heart out than just having a conversation. He understood what she wanted to say. She determinedly clenched her hand, anyway, what I want to say is. However, at this moment he interrupted her, that's enough. From the beginning, I had no intention of bringing you into the current team. Erwin was shocked, her eyes wide, what? She was full of confusion, what does that mean? If that's the case, why did you ask if I wanted to join? Bjorn slammed the table and declared resolutely, Erwin, I'm going to form a guild. These words shocked Erwin so much she bolted upright, what, a guild? He nodded, that's right, keep it down. She then realized the distance between her face and Bjorn's was a bit close, so her face turned beet red. He added, of course not now, it will take a few more months, but if you're okay with it, I want you to join. Erwin excitedly raised both hands, I want to, I'll join. Bjorn broke into a sweat, no, wait, I was going to explain in more detail. She shook her head, no need, because I'm joining anyway. He let out a breath and smiled, if that's the case, it's up to you. Anyway, this is a secret. Erwin was surprised, so I'm the first one to hear this offer. Bjorn tilted his head in confusion, isn't it obvious? I haven't told anyone else about forming a guild yet. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shy, toyed with a lock of hair and muttered, once again, I'm the first one. After a moment, Erwin suddenly burst out laughing in delight. The first one, he watched, not understanding what was happening to her. Another new day began, the clock pointing exactly to 7 a.m. Bjorn woke up from his sleep. His daily routine was always the same, as if he were performing a repetitive quest. Misha handed him a bag of bread to the library again. Bjorn nodded. In the afternoon, I'm meeting Rottmuller. He reached out to take the bag of bread and asked, "What about you?" Misha replied happily, "I'll drop by the training ground with Einar later." Bjorn confirmed, "Fine." She wondered, "What about dinner?" He expressed, "Probably eating at home." Receiving the answer, Misha waved goodbye cheerfully. "All right, go on." At the library, Lagna looked at Bjorn expressionlessly. "Here to read that novel again?" He was embarrassed. "It's more interesting than I thought." She held up the book, intentionally taking credit. "Be grateful. I predicted everything, so I pre-ordered that book for you." Bjorn was appreciative, "Thanks." After receiving the book, Bjorn turned and walked away while thinking, "Is it because I read the novel she recommended? Lately, I have the feeling she's become a bit more approachable." At the coffee shop, the man with arms crossed proposed, "It seems you've mastered the basics, so from next time we'll gradually move to the advanced course." He agreed comfortably, "Fine, but what about my offer from yesterday?" He frowned. "About that training facility." Bjorn was briefly speechless. He really has no concept of his own value. "To be honest, I think that idea has every element to be a resounding success." On the way back, he persistently asked, "So what's your answer?" The man replied honestly, "Currently, I'm not very interested." Even so, Bjorn still advised, "Is that so? When you decide, just let me know, I'll help." He laughed, "I really appreciate your kindness." In the tavern, there were now many customers, everyone laughing and talking happily. Bjorn sat alone at the bar. He took a large gulp of beer. "Anyway, nothing special has really happened lately. To be honest, everything is very peaceful and pleasant, but on the other hand, a sense of unease is gradually growing within me. Is everything still okay right now?" At the army assembly 2 weeks ago, there was no special announcement. Thinking of this, Bjorn set his mug down hard on the table. He suddenly remembered, it's not that absolutely nothing strange happened. When the assembly ended, the clown said goodbye for the first time. That made me quite mindful, but I'm not sure why. He himself was already weird. Well, time to go home. He quickly stood up. Just as he reached the front door, a loud shout rang out, "Einar." Misha grumbled angrily, "I told you to put the dirty clothes in the right place, nya. Do you want to become a great warrior this way, nya?" Erwin was flustered. "I was going to do it right now, I swear." Bjorn stood outside listening and could only sigh, "All right, we're entering the labyrinth tomorrow, no need to rush. You have entered the crystal cave on floor 1. Just as the notification rang out, a flow of light gathered. Alua observed for a moment, then said, "Just like every other time." At this point, it can be called a rule, can't it? A dimensional instability error with a brilliant success rate of 100%. As usual, Raven stepped forward and placed her hand on the stone tablet. And the system still announced that it had never been analyzed before. "And you are the first to open the teleport gate, +2 EXP. But as soon as we entered, we fell right into the middle of a monster nest. After killing them, we went down and continued heading north." Someone wondered, "Are we going to the Goblin Forest again?" Bjorn speculated, "Maybe we can earn contribution points there too. Move fast, don't get left behind." Everyone quickly quickened their pace forward, and about 2 hours later, Alua called out in panic, "Hey Yandel, wait a second, something is very strange." He wondered, "What now?" She recounted with a pale face, "At the center area, mana is fluctuating extremely powerfully, as if dozens of people are using combined magic at the same time. I even sense a cursed magical energy flow." Bjorn couldn't help swearing, "Black magic, damn it." He stopped to observe that direction seemed to be beside Nork. "I've been too careless." She nodded, "Yeah, this is not normal at all." Bjorn fell into deep thought. Misha was anxious. "What should we do now? What do you plan to do?" After thinking for a while, he spoke up with instructions. "Nothing will change. We'll speed up even more and leave the first floor as soon as possible." Except about 5 minutes later, Alua screamed a warning. "Something is chasing us from behind." A blood-red magic beam suddenly shot forward. It pierced and wounded through every gap between the crowd and shot straight ahead. Before long, that light faded from view. Bjorn was astonished. That thing just now was. A man was confused. What on earth was that light? Alua shook her head. "I don't know, but at least it seems to be mana." He heard this and silently broke into a sweat. A magic that even Raven can't identify. As the leader, I can't show my emotions, but it's so terrifying that I'm almost about to go crazy. Her face went pale, her voice trembling. "We'll be okay, right?" He was worried. Those with the ability to sense mana must have felt even worse. Misha looked tensely toward Bjorn. In a situation where everything was ambiguous, only one thing remained clear. He clenched his fists until they shook. The peaceful days, which felt like a blessing and were always welcome, had finally come to an end. The glowing staff was controlled with just the right amount of mana. For now, they had to maintain this level and minimize mana consumption. The light dimmed, making everything around them hazy. Bjorn led the group forward, visibility down to only about 5 meters. We advanced slowly, using Raven's wind magic to dispel the fog covering everything. This fog was likely the black magic said to have blanketed the entire battlefield during the previous conquest campaign. There were whispers behind them. Stephen's castle seems to be the vanguard. Do you see Orculles? I don't know, because of the black magic I can't see anything ahead. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly this felt all too real. Bjorn told himself, this place was once the center of such a war. I must keep a cool head so that everyone can return safely without losing anyone. Alua called out loudly, Mr. Yandel. He was startled out of his train of thought. Bjorn tried to suppress his anger as he reminded her, don't shout like that, you startled me. She snapped back irritably, then answer me already. He blinked. What did you just ask? Alua asked again, is going to the second floor really the right choice? Wouldn't it be better to join the Royal Knights or some large guild around here? Bjorn said solemnly, Raven. He expressed, there's one thing this time, less than half of the major guilds have entered. She was surprised, really, right at a time like this? Bjorn speculated, that's probably why the Nork rats decided to act. And as we continued toward the second floor, suddenly a group of people approached from the opposite side. Finally found you. Do you guys know what's going on? He quickly stopped them. Wait, stay right there. Show your identification tags first. That person raised a hand showing a mark identical to the one on his hand. It's real. Why would it be fake? He introduced himself. I'm Hansen Kelders. Let's not waste each other's time. Do you know anything about this situation? He replied politely, Bjorn, son of Yandel. I don't know, except it seems Nork is involved in this. The girl behind Hansen suddenly pointed. Could it be that your little Vulcan, that madman from the time of the third floor lord? He let out a soft "oh" upon hearing that. Bjorn was also surprised. So you're famous too? Hansen was smug. What do you think? In a situation like this, we can't just keep exploring this place on our own. He suddenly flashed a probing smile. Since we've met here, how about we advance together? In fact, in the current situation, traveling together would increase our survival chances. Bjorn frowned thoughtfully. He wondered, but the problem is, are they truly trustworthy? Bjorn Yandel replied hesitantly, can you give me a little time? Immediately afterward, he used voice control magic, ON, to consult his teammates. Misha spoke first. I'm not sure, just do as you think. Alyssa agreed. I feel the same as Misha. A man alone analyzed. It is a bit strange. With that level of skill, his name should be known, shouldn't it? I've never heard of him. There's a chance he's a bandit. He asked the remaining person, Raven, what do you think? She replied tremulously, we can just join up, right? The ID cards are fine, so what's wrong? Bjorn Yandel was startled, thinking, in my heart, I relied on Raven the most, but perhaps now I have to change my thinking. So he advised, don't mind the ID cards, look at the man himself very carefully. He nodded, I see, while Raven was confused, what do you mean? Bjorn assessed that there were two possibilities. Either they couldn't fake it and decided to risk it all anyway. The other possibility to consider, or they managed to get the real thing and were confident enough to make this bold move. However, she still couldn't escape her fear. I don't know anymore. Mr. Yandel, please decide for me. His heart ached for her. No, why has her spirit broken to this extent? At the same time, he patted her shoulder to comfort her. Raven, pull yourself together. Last time, even with an assassin right beside you, you were normal. Raven trembled. That was different from now. Now, if I make a mistake, everyone else will. In this regard, Bjorn shared her view, thinking to himself, it's not that I can't understand. If I make a wrong judgment, someone will die. Overcoming that burden to make a decision has never been an easy task. He was fed up because in the end it still depended on his hands. He then turned to everyone, have you guys decided yet? Then he adjusted the mode to voice control magic, off as they confirmed yes. Bjorn spoke on behalf of everyone, sorry for making you wait, but I'm afraid I must decline the offer. He expressed regret, is that so? That's a shame, but I understand, and said to his teammates, come on, let's go. Hansen said goodbye, the cautious ones are the ones who live long after all. Hope to see you guys again later. He also promised, if there's a chance, let's meet again in the city. Simultaneously, they told each other, come on, we should get moving too. They quickly agreed, we know. Despite having made the decision, Bjorn's heart was still in turmoil. Did I make the right choice? Now I just have to trust in the next step. Next, about 5 minutes later, corpses were scattered across the ground. One of them was a knight. Everyone was skeptical. A knight, Raven confirmed. The tattoo on the back of the neck is the crest of Viscount Turton's family. Looking at that pattern, he speculated, it looks like a slave mark, and told himself, once again I feel it clearly. This is a world where even knights are treated as consumables. But she refuted, not every noble family is like that, sir. However, Bjorn noted, anyway, this person was a monster. There were absolutely no traces of a fight around. Raven also acknowledged, looking at the wounds, it seems one person finished everyone off with a single blow. He inquired about the time of death, and she estimated about 20 minutes ago. In this time frame, the situation is optimistic. At least he's not too close. A man was skeptical. Nork, do they really intend to start a war? He didn't think so. It's not that they intend to start a war. A man. The war has already begun. This speculation left Raven confused. What do we do now? This way only leads to the teleportation gate. Bjorn brushed it off. No need to explain. The person who killed these people definitely went that way. That also meant, which is to say, the second floor teleportation gate that I thought was an exit has a monster lurking right in front of it. So what if we turn back from here? The reality they were facing, in the end, will be swept into a war covering the entire first floor. Monster den or whatever, we shouldn't have come down to the first floor. Now the whole group realized, even if they didn't want to regret it, they truly did. He felt despondent inside, feeling as though this cruel world was testing him. He made a decision, let's retreat, we'll take another path. But it wasn't that easy. Just as they were about to turn and walk away, a voice rang out, are you guys just going to go back like that? He mocked them, what kind of madman is so cowardly? Appearing before them was a grotesque, skeletal face. Bjorn's heart jumped. In that moment of familiarity, he couldn't think of anything else. Looking at the appearance, he speculated the identity of the person standing before him. Definitely the round table clown. Seeing him, Bjorn thought, I guessed he was from Nork, but I didn't expect to meet in this situation. An encounter with someone I was once very curious about, however I didn't feel happy at all. Not only that, he silently cursed, no, even more so, damn it. For a split second I wondered if he'd let me go if I revealed I was the lion, but despite that thought, the one the clown respected was the lion, not some troublesome madman like this. Because of that, the chance of him being disappointed and angry was even greater. Therefore, Bjorn ordered, team, prepare for battle. He was excited, now you look like the madman. Immediately after, he turned on voice control. From now on, he won't be able to hear our conversation, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, you've snapped out of it too. But contrary to expectations, he was provoked. What sound magic, how boring. Bjorn thought irritably, who's the one who should be saying that? Seeing the situation was unstable, he began to transform into giant form and activated wild outburst. Misha cried out in shock, Bjorn. She was also terrified, Mr. Yandel, we won't be able to attack like that. However, Bjorn stopped them, don't attack. The first task is to find out what abilities he has. They panicked, he's the monster that killed the knight, and yet Mr. Yandel intends to find out himself. He dismissed it. This is the most effective way, because in his heart, Bjorn knew, I can withstand unfamiliar attacks, but everyone else can't. He was losing patience. I don't understand a word you're saying, so it's really boring. He recognized the weapon in his hand, Mithril Ha. Suddenly he shot forward like an arrow. Bjorn focused intensely, daring to play tricks with line of sight. As he blocked the blow, he cursed silently. Damn, lucky I switched to the Moonlight Stone shield even though it was expensive, or it would have been pierced through. However, Bjorn quickly realized something was wrong. Trying to say die while only aiming at the legs with a sharp awl. As expected, it's poison, so it's an assassin class as it appears. Realizing the opponent had caught onto his trick, he scoffed, truly, I wanted to save as much MP as possible. MP. Raven immediately warned Mr. Yandel, he's an evil spirit. He was furious. That bastard, he has absolutely no intention of hiding that he's a player. Suddenly she remembered, wait, hold on. An evil spirit from Nork with the strength to kill a knight in one hit, could it be? Raven thought of a possibility, the corpse collector. And suddenly he activated the wooden puppet function. Misha cried out in horror, the corpse is standing up. Bjorn froze, it's the real deal. Just then someone charged forward. She quickly stopped them, Araru, get back. He also ordered, no, don't attack, don't fight, get back quickly. Because Bjorn had once read about it. According to the info on Oculus I gathered, the character concept of the corpse collector is Poison attribute necromancer, high agility. His specialty is specializing in curses and summoning. To compensate for weak melee ability, he put a lot of points into agility. This is also a very strong class I've played a few times. Because of that, I know that for poison attribute summoning mages, every summon is a suicide weapon. With that experience, he requested, Raven, freeze the corpse. She quickly deployed the magic. Meanwhile, on his side, he activated Petrifying Curse. Everyone cried out in alarm, Bjorn, petrified. It's the rank 4 monster essence Medusa. He had lost all patience. It's blocking my view too much. First, each of you, Bjorn calmly shot back, you underestimate me too much. He even boasted, lately, I've put all 200 of the Manticore's movement points into magic resistance. Thanks to that, when using giant form and wild outburst. And now Bjorn had achieved it. Character's magic resistance stat is over 400. Thanks to that state, he dispelled the petrifying curse. He was also quite surprised, immune to crowd control. Just how much did you invest in magic resistance anyway? Bjorn replied indifferently, you flatter me. Despite his calm appearance, he was flustered inside. But the trouble is the opponent is the corpse collector, someone ranked even above a dragon slayer. The winning percentage is still extremely slim. Besides that, he acted foolish. I'm sorry. It seems I underestimated you all. Moreover, it seems my reputation has spread further than I thought. Not only that, he even praised them. You all know very well how to deal with this. Are my corpses still being frozen properly? Bjorn was annoyed. This guy talks too much. Come to think of it, listen up, everyone. Why does this look so familiar when I give the signal? He then called out to him, hey, turned off team voice. Do you know the 2 ways to drive someone crazy? He was interested, that's a first for me. Bjorn slowly informed him, the first way is to stop talking halfway through. He nodded, I see, and what's the other way? It's. Suddenly he cancelled the giant form, returning to his original shape. While he was caught off guard, a man had prepared an enhancement with dangerous material to attack. Then like a shot arrow, he lunged toward him at the speed of light. Seeing the situation had gone as intended, Bjorn gave the command, run. Simultaneously, the bone armor was deactivated. He expressed his displeasure, I didn't expect you to run, while weighing in his heart, should I chase them? I'm so curious about that second way. Right then the device rang, Necropedo, how's the situation over there? He assured, Vice Captain, don't worry. At the same time he reported, I arrived a long time ago and currently I've blocked everything very well. What's that? What's with that tone and that weird laugh too? He was slightly surprised, weird laugh. Then he explained, it's just a habit, so Captain, don't mind it. The other side was skeptical, a habit, he covered up, the tendency to get like that whenever I put the mask on. The other side didn't pursue it, I don't understand a word you're saying. Anyway, if there's anything unusual, report it immediately. He secretly speculated, for now, the fox and the goblin have definitely made it in. I wonder how many people will be left alive to attend the next meeting. Just thinking about it just now and I'm already feeling excited. Heavy footsteps echoed through the hallway as Bjorn and his team charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Sweat rolled down Bjorn's face, his breathing becoming heavier. The pressure of leading weighed on his shoulders, but he didn't slow down for even a second. Suddenly, a calm but authoritative voice from behind ordered them to stop. The whole team responded instantly, skidding to a halt in the middle of the hallway, the air as tense as a bowstring. Bjorn suggested slowing down and returning to the original formation. Meanwhile, the blonde female warrior spoke in an irritated voice, convinced they had just missed a massive opportunity for glory. Her voice wasn't reproachful, but one of clear disappointment. To her, choosing safety over bravery sounded like cowardice. Bjorn shook his head in disagreement internally. He thought, surviving without injury is already a miracle. The idea that glory is worth trading a life for was a joke to him. Another member chimed in, advising the blonde girl not to be so stubborn. She explained that if the enemy could summon an undead army, their whole team would be crushed instantly. The blonde warrior argued back, saying she was perfectly fine, but in truth, her irritation wasn't because of danger, but because of how young warriors would view their actions. Bjorn realized, this wasn't about personal ego, but a matter of reputation. He calmly explained that they weren't actually running away. On the contrary, it was the enemy who had to flee first. These words left the group confused, especially the blonde girl, who thought Bjorn was mocking her intelligence. He immediately reassured her, I'm not joking. A warrior must know how to choose their battles wisely. The new position they were standing in was a huge advantage. The blonde girl suddenly realized, The look in her eyes gradually changed. Bjorn reminded everyone that he never said they were giving up. The run command was just a part of the plan, not an act of surrender. Hearing this, the blonde girl immediately brightened up, excitedly declaring that she had understood his strategy from the beginning. Alulu turned to look at the protagonist, not knowing what to say to fit the mood. Bjorn became serious again, drawing everyone back to the main goal, the center of the first floor. A long while later, he raised his shield, signaling the team to stop. Ahead, figures in heavy armor stepped out in a neat, disciplined fashion. One glance was all it took to know knights. The atmosphere in the team grew increasingly tense as they approached cautiously, ready to react to any sudden move. The knight captain ordered the explorers to present their badges while simultaneously questioning their authenticity. Bjorn thought irritably to himself, "At this point, who still believes in those badges?" Even so, he complied, ready to face them if necessary. Bjorn requested clarification on the situation. The knight group stated they had just been ambushed by a group of enemies also carrying badges, causing the reliability of the items to plummet. Bjorn asked bluntly what was happening on this floor. The knight's suspicion grew, viewing the question as a plot or a threat. One member tried to cover up, saying they had gone up to the second floor immediately after entering and thus knew nothing of the current situation. Despite this, the knight maintained a defensive posture, pointing a weapon and warning against any sudden movements. Tension escalated when someone accused them of underestimating Nork's forces, reminding them that Nork had extremely powerful mages. The air of confrontation hung by the thin thread of misunderstanding. Then a familiar name appeared, completely changing the atmosphere. A knight recognized Bjorn, calling him Sir Yandel, and reassuring everyone there was no need to worry. He explained that they had briefly cooperated with Baron Martin, the man everyone knew as Karl Aramor. Bjorn was surprised to see him again, mentioning their previous encounter during an outdoor campaign. Bjorn stood beside Karl, the man known by the nickname Little Falcon. Bjorn's reputation as Night Crusher was also mentioned, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect. Karl began to talk about the current situation in the dungeon. After the pursuing undead attacked suddenly, many knights were killed or scattered. Some enemies even used fake badges, causing chaos and a loss of trust between the floors. Alulu asked in surprise, "When you say the center, do you mean the place with the stone tablet?" The captain nodded and explained, "Exactly, if you can get there, you'll be safe." The main characters, were they planning to go to the northern gate? When the knight group asked why, the protagonist explained that a corpse collector was there, so if they saw corpses on the way, they should be on guard. Karl thanked him for the information and noted that in war, even the smallest detail could shift the outcome. Before parting ways, Karl handed Bjorn a ring-shaped token along with a badge. "If you encounter any suspicious knights, show this and mention Karl's name. It will help avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary conflict." Bjorn immediately tossed the ring to the catgirl because it was far too small for his hand. This made her blush slightly as she whispered, "Is this for me to wear? And a ring of all things." After parting with the knights, Bjorn and his team continued toward the dungeon's center with caution. The metallic scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, a clear sign of the fierce battles that had recently occurred nearby. Each step brought them closer to danger. Suddenly, a warning shout of an ambush rang out. Without hesitation, a group of enemies lunged from the shadows, their weapons aimed directly at them with deadly precision. Their attack formation was seamless, surrounding them from all directions. Bjorn swung his mace to counterattack. He tried to calculate whether this was already the 9th ambush. Despite being exhausted, he ordered the entire team to stay close and prepare for combat. Battle after battle left everyone bone-tired. Bjorn began to feel as though he had wandered into a dungeon specifically designed to kill players endlessly. Though they had held out so far, the pressure was mounting, and the group's movement speed was steadily slowing down. Just as they finished reorganizing, an unfamiliar voice roared, "Stop!" A large group of strangers appeared, weapons drawn and menacing. Their demand was clear: identify yourselves or don't blame us for being ruthless. Bjorn scanned the misty battlefield, quickly estimating about 30 people, possibly more. If they all belonged to Nork, this would be a severe threat. He was calculating the odds if a fight broke out. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted when someone in the opposing group recognized Bjorn. Erwin rushed toward him, her face a mix of joy and worry to see him still alive. Bjorn recognized her too, but was very surprised by this sudden appearance. He silently noted the rather strange composition of her group. When asked who Bjorn was, Erwin replied naturally, "He's an acquaintance of ours." Her sister Daria also stepped forward to guarantee that Bjorn's group was completely trustworthy, while simultaneously pulling her sister away from the protagonist. Seeing this, the leader of the group stepped up to introduce herself. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Versal Gowland, Vice President of the Reaper Guild." Bjorn also introduced himself using his nickname. Everyone immediately recognized the Reaper Guild. Bjorn remembered that the Reaper family was ranked just below the top 10, famous for its primarily female membership. He didn't expect to meet someone of such high status here. Versal explained that the 6 teams currently gathered in this area had all been checked and verified. Bjorn asked how they managed that. Versal replied that anyone who couldn't be identified was eliminated. Their goal was simple: reach the safe zone at the center of the floor together to minimize risk. Versal invited Bjorn's team to join. After a quick deliberation, Bjorn shook hands with the vice commander, accepting the temporary alliance. In this chaotic place, having a strong ally would significantly boost their survival chances. Trust had to be built fast. With no immediate threat, the group took a short break. Bjorn told his teammates to rest while he kept watch, remaining on high alert. He knew this safety was only temporary. During the conversation, one member praised Bjorn's decision, noting that the vice commander and her members were very powerful. Morale lifted as everyone realized how lucky they were to find such allies in the middle of a dead zone. Erwin happily said that fate had brought her and Bjorn together again. Her words clearly showed a personal attachment, making several people around them visibly uncomfortable, though she didn't seem to notice. She turned to praise the female mage, saying she had heard of her before they even met. The compliment caught the female mage off guard, as she wasn't used to such attention. Erwin continued to bond with them quickly, excitedly trying out a new weapon and praising its design, bringing a bit of cheer to the group of battle-stressed individuals. Bjorn thought to himself, was Erwin always this sociable? Her energetic presence had significantly changed the group's dynamic. Meanwhile, a small argument broke out among the members. Someone was scolded for laughing at the wrong time. And flustered, they tried to shift the attention by feigning loyalty to another member. On this side, Daria proposed an idea. Her team could temporarily move with Bjorn by joining forces. The 2 teams would stay next to each other within the larger alliance formation. This was a practical suggestion for mutual defense. Bjorn found it reasonable, but asked if the proposal had been approved by her team leader yet. As a mercenary, Daria had to follow the chain of command. Acting on her own could cause conflict. Daria admitted that, but confidently said she could persuade the leader if necessary. Not long after, the large crowd began to move again. A commanding voice ordered all teams to prepare. The formation was arranged with Bjorn's group near the front and Erwin's team right behind them. Some members questioned why they were on the front line, but someone explained that since Bjorn's team was primarily melee, while the other teams focused on long-range support, the arrangement made sense. Bjorn learned that this safe position was the result of a backroom deal. He started to get suspicious. How could a small team leader from a mid-tier family have that much influence over a large alliance? Nevertheless, the group advanced under the disciplined formation of the Reaper Guild. Threats were neutralized before they could even escalate. Bjorn's group moved smoothly in the rear, barely needing to draw their weapons. An hour later, a leader ordered them to stop. She announced that they were approaching a dangerous area. The joy of nearing their goal was quickly replaced by anxiety when she revealed Nork forces were lying in wait in the darkness ahead. The path forward was blocked. The leaders proposed using spatial teleportation, but the plan had a serious catch. Only a part of the force could be sent. The mage confirmed the mana capacity was only enough for 15 people at a time. The group was forced to split. The 2 remaining girls screamed in surprise upon hearing this. What? Other members also voiced their opposition. If you intended to abandon us like this, why did you talk about joining forces in the first place? To these words, Versal simply replied, I am truly sorry about that. We didn't expect things to come to this. Her explanation earned Bjorn's internal admiration. She truly lived up to her reputation as a vice commander of a major guild. Her work was airtight. Thinking it over, he asked bluntly, so what now? How are we choosing the 15 who get left behind? Opposite him, Versal was slightly surprised that Bjorn could remain so calm in this situation. She didn't hide anything and explained directly, we will draw lots to choose the teams that move on. Bjorn asked back, Everyone participates in the drawing except for your team, right? No, we will exclude one more team. The explanation rang out, causing Bjorn's hand to instinctively tighten around his weapon.
A group of adventurers stands in tense silence as an influential clan declares their prearranged agreement with Vice Leader Versal, securing their spot in the upcoming expedition. Despite the gathering being presented as a fair selection, it's now clear that some positions were decided beforehand. With several teams already selected, it confirms that only 2 slots remain. Desperation grows among the remaining contenders, each realizing the competition has narrowed severely. One man offers a massive sum of stones for inclusion, while another insists on the backing of a powerful guild. Even a young man pleads, hoping the Laurel clan's recent losses might work in his favor. The vice leader of the Laurel clan steps forward and calmly announces that the final selections will not be made by favoritism or bribes, but through a random draw. This declaration overrides the chaos and restores a fragile order among the candidates. Observers quietly acknowledge her fair stance, noting it aligns with the reputation of her clan. A member of the selection team implies that none of the offers presented were persuasive enough to bypass the process. The final method is revealed. Teams will draw stones from a pouch, and those who draw white will secure the remaining slots. The crowd stands still, waiting to see who will be the first to test their luck. A burst of cheers erupts as one team pulls a white stone. Against all odds, they've secured their place. Their loud celebration contrasts with others' rising dread. Another team fails the draw. Disappointment spreads, and frustration simmers. The brutal reality of chance weighs heavily as preparations for departure begin. Seeing their opportunity vanish, rejected teams try last-minute bids, offering double the previous amounts. But the decision has been made, and no offers can change the outcome now. Even as the spell prepares to activate, a desperate adventurer continues shouting, offering 20 million stones to buy a position. But the crowd remains unmoved. His loud plea only draws awkward glances. Frustrated, the man realizes that loyalty runs deeper than desperation. A nearby warrior reinforces this, by stating that selling one's spot would mean abandoning comrades, a dishonor too great to accept. Amidst this, Bjorn steps forward and calls out to Versal, seeking clarification. He asks why his team was positioned in the safest central area during their earlier movement. Versal responds calmly, allowing Bjorn to proceed with his questioning. Xenia reveals their team also drew lots for formation. Bjorn quickly realizes that none of these arrangements were accidental. There's a deeper strategy at play, orchestrated by the Laurel clan's leadership. Bjorn changes the topic, asking about the Norak troops stationed at the mountain pass. He wants details about their strength and distribution. His serious tone hints at a more dangerous plan forming behind his questions. Versal correctly interprets Bjorn's line of questioning. He is preparing to force his way through enemy lines independently. Impressed by his resolve, she grants permission for her subordinate to share all known information with him. Time passes. The area glows as the large-scale teleportation spell reaches full activation. One by one, the selected teams prepare to depart. The rest remain behind. Their path uncertain, Versal offers parting words, asking for understanding. She reminds the remaining group that they must now proceed, relying solely on themselves. The spell pulses with final energy as the chosen teams vanish. Left behind in silence, the others stare at the fading light. One asks what Bjorn Yandel, the barbarian, who had challenged everything, plans to do now. The uncertain journey has begun. Bjorn analyzes the situation and recognizes only 2 viable paths. Force through the Norak-controlled route Versal abandoned, or avoid conflict by retreating to the outskirts. Each carries its own risks and unknowns. He considers the outskirts, less dangerous and away from the central war, but survival there would be uncertain and slow. It might buy time, but it wouldn't offer insight into the larger picture or unfolding events inside the dungeon. Bjorn dismisses the passive option. Avoiding conflict may lead to temporary safety, but they would lose all information about floor events. Worse, the third day would trigger the arrival of the floor Lord, a catastrophe if they remained idle-taking. Initiative. Bjorn gathers the remaining survivors. Standing before them, he demands each person state their explorer rank, absorbed essences, and combat specialties. His tone is calm, but firm. Several members hesitate, confused or annoyed. One questions whether such detailed introductions are necessary. Another challenges Bjorn's authority, suggesting he's assuming leadership without any group consensus. Bjorn brushes off the resistance. He explains that structure is essential in uncertain conditions, especially when facing deadly threats. His blunt approach provokes frustration, but it also forces the group to confront their disorganization. Tempers rise. One explorer sarcastically proposes holding a vote to decide leadership, annoyed by Bjorn's control. But another team steps up, stating they would support Bjorn without hesitation. This sudden declaration of support surprises others. Some argue that a barbarian can't be trusted as a leader, citing Bjorn's prior actions of self-preservation as a flaw. Bjorn remains honest and claims he's not suited to lead. Yet the tension continues as others argue over who is more deserving. Distrust runs high, and the group remains fractured on the edge of danger. Some of the group, once critical of Bjorn, begin to reflect. While others panicked, he was the only one collecting intelligence on enemy positions. Embarrassed by their earlier doubts, several adventurers step forward to properly introduce themselves. One names himself Taken and pledges loyalty, recognizing Bjorn's leadership. Meanwhile, another group protests, but Bjorn asserts that they're free to leave. Bjorn draws a hard line. Anyone who disrespects or defies orders again will be removed. The threat is clear. His authority is no longer up for debate. Faced with no alternatives, even the skeptics fall in line. Afterward, the group evaluates their collective strength. Bjorn remains quietly unsure. Their formation lacks cohesion, and their combat synergy is untested. Still, he takes comfort knowing Hans, his greatest rival, isn't among them. Questions arise about their next move. With limited options, hesitation sets in, but Bjorn decides. He declares they will move toward the center, the designated safe zone, despite the dangers lying in that path. The decision is final. Bjorn knows it's a gamble, but it's one worth taking. With the team unified under a direction, they brace for a treacherous journey through hostile territory. Simone timidly asks about their chances. Bjorn internally dismisses such notions. Probability means nothing in a place like this. What mattered was that survival would come at a cost. Looking over the team's layout, Bjorn estimates that even in the best-case scenario, half of them might die before reaching the destination. Still, there's no room for hesitation. Bjorn commands the group to move. Each step forward brings them closer to a battlefield, others avoided through teleportation for them. Every inch will be paid for in blood. Bjorn's group scouts the area but finds no enemies in sight. The terrain is eerily quiet. 2 hours pass without any movement. The silence breeds tension, but they press forward. Suddenly, a blur rushes through the mist. One member hears the sound first, then another sees it. An enemy force charges out at blinding speed. Caught off guard, the group scrambles to respond. The ambushers strike fast. With precision and surprise, they launch an attack from the fog. Bjorn's team attempts to rally, but several members are quickly overwhelmed. The team regroups. A mage reports that the distance to the safe zone is approximately 20 minutes at full sprint, but time isn't their only obstacle. More enemies are closing in fast. Combat breaks out mid-run. The enemies rush from the flanks, and the group is forced to fight while pushing forward. Spells fly and blades clash as their formation threatens to fall apart. Despite heavy resistance, Bjorn and a few others cut down attackers with brute force. A red-haired warrior leads a strong counterattack, buying a few seconds for the rear to advance. But injuries are piling up. Bjorn's strategy becomes clear. Don't focus on killing. Just slow the enemies down. Any delay could save lives. The group adapts quickly, using hit-and-run tactics. A critical moment strikes. A sister and her brother are targeted. Shouts of panic erupt as one of them falls. The formation begins to crack under pressure. More enemies swarm from the sides. Some fighters collapse, but others step forward to fill the gaps. The team pushes forward, step by bloody step, toward the zone where survival still isn't guaranteed. As the team begins to falter under pressure, the front line calls out for speed. They're losing formation, but there's no time to regroup. Bjorn barrels through enemies, crushing any resistance in his path. When foes can't be killed instantly, the others handle cleanup. It's a rotating flow of forward assault and backline finishing. Suddenly, Bjorn senses an odd pressure. Something unknown surges toward him from the fog. It's fast and strong. He braces as a new challenger slams into him with overwhelming force. A figure mocks Bjorn, dismissing him as a reckless brute playing the hero. But this is no story, and Bjorn knows the cost of failure. A trap unfolds, and he realizes the attack was bait. One of his allies, Raven, unleashes a 6th grade spell. Oxygen explosion directly behind Bjorn. The area floods with shock energy, forcing the team to fall back temporarily under the cover of the blast. The spell was not meant to kill but to knock back everything nearby. Bjorn uses the opportunity. With perfect timing, he activates his skill leap, launching himself low and hard through the weakened enemy formation. The knockback works. Bjorn is flung across the battlefield like a missile. He twists midair, directing his weight downward. His goal isn't escape, it's direct impact. The ground shakes as he lands. His blow disrupts the enemy's formation, scattering fighters across the terrain. For 3 solid minutes, chaos reigns as his move buys critical time. Without hesitation, Bjorn rises amid the debris and resumes the charge. The path remains long and perilous, but his relentless momentum drives the entire group forward, one brutal impact at a time. Bjorn senses something wrong as the ground pulses unnaturally beneath him. A wave of overwhelming hostility surges from deep within the fog-covered battlefield. The presence of the Floor Lord begins to distort the surroundings. The enemy ranks swell as reinforcements arrive. Bjorn quickly realizes the layout has changed. He had misread their movements. They had been lured into a trap. Panic spreads as the formation begins to break. He roars, trying to rally his allies. But confusion dominates and not everyone escapes the collapse. Amid the chaos, one fighter falls, marking the group's first fatality just 6 minutes into the assault. Kayan lies, motionless, on the icy ground, his body soaked in blood. Panic spreads among the group as they realize he's no longer responding. One of the members cries out for help, trying to rally support before it's too late. Rina rushes to Kayan's side, grabbing his hand and checking his condition. Her face is twisted in desperation. Despite her efforts, there is no sign of life. The man coldly declares that Kayan is already dead. He shows no emotion and instructs the others to leave the body behind. Rina lowers her head, clenching her jaw in frustration. The group moves on. The fight continues as another member of the party is struck fatally. The attackers move with speed and coordination, overwhelming the defenders. Bjorn reacts immediately, moving through chaos with urgency. Bjorn shouts that the wizard has been hit. Arrows fly, magic explodes, and enemies continue to close in. In the confusion, allies and enemies clash violently, blurring the lines between strategy and instinct. Dozens have already fallen. Their corpses litter the battlefield, and morale begins to crumble. Smoke and blood fill the air. The reality of death becomes heavier with each moment as the survivors are forced to push forward, with no time to grieve. Bjorn charges into another wave of enemies. His axe cleaves through one attacker as Rina supports him from behind. Despite being surrounded, they fight relentlessly to protect the rear. Magic surges from a nearby spellcaster. A protective barrier forms, allowing the group a momentary escape. With a powerful blast, the path behind them is sealed. Suddenly, a girl sees her sister struck down by a bolt of dark magic. Her eyes widen in horror. Her scream pierces the battlefield, but no one can afford to stop. The battle demands their full attention. As the clock reaches 17 minutes, chaos intensifies. A system message signals the death of another player, confirming the loss to everyone. An ally is thrown backward, her body slamming hard against the stone floor. Rina is struck violently, her body spinning midair before crashing down. The strength of the impact leaves her stunned. Time is running out, and the situation grows more unstable with each second. The 18th minute arrives. Bjorn leads a charge through enemy lines. Others follow, but the number of active fighters has dropped sharply. The surviving group now fights just to delay the inevitable collapse. A soldier hears a signal, turning sharply toward incoming footsteps. In the distance, new figures appear, neither allies nor enemies from before. They enter the field with intent and readiness. A man clad in armor steps forward, confidently, weapon drawn. He slams his blade into the ground, marking his arrival with force. His presence shifts the attention of both sides. Another warrior follows, sword ignited in power. He joins the first without hesitation, charging into the fray. The attackers brace themselves as these new fighters make their move. The warriors descend with crushing force. Their timing is exact, disrupting enemy formations. Bjorn recognizes the pattern and prepares for impact. They deliver quick strikes, targeting key positions. Bjorn adjusts his stance to avoid becoming an obstacle. The newcomer's coordination forces a temporary shift in momentum. One attacker tries to break their formation, but a brutal counterattack knocks him back. Bjorn doesn't engage. Instead, he focuses on survival, letting the stronger fighters clear the way ahead. Bjorn launches a powerful attack, striking downward with all his strength. His weapon meets resistance, and the enemy barely avoids a direct hit. The intensity of the strike shakes the ground. The enemy taunts Bjorn, his movements fast and mocking. Bjorn, bloodied and breathing heavily, prepares for the next blow. His eyes stay locked on the opponent's footwork, continued in next message. But Bjorn closes the distance, grabbing his opponent with sheer force. He drives his elbow into the man's chest. The two crash into the ground as Bjorn continues his assault without hesitation. A nearby ally shouts in frustration as another team member collapses. The battle grows harder, and every action now costs something valuable. Choices are made quickly without time to doubt. Bjorn signals an ally to use a support skill. The girl hesitates, but others push her to act. A spell begins casting while Bjorn takes another hit during the delay. The skill activates just as Bjorn finishes overpowering his opponent. His axe swings once more, crushing the enemy's armor. His body remains covered in blood, but he shows no signs of stopping. Bjorn prepares to execute another enemy. Rage fuels his movements as he rushes forward. A narration suggests that fear is taking hold among the opposition. As Bjorn slams into the ground with his enemy, others watch in shock. A nearby ally screams his name, witnessing the violence unfold with disbelief. Two girls stare in horror. One trembles while holding a spell, uncertain whether to act. The other finally steps forward, her eyes glowing as the spell begins to form. A massive eruption of fire engulfs the battlefield. The flames rise high, consuming the ground in waves of heat. Bjorn and the others brace themselves as the blast expands. From within the inferno, a system message confirms the activation of a powerful skill. The ground splits beneath their feet as intense heat pushes outward in all directions. Screams echo through the blaze. One enemy is completely overtaken, his form vanishing in the fire. The explosion marks the end of several lives, as the battlefield burns without mercy. Smoke clears slightly, revealing bodies scattered, and the ground blackened. Survivors cautiously regroup, keeping low to avoid further attacks. Bjorn stirs, wounded but still moving. His armor is damaged and his movements are slower. Despite the heat and chaos, he manages to lift himself, eyeing the destruction around him. Ash falls from above like dust. A system message registers his actions. He throws a corpse aside, making space. He pushes upward, exhausted, but alive, his strength barely holding up. A faint groan escapes his lips as he rises again. Bjorn staggers forward, stepping across the scorched earth. He approaches a fallen comrade. The light from the flames casts long shadows across the ground. He reaches out slowly. His hand trembles as he extends it, unsure of what he'll find. His breathing slows while his mind processes the silence around him. From a distance, someone watches him carefully. The battlefield remains unstable. Though the fires start to fade, danger is still present. Bjorn tightens his grip and prepares for whatever remains. Bjorn rises from the scorched battlefield, locking eyes on a fleeing enemy. The figure ahead seems unaware of the danger closing in. Bjorn presses forward without pause. He tightens his grip on his weapon. The flames around him swirl, but his focus does not waver. His injuries are numerous, but none are enough to stop him. The enemy stumbles. Bjorn advances, steps heavy and deliberate. The battle has ended for most, but for him, a final task remains. One target stands between him and closure. 3 minutes later, a new group arrives at the site. Their armor gleams untouched by the chaos before. They assess the aftermath without urgency. Continued in next message. The leader speaks, remarking on the messy conclusion. The presence of scattered bodies shows the battle's intensity. Their formation remains strict as they prepare to confront the survivors. Bjorn stands in front of the group, bloodied but composed. One of them gestures with a glowing weapon. The atmosphere grows tense as misunderstanding brews between both sides. The leader criticizes the situation, stating he has authority, others lack. He references a hidden order or plan behind their arrival, but provides no proof. Bjorn reacts when a ring is noticed. A red-haired ally defends him, claiming the ring came from a knight they encountered earlier. She gestures urgently to prevent escalation. The ring is identified. The armored man confirms its origin and examines it closely. The energy within the gem activates slightly as he holds it up. Tension remains, but violence is avoided for now. Bjorn and the red-haired girl discuss the presence of high-ranking knights near the portal. Suspicion surrounds the unexpected encounter, and they reflect on the knight's motives for giving away critical information. Elsewhere, a knight appears, gesturing with confidence. His past actions are now understood as calculated, sharing valuable insight to avoid personal risk. He may not have expected his warning to be taken seriously. The group of knights now regards Bjorn and his team as non-hostile. Though tension remains, their stance softens. With measured steps, the armored leader permits them to proceed forward. Bjorn questions what will happen once they enter. The knights explain there are procedures to follow, but assure medical support will be provided. The group shows signs of exhaustion but remains cooperative. One knight volunteers to escort the wounded to treatment. Another announces that Bjorn will remain for questioning. The others comply, understanding that standard protocols must be observed. As the group disperses, Bjorn exchanges a quiet word with the red-haired girl. She nods and walks away with the others. He remains in place, preparing for what comes next. Bjorn's allies discuss Daria's behavior, uncertain about her decision to leave him behind. A few wonder aloud if something happened earlier that they missed. One member offers to return for Bjorn. Another argues that staying might lead to punishment or suspicion. None of them are sure what to do next. Suddenly, a bloodied figure bursts into the scene. Daria is caught by surprise and struggles as a new attacker grabs her. The others react too late as the scene spirals into chaos again. Bjorn is instructed to follow, and he silently agrees. He walks through the mist, alone but aware of eyes watching him. Each step echoes the weight of his decisions during the battle. The knight leads him toward a camp. Bjorn's injuries slow him, but he remains steady. A nearby structure glows faintly with magical energy, signaling the presence of something beyond standard authority. As he draws closer, Bjorn wonders who truly holds power here. A portal shimmers beside the building, guarded but not sealed. He senses that something is being hidden beyond it, inside the camp. Officials prepare for discussion. They speak in low tones. Watching Bjorn approach, one questions whether bringing him was necessary, while another insists on evaluating the situation directly. The group gathers inside a command tent. They appear calm, but suspicion hangs in the air. The room falls silent as Bjorn enters, armor still dented and stained from battle. Simone in the room identifies him by name. Bjorn confirms with a nod. Despite the tension, his expression remains controlled. He is ready to speak, but also prepared to fight again if needed. Bjorn arrives before a noble gathering holding an item of significance. The court is surprised by his return, especially with a relic from the perilous ruins of Baresh Highlands. His sudden appearance disrupts the calm tension of the hall. The nobles whisper among themselves, confused and wary. One asks about the man's identity. Another mentions that he also encountered similar ruins, further fueling curiosity about this barbarian's involvement. An official introduces Bjorn as an explorer from a remote region. He presents a ring once belonging to the paladin known for upholding truth. The ring is shown to the court. Bjorn recognizes it as belonging to the Third Order's commander. This confirms the man's claim and deepens the mystery. The noble in charge grows interested and begins questioning him further. He asks about rumors, whether a watcher was seen guarding the ruins. The warrior confirms it. Though injured, he fought and defeated the guardian, something the hall had trouble believing. The noble questions the warrior's rank. The answer shocks them. He is merely ranked 5th. The room murmurs in disbelief. Such a feat, performed by a low-ranking fighter, is nearly unheard of. The noble considers that if a 5th-rank warrior escaped, the guardian may not have used full strength. it implies the man was allowed to flee. He suspects the Guardian was stationed deliberately to control access. A scene reveals the masked Guardian in shadows, seemingly guarding the stairway to the dungeon's second level. Had the Barbarian not appeared, the group might never have passed. The noble asks whether there was any way the team bypassed the monster. Bjorn denies it. If there was a secret path, he would have taken it. The only route was through the enemy. The noble instructs Bjorn to explain exactly how he acquired the ring. He wants to understand the situation clearly, perhaps to use the information for future reference. Bjorn prepares himself mentally, knowing there's no way to avoid revealing details. Bjorn recounts his battle. His story captures attention as he speaks about how intense the situation became. The others listen closely, acknowledging the credibility and grit behind his survival. Another knight comments on Bjorn's leadership, noting that he shows no signs of being protected or guided by a higher power. Still, it's confirmed, all of Bjorn's party members survived, further shocking the council. It reflects on Bjorn's decision. He wasn't someone who chose the best options, he made the necessary ones. It reinforces that Bjorn's actions weren't about heroism but survival, responsibility, and resolve. Bjorn is seen fighting fiercely, protecting his party. His choices led to survival, not glory. His strength lies not in brilliance but in accepting harsh decisions without hesitation. Just as Bjorn prepares to leave, he's stopped by one final question: whether the enemy he fought had a unique mark or insignia. Bjorn recalls the opponent's sword technique and confirms the attacker bore a knight's crest. Bjorn confirms the crest belonged to a fallen knight from a now extinct heretic cult. This enemy was far more dangerous than expected, suggesting deeper threats ahead. The noble praises Bjorn, saying slaying such a figure will raise his prestige. Others in the room congratulate him, assuming he sees it as a victory. Bjorn, however, frowns. Barbarians don't care for praise. He grits his teeth and walks off silently, thinking, only if he survives will any of this matter. Bjorn gathers with his party near the dungeon campfire. He confirms that everyone heard the previous instructions and questions the arrangement. One party member responds, saying they adjusted positions accordingly and heard everything clearly. Bjorn reflects silently, concerned that someone might be acting on their own. He warns the group to follow rotations strictly starting tomorrow. He notices someone is missing and asks about Tyrell's whereabouts. The group hesitates. Bjorn is told that Tyrell went to a different section, assigned separately for safety. His suspicions rise as he realizes something happened while he was away from the group. The others explain Tyrell volunteered for a solo area because it was considered stable. Bjorn keeps his expression controlled but grows more cautious, realizing this decision was made without him. He acknowledges the mistake but doesn't pursue it further. One party member explains that elves are bound to blue flame altars by contract, which influenced Tyrell's decision to split. Bjorn notes silently that the reasoning seems convenient. The elf girl appears emotional, expressing guilt. But he concludes inwardly that the decision was calculated, not purely emotional. Bjorn stays alert, sensing something unusual. He prepares for a possible ambush and signals the others to stay sharp. The party recalls how many mistakes were made earlier, but they've improved. Bjorn notes that this progress was needed, and that one misstep could have cost lives. With everyone now organized and alert, their rest period ends. Elsewhere, a noble discusses Bjorn's progress. Noting the team has likely cleared the first stage, he prepares to observe their next move. An overview introduces the most dangerous types of criminals in the dungeon. The corpse collector, who manipulates the dead through eerie rituals, feared for unpredictability and vile methods. His crimes go beyond murder. The next is the demolitionist, a mage who caused mass destruction with forbidden spells. Known for eliminating entire cities during the Solar Eclipse War, he's considered a national threat. Following him is the Blood Knight, a berserker who kills with no restraint, driven by bloodlust. Finally, there's the Rebel, a mastermind who gathered these criminals, formed a cult, and incited massacres. At the capital, the nobles analyze the implications of recent events. They acknowledge the return of the criminal known as the demolitionist. One soldier confirms these suspects may be operating within the second floor. The commander interrupts the briefing, focusing their priorities. He expresses concern that a single mistake could result in catastrophe. They must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Orders are given to secretly assemble mages capable of detecting enemy magic. The situation demands action from those who can make hard decisions, regardless of the sacrifices required. Day 3050, Bjorn and his party sense movement in the dark corridors. Whispers confirm that enemy patrols are drawing close. Anxiety spreads among adventurers resting in the area. Rumors of rising death tolls circulate. Some mention a failed southern assault. Others fear the silence from parties who entered the second floor and never returned. Bjorn observes quietly. Distrust is spreading among the teams. As expected, frustration builds in the northern camp. Still, no update on the one called "that person" by the 5th day. Why is no one explaining anything? Bjorn is approached by a loud man praising him as a great warrior who returned from the second floor. Bjorn is confused by the enthusiasm, especially when the man mentions his original team died en route. Bjorn realizes the man has spread word of a false party. 5 survivors led only by Bjorn cheers erupt from nearby soldiers, who see him as a hero who conquered the second floor. The man casually suggests joining Bjorn's team. Bjorn, still processing the lies, agrees with little resistance, wondering if it's worth arguing in this situation. Bjorn updates the military unit and lets the loud man's group know where to meet. Laughter erupts as the man hypes up Bjorn's legendary return, fueling the growing myth. Privately, Bjorn is told the responsible mage has named him as the successor for leading their coordination. This places him under unexpected pressure to manage the team carefully. He then learns from a comrade that Tyrell had said some things in his absence, implying that he wasn't doing his job seriously. Bjorn is surprised, but listens without reacting. It's revealed that during Bjorn's absence, Tyrell voiced concerns about his leadership. The others were unsure how to respond but quietly questioned him too. One E-party member vents about the stress and almost loses control. Bjorn listens silently, grateful his teammates chose restraint rather than escalating conflict. Bjorn reflects on Tyrell's anger, accepting it as justified. Unbeknownst to them, he had arranged positions deliberately, sacrificing closeness to increase their chance of survival. Something they never realized. Bjorn realizes that only he knows the full truth behind their strategic positioning. If his allies knew they were moved like pieces to survive, it might shatter trust, so he keeps it to himself. A party member approaches him, questioning his motives. Bjorn denies any betrayal, but the man reveals he had been questioning everything, especially why someone like Reyna had to die. The teammate remembers holding Reyna's lifeless body and wonders how she ended up dying despite Bjorn's strength. He accuses Bjorn of misleading them, even unintentionally. Bjorn is asked directly, what conclusion has he come to about it all? His answer is silence. The man states bitterly that although Bjorn fought hardest and suffered most, trust had already been broken. He admits no one could have promised survival, but still, they shouldn't have followed Bjorn. He regrets that choice, despite the hardships Bjorn endured for them. Despite everything, the same man now acknowledges Bjorn as their leader. They salute him, but the sentiment is wrapped in conflict. He admits, following Bjorn was still his decision. Bjorn reminds him that it was he who voted Bjorn as leader, and also he who did nothing when that woman betrayed them. Bjorn's voice is calm but firm, the man replies. That's why he doesn't resent Bjorn. Bjorn warns him not to treat him as a moral compass, knowing the weight of leadership too well. Bjorn predicts the other man will someday feel the same burden. The conversation ends quietly as the man sits down in silence, overwhelmed by his own guilt. Tensions rise as Bjorn learns that Tyrell and Saphira have activated a teleportation magic circle without authorization. The spell's signature is complex, indicating advanced cooperation with someone outside the party. The nobles watching from afar recognize the spell as a forced escape type, used in emergencies to flee the dungeon. One of them immediately suspects betrayal, declaring that if they're stalling, execution is justified. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure flees with purpose. Bjorn catches sight of them and reacts. Recognizing the gait and urgency, he deduces betrayal is already in motion and rushes after them. Bjorn discovers an emblem dropped during the chase. It matches a mysterious symbol from earlier events. A noble nearby connects it to forbidden magic users known for treachery. Bjorn is questioned. Does he know what that symbol means? His silence draws suspicion. The noble demands clarity, pressing Bjorn on the origin of his information. The mood shifts sharply. The noble's demeanor darkens, as he demands to know exactly where Bjorn heard about that name, whatever it is. It's not something just anyone should know. Bjorn realizes he's now under scrutiny. A forbidden spell glowed ominously in the hands of a robed sorcerer. This rare magic, once sealed deep within a female-only witch coven, had the power to shift locations instantly, even across distant realms. The spell was considered catastrophic, and was only usable under extreme limitations. To activate it, a sacrificial ritual was required, one that demanded the life essence of 230 individuals, including a high-ranking wizard. The cost made its use nearly impossible, despite additional hidden requirements. This spell remained a secret tool, only known to top-tier players. It could be obtained by locating a hidden scroll buried deep in the 15th floor of a labyrinth, guarded by a cursed altar and protected by dozens of cultists. In the dungeon's dark halls, Bjorn stood firm as a soldier, whispered suspicions about a knight's defeat. The air was tense. Bjorn, realizing someone had uncovered a secret about the army's internal hierarchy. An older commander gritted his teeth, recalling the disgrace of a knight's loss to a mere mercenary. It became clear the story of the fight had traveled quickly, the commander noting how a barbarian like Bjorn could uncover such a secret. Though he dismissed it aloud, he knew the information Bjorn carried was dangerous, and that his instincts were sharper than they seemed. Bjorn clenched his fists, preparing to act. The others hesitated, as he took the burden of leadership, aiming to save the captured priestess regardless of the risks. Faced with doubt, his companion warned him of the dangers, but Bjorn remained silent, weighing the cost of sacrifice against his own resolve to protect the innocent and fulfill a promise. As he advanced alone into the mist, memories of loss haunted him, but his purpose stayed clear. He would save everyone, no matter what. He wouldn't fail. As time ticked down, the dungeon system announced the defeat of each group in rapid succession. Panic spread among the remaining survivors as the countdown accelerated. Bjorn turned as a worried mage approached him with frantic urgency. She relayed a rumor claiming the enemy was capable of warping through sealed areas. This revelation hinted at a threat far greater than anyone had anticipated. Bjorn stood before the group with steady confidence. Despite the rising fear around them, he addressed everyone boldly, calming the chaos. Though his behavior seemed overly optimistic, it provided a needed anchor for those on the verge of panic. Bjorn, maintaining his composure, redirected the group's attention toward their next step. He questioned the identity of a potential threat, trying to identify the one behind the strange events. The group entered a room filled with towering figures and multiple exit paths. A countdown loomed as one of the barriers began to fall, triggering immediate urgency. Bjorn led the charge through the tunnel as enemies emerged in pursuit. The entire group was forced into a narrow escape. The environment grew increasingly chaotic with each second that passed. A high-ranking player blocked their path with an unreadable expression. His motives were unclear, and his position raised doubts about his allegiance. Bjorn analyzed the scene silently, sensing potential betrayal among allies. Visions of past companions and choices resurfaced in Bjorn's mind. Every decision made now had consequences, and he knew that trust could not be given freely. With a single conclusion, Bjorn accepted responsibility. To save everyone, he had to predict every outcome, understand every pattern, and plan with precision. Only perfection would ensure their return alive. Chaos erupted when it was confirmed that the earlier rumors were true. Some allied knights had fled the battlefield, abandoning their positions. This sudden betrayal created shock and confusion among the remaining fighters. Bjorn clenched his fist silently as the gravity of the moment settled in. Without hesitation, he issued a command for everyone to follow him. His decisiveness cut through the panic, pulling the team back from collapse. Although confused, the group obeyed. Bjorn had no time to explain. He knew their survival depended on increasing their information and monitoring multiple escape routes. Still hidden in the ruins, Bjorn's team remained hidden behind cover, observing figures gathering in a distant chamber. They couldn't afford to be seen, yet action had to be taken quickly before the opportunity passed. He quietly signaled for movement. The team split into formations and advanced. Bjorn's goal was simple: seize control of the other scattered survivors and unify them under his direction before chaos escalated beyond control. The group followed his plan carefully. Bjorn already had multiple contingency plans prepared, Plan A for success, Plan B for fallback, and Plan C as a final resort. No matter the outcome, he would adapt and lead. In another part of the dungeon, a skirmish broke out between confused allies and advancing enemies. Miscommunication caused more losses, and panic spread among the less organized forces trying to retreat or regroup. A powerful enemy commander watched the battlefield unfold. With calm confidence, he evaluated the situation. He noted that the opposing sides' formations were breaking, which meant their time to act had come. He issued an order to begin their offensive. The enemy forces advanced under the cover of spellcasters. Whatever resistance remained would be overwhelmed unless someone intervened. Fast Bjorn stood beneath the eerie glow of magic as he mocked those before him. With chilling confidence, he claimed he had predicted this outcome, implying that the chaos was part of his design. Without hesitation, the commander turned toward the portal. His subordinate followed in silence as they activated a spell capable of devastating impact. The swirling energy grew volatile, signaling that their objective was no longer survival. As the portal ignited with a violent surge of power, cries of fear and pain rang out. Magical energy burst outward, consuming the area as the attackers unleashed a final deadly spell, with the intent to leave nothing alive behind. The defenders scrambled to stop the advancing enemy from reaching the portal, but their resistance faltered. Realization dawned: they were too late. The enemy had already completed their preparations. The commander barked orders for surrender. As confusion spread, a few guards hesitated, wondering if there was truly no hope left. The atmosphere shifted into despair, clouding the soldiers' ability to act decisively. However, not all were ready to yield. Chaos returned as a warrior lashed out in defiance. Blades clashed again in the dark. Loyalty and betrayal intertwined under the flickering lights of battle. Enraged fighters demanded answers about the so-called final escape route. Accusations flew as tension exploded among both allies and enemies. No one wanted to be the last sacrifice. A silent knight declared coldly that someone had to stay behind. He saw no issue in abandoning others if it ensured his own survival. His tone lacked remorse. Another warrior stepped forward, challenging that selfish view. Though hopelessness loomed, they refused to let the remaining survivors be betrayed without a fight. Rage boiled over, and weapons clashed as factions that once stood side by side turned on each other. The name of a fallen homeland, Lapidonia, echoed like a curse. Confusion erupted. One commander fell, another fled, and trust collapsed in an instant. Betrayal led to violence, and even those who had once hesitated were now locked in deadly combat. As swords clanged and blood spilled, shouts for vengeance filled the air. Unity shattered, and any hope of cooperation crumbled. The collapse of discipline turned allies into enemies, as survival instincts took over. Amid the growing storm, a cursed energy pulsed from those overtaken by madness. Their sanity gone, their hatred burned hotter than their reason. Screaming vengeance, they surged forward in a frenzy. The corrupted charged wildly, driven by hate and grief. Their strength grew terrifying, but their actions were no longer rational. They fought with reckless abandon, endangering their own allies in a storm of uncontrollable wrath. In the midst of this chaos, a soldier fought back with despair in his eyes. He cursed the moment, blaming everyone, himself included. As more fell, the battle became not strategy, but pure emotional collapse. An enraged fighter roared, charging headfirst into death. His blade cut through enemies, but also through comrades. Unable to distinguish between friend and foe, blood sprayed, screams rose, and control was lost. Knights clashed under a storm of brutality, with commanders unable to regain command. Even seasoned warriors succumbed to the violence, cornered by betrayal and fear, no longer fighting for victory but to vent sorrow. Then, heavy stomps echoed through the cave. A massive figure emerged from the shadows, drawing everyone's attention. A new threat had arrived, one powerful enough to silence even madness. A violent force slammed into the battlefield, breaking the standoff in an instant. Bodies flew as the ground cracked beneath a brutal strike. The attackers' overwhelming strength shattered any semblance of resistance. The enemy's entrance was catastrophic. Warriors were thrown through the air like ragdolls. One soldier desperately clutched a fallen comrade, their expressions filled with terror as the attacker surged forward without pause. From above, a massive body descended like a meteor. The system displayed the devastating weight, over 580 kilograms, before confirming additional damage from the attacker's racial trait, rebound impact. Soldiers stumbled back, confused and horrified by what they had witnessed. As some struggled to their feet, Bjorn emerged from the dust, raising his voice to rally those on the verge of despair. He declared his identity boldly, Bjorn, son of Yandel of the Redfoot clan. He demanded that any ally who recognized him fall in line immediately and follow his lead. To his surprise, others stood. Fellow barbarians, inspired by his words, echoed his declaration. Their recognition reignited the flame of unity. What was once a collapsing crowd began to reform around him. The roar of a barbarian war cry shook the cave. Unity spread fast, and those who once quarreled were now driven by shared identity. A mob formed. No longer enemies, but a single tribe under one command. Bjorn reminded them they could not fight amongst themselves. In unison, the group shouted, "We must not fight each other." Their rage turned outward toward their real enemies. Among the crowd, blame still flared. Accusations flew at traitors, but the wave of solidarity pushed forward. Barbarians had gathered, and now they were ready to fight together. The tide had begun to turn. Bjorn shouted repeatedly for everyone to stop fighting. His voice echoed over the battlefield, filled with urgency, but the chaos was overwhelming. Emotions were out of control, and not everyone listened. A wounded fighter cursed through bloodied lips, glaring with fury. Others screamed in confusion, still caught up in the storm of fear and betrayal. Bjorn's call for unity was met with more violence. Amid the shouting, a rogue attacker lunged. The blades clashed violently once again. Despite Bjorn's orders, the frenzy reignited. He was trying to stop a wildfire with words. Bjorn yelled again, this time with his full strength. His booming voice cut through the noise. Some began to pause, startled by his sheer presence and command. Two of his closest companions hesitated. They recognized something in his tone, a desperation beyond anger. They called his name softly, understanding the weight of his plea. One by one, others began to repeat his command. Men and women clenched their fists and echoed him, urging everyone to stop. Their trembling hands showed how close they were to the edge, but his words anchored them. A mysterious observer, cloaked and calm, watched the entire scene unfold. He was stunned, not by violence, but by the barbarian's unexpected influence on the crowd. He questioned how such a thing could be possible. To see this many people, on the brink of collapse, unified by a single man, was unthinkable. One barbarian had stabilized an entire battlefield. The observer, a royal court mage named Kilvarosco, took note. He hadn't predicted this now. His attention was fully on Bjorn, the barbarian who silenced chaos. Several figures stepped forward in a tense hall, their footsteps echoing as the gathered crowd turned silent and senses a confrontation forming. Attention shifts toward a cloaked man standing before knights and a priest, while uncertainty spreads among the onlookers watching from behind. Meanwhile, Bjorn observes quietly from within the crowd, allowing others to reveal their positions before taking control of the situation. Melter Fend, captain of the Nardal clan, steps ahead confidently and publicly requests any method to resolve the crisis. Soon after, Lacey Naret of the Heindel Order introduces herself and expresses gratitude for preventing further tragedy in the city. Kyle, known as a war mage, announces his presence calmly, drawing murmurs from the crowd who recognize his reputation. Tension sharpens when weapons are raised and pointed forward, demanding a clear explanation for earlier violent actions. Questions spread rapidly as suspicion grows about whether the barbarian acted recklessly without a structured plan. Bjorn, wearing his helmet firmly, remains composed and reflects that he had not expected such a swift reaction. Without warning, Bjorn suddenly shouts loudly, startling nearby adventurers and drawing every eye toward his imposing frame. Rather than presenting a detailed strategy, he admits acting on instinct, relying on direct action instead of careful calculation. Mixed reactions appear across the crowd, with some confused, others impressed, and several uncertain about trusting him. Raising his arms broadly, Bjorn urges everyone to unite, emphasizing that many capable individuals stand together in one place. confidence strengthens his stance, as he argues that combining strength and intelligence will overcome the looming danger. Although doubts remain, the surrounding knights and mages begin considering his proposal, realizing cooperation may be their only viable path forward. Concern spreads through the gathering as certain adventurers appear too friendly, creating suspicion that visible alliances may increase overall anxiety. Bjorn, wearing his helmet, abruptly pushes the discussion forward, intentionally provoking debate to steer everyone toward his conclusion. The conversation shifts toward the royal family's absence, raising doubts about why support was withdrawn at such a critical moment. Analysis turns to the Floor Lord's defeat, and a darker possibility emerges about a new presence influencing events. The name Abyss Lord Verzak surfaces, described as another ruler appearing on the first floor and driving recent disasters. Adventurers question whether even the royal guards could defeat such a being, fearing catastrophic losses if battle occurs. Speculation arises that the commander chose retreat to protect elite forces, rather than risk destruction against Verzak. Attention moves to the second floor, with Bjorn challenging why the royal forces failed to advance earlier. A revelation follows that a destructive mage scholar ruined the western portal, blocking reinforcement routes. Shock spreads as leaders realize that destroying a portal was considered nearly impossible until now. Reports suggest the scholar may have traveled through other portals, leaving the first floor isolated. Bjorn studies the situation calmly, concluding that enemies would not trap themselves without another escape method. He proposes the use of a dimension door, reasoning that attackers targeted smaller groups rather than large clans. Strategic calculation reveals that numerous high-level mages could activate multiple dimension doors simultaneously. Bjorn deduces that chaos between the royal army and thousands of adventurers would allow the enemy to eliminate everyone efficiently. Debate intensifies as adventurers question whether fleeing upward would truly protect them if the Abyss Lord advances into the Dark Bastard's territory. Before conclusions settle, urgent news erupts that the Nork forces blocking the maze paths have suddenly disappeared without a trace. Bjorn listens beneath his helmet and challenges the assumption that every portal was destroyed, pointing out inconsistencies in that belief. As arguments overlap, clearer reasoning emerges that the first floor maze must still contain at least one functioning portal. Careful deduction suggests that if enemies vanished so quickly, they likely escaped through a hidden route rather than perishing. Despite fears that powerful foes may be waiting near any exit, several leaders admit that remaining in place guarantees slow annihilation. Bjorn proposes dividing the adventurers into organized groups of 300 to improve mobility and reduce total losses. He stresses that a direct clash against Verzak would destroy most fighters, making coordination and speed their only advantage. Gradually, determination replaces panic as various clans begin gathering members and forming structured units for departure. A red-haired captain loudly calls for high-ranked warriors to join the Red Light clan, hoping to secure elite strength first. Sensing the urgency, Bjorn steps forward, intending to move before rival leaders recruit every capable combatant. A cloaked mage approaches him directly and insists on fighting at the front, claiming instinct draws him toward Bjorn's side. Bjorn questions the mage's judgment, warning that leading the charge places survival at extreme risk. The mage responds with unsettling calm, accepting the danger and agreeing to cooperate, which triggers a system notice announcing an advanced mage's appearance. Surprise spreads among nearby adventurers, and suspicion grows that Bjorn may gain a powerful ally before anyone else secures him. Movement begins quickly as leaders urge nearby adventurers to head north and reorganize before confusion spreads further. Bjorn advances through the crowd, and others instinctively follow his steady pace, despite the lack of formal orders. Recognition grows that people are naturally gathering behind him, creating an unspoken center of gravity. Volunteers from different floors step forward, offering their strength and requesting permission to join his formation. A priest and several fighters express belief that he can save the greatest number if properly supported. Various adventurers of different ranks present their abilities, seeking roles within the developing group. The cloaked mage observes quietly and remarks that individuals consistently gravitate toward Bjorn's presence. Gradual acceptance forms in Bjorn's mind as he begins to acknowledge the weight of responsibility settling on him. Determination replaces hesitation, and he silently resolves to move forward with those who trust him. A seasoned warrior named Taklin approaches from the shadows, requesting acknowledgement before stepping closer. Without hesitation, Taklin positions himself at Bjorn's side, signaling loyalty through action rather than words. Standing together at the front, they prepare to guide the newly formed group toward the uncertain path ahead. A grief-stricken man stands beneath the fading light, his eyes empty as he questions the purpose of surviving after losing his wife and everything that anchored him. Nearby, Taklin watches him carefully, understanding that despair often disguises the instinct to endure that still burns quietly within a broken heart. Dangling over a deadly drop, the man faces the edge of death. Yet even in that moment, his body resists surrender, revealing an unspoken attachment to life. Suspended in darkness, he struggles against gravity and fear, discovering that humans cling to existence, even when their words claim exhaustion. Images of his lost wife surface through pain and regret, but grief alone cannot overpower the natural drive to keep breathing and searching for meaning. When he finally stands again, Taklin silently acknowledges that decision, later choosing to align himself with those who refuse to collapse under despair. Bjorn studies Taklin's composed demeanor, sensing kindness mixed with guilt and an awareness of his own contradictions. The knight admits inwardly that helping others eases his conscience, recognizing that survival often demands uncomfortable compromises. Despite this honesty, he commits to the group, accepting that flawed intentions can still produce necessary alliances inside the dungeon. A sudden roar shatters the tension as allies rush toward Bjorn, relief spreading quickly when they confirm he remains alive. Questions are exchanged while the priest avoids direct eye contact, her discomfort visible as she reports what she overheard earlier. Bjorn notices the hesitation but refrains from pressing her, choosing instead to observe and preserve stability within the team. Overcome by instinct, Bjorn shifts into a commanding presence, unintentionally drawing the attention of survivors gathered nearby. With steady authority, he instructs them to assemble and prepares to count their remaining numbers before taking further action. Facing the crowd, Bjorn concludes that the key to overcoming the dungeon lies, not in strength alone but in organized leadership and collective resolve. Bjorn introduces himself firmly while clasping hands with a hesitant man named Sebastian, establishing recognition through a direct and steady gesture. Around them, survivors murmur about the importance of names, noting how openly Bjorn declares his identity without hesitation. Observers quietly question why Sebastian rejected an earlier offer from a captain, sensing embarrassment beneath the surface. The blonde warrior explains that he chose to follow Bjorn based on instinct rather than logic. From a distance, the group watches Bjorn's broad back, sharing the unspoken belief that standing near him feels safer. Agreement spreads subtly through the crowd as they decide to observe his actions before committing fully. A dwarf openly praises Bjorn's strength and presence, offering trust without reservation. Bjorn pauses when a knight passes, recalling the man's name as Darcis, and surprising him with that memory. Recognition turns into mutual resolve as they acknowledge the necessity of fighting together. Ebertine proposes a drink if they survive, and Bjorn accepts the gesture as a promise of shared survival. Others attempt to join the celebration, while one grieving man insists that death holds the same meaning regardless of where it occurs. Despite dark humor and tension, bonds begin forming, and strangers gradually become companions. Some question whether Bjorn planned this unity from the beginning, doubting such cohesion could happen accidentally. A seasoned man remarks that extraordinary individuals often act beyond ordinary understanding, leaving motives unclear. As cheers erupt and voices echo his name, Bjorn realizes that not a single hand rises against him, and he interprets this overwhelming support as undeniable guidance. A eastern portal, Bjorn leads the charge as explorers sprint through the crimson-lit cavern, maintaining a strict three-group formation. Positioned at the very front due to the extreme danger of that role, Bjorn monitors the rear, while confirming that Kyle and the others remain close behind. The group advances rapidly, trusting the simple structure of their formation as they push deeper toward the unstable front lines. Without warning, Bjorn orders an immediate halt as a system announcement declares the appearance of the 9th floor lord. A series of effects activates instantly, reducing mana efficiency, locking active skills, and empowering monsters that consumed the Abyss Lord's energy. Recognizing the severity of these penalties, Bjorn prepares the team for combat under drastically weakened conditions. Torches ignite as visibility drops, and Bjorn urges everyone to stay alert while acknowledging the danger ahead. Sensing movement in the darkness, he steadies himself and identifies the approaching threat. An evolved abyss razormane wolf emerges, its red eyes fixed on the front line as it prepares to strike. Bjorn commands a charge, raising his moonstone shield to intercept the wolf's violent lunge. Claws crash against steel, while blood and sparks scatter, and he directs the rear fighters to eliminate enemies that slip past. Assessing the growing numbers, Bjorn realizes they cannot survive if they fight each monster individually. More evolved wolves descend from the shadows, overwhelming the formation as casualties begin to rise. With skills restricted and support weakened by the field's penalties, their ability to adapt diminishes rapidly. As the battle intensifies and allies fall one by one, Bjorn understands that advancing further will only multiply their losses unless he finds a decisive solution. As the evolved wolves freely activate their abilities, one abyss razormane wolf unleashes inner madness, causing its presence to distort violently in the darkness. Under the special field's influence, defensive attributes vanish from the explorer's status, converting what should have been resilience into pure vulnerability. Claws tear through armor and flesh with amplified force, and attacks that once could be endured now carve deep wounds into the front line. Realizing the imbalance, the warriors rotate positions, sending those who conserved strength from the rear to replace the exhausted fighters at the front. Despite concerns about leadership and direction, Bjorn refuses to fall back. Understanding that a steady guide prevents panic from spreading, names are called out in quick succession as responsibilities shift, and trust is placed in capable hands to maintain the formation. Encouraged to rest, Bjorn declines, insisting on continuing while acknowledging that retreat would only invite collapse. The group surges forward again, but fresh wolves burst from side tunnels, proving far more aggressive than ordinary razor-mane variants. Reports of mounting casualties spread through the ranks, and the realization that many have fallen weighs heavily on those still fighting. Arguments flare briefly over whether the rear is safer. Yet the truth becomes clear as priests struggle to keep up with the injured. Steel clashes against fur and bone while torches flicker wildly, revealing that danger surrounds them from every direction. Bjorn cuts down another beast, acknowledging grimly that both the front and rear have become relentless battlefields. Raising his weapon, he declares that if hell exists ahead, then an even harsher one stands where he fights now. Hearing his name shouted from behind, Bjorn instinctively turns, momentarily distracted by concern for an ally. A sudden strike knocks the breath from him, and as he steadies himself he forces his focus back to the fight, knowing hesitation will only claim more lives. Bjorn forces his body forward through the chaos, gripping his shield and mace as blood and pressure build around him in the collapsing formation. A sudden surge of icy power cuts across the battlefield, briefly pushing back the wolves and creating a narrow opening in the darkness. Nayani spots the shift and urgently signals a new direction, but another ally falls behind as the path becomes more unstable. As time passes, exhaustion spreads across the survivors, and reports confirm that Darcis has been killed during the retreat. The news settles heavily among the group, replacing earlier determination with a quiet and restrained grief, remembering their earlier promise to share drinks after surviving. The remaining members continue forward, aware that fewer will stand at the end. Bjorn reflects that in this world, people are used and discarded without hesitation, and he admits he once treated others the same way to survive harsh realities. A strange sensation spreads through his chest as heat rises with his circulating blood, and the discomfort forces him to confront emotions he long ignored. Overwhelmed by the burning in his heart and the pounding in his head, Bjorn realizes he no longer seeks justification, and instead embraces the violent resolve forming inside him. Red energy surges around him as he accepts a fierce desire to repay those who tried to break him, including his comrades and the countless people advancing behind him. Determination hardens within his muscular frame, and he commits to shattering every obstacle in his path even if the effort consumes everything he possesses. Blood and chaos surround the battlefield, yet his conviction remains steady as he prepares to stake his remaining strength on a final outcome. 8 hours pass since leaving the center, with the first 2 spent sprinting and the next 7 endured in a desperate struggle through the suffocating abyssal fog. Exhausted warriors slow their pace on shattered ground while Bjorn, helmeted and resolute, asks about the portal that once promised escape. Upon learning the portal has been destroyed, he calmly accepts that their sacrifices yielded no immediate reward despite the heavy cost already paid. Grief flickers across his expression as he acknowledges the many deaths, but he forces himself to regain composure in the silent aftermath. With few portals remaining, he understands a swift decision is required because hesitation will only invite further disaster. Comrades rally behind him without question, trusting his judgment and strength even if his choice leads them toward greater danger. Relief cools his earlier fury as he evaluates the labyrinth's structure and considers where an enemy commander would likely relocate. A mental map unfolds before him, revealing strategic positions across the maze while he calculates the most advantageous northern route. Certainty settles in as Bjorn identifies the Goblin Forest as the destination, preparing to lead everyone toward that decisive battlefield. Bjorn declares that he has 3 reasons for choosing the Goblin Forest, beginning with the nature of the abyssal goblins, who are among the most deceptive monsters on the first floor. Because of their cunning and coordinated attacks, those creatures are capable of inflicting the highest number of casualties, making that region especially dangerous for unprepared forces. Additionally, the portal located within the forest stands in an open area, allowing advanced preparation for an ambush while remaining close to the path leading upward. He explains that their enemies, pressured by dwindling food supplies, will attempt to mine magic crystals as quickly as possible after completing their immediate objectives. Since the Goblin Forest lies closest to the route toward the 3rd floor, it becomes the most practical destination for anyone seeking rapid advancement and resource acquisition. Recognizing this, Bjorn concludes that heading north offers both tactical advantage and predictive certainty regarding the enemy's movement. Although he regrets not reaching this conclusion sooner, he orders the group to prepare themselves and resume their march without further delay. Warriors who had briefly rested rise with renewed determination, trusting his judgment as they advance through the dim passage once more. Their footsteps echo across stone corridors, and tension gradually replaces the earlier sense of relief as they approach their anticipated destination. Without warning, an abyssal goblin's random trap activates, engulfing one of their companions in sudden flames before anyone can react. The skill's cruel design triggers only when stepped upon, capable of killing even experienced warriors instantly if fortune turns against them. Realizing that detection through magic or abilities is impossible, the group understands they are facing hidden dangers scattered across the ground. Dark figures with glowing eyes gather beyond the firelight, watching patiently as panic threatens to spread among the exhausted fighters. Bjorn assesses the situation and acknowledges that retreat or careful avoidance is no longer viable under such conditions. With grim resolve, he concludes that the only remaining option is to advance forward deliberately, stepping on the concealed traps before the enemy can exploit them further. A wounded warrior finally collapses, admitting he can no longer continue, and Bjorn watches silently, remembering how that same man once laughed, even after losing an arm. Understanding the fear behind those words, Bjorn does not judge him because exhaustion and hidden traps have pushed everyone beyond their limits. After a brief pause, Bjorn resolves to take the lead himself, deciding that he will walk ahead and bear the danger first. He steps forward deliberately, knowing that progress requires one person to overcome fear and trigger the concealed traps blocking their path. Explosions and magical strikes erupt around him as multiple skills activate at once, tearing into his body and rapidly draining his strength. System warnings flare in succession, reporting severe burns, fractures, and internal damage. Yet he continues moving despite the overwhelming pain. The traps activate almost instantly upon contact, far too quickly to avoid, confirming that careful detection would never have guaranteed survival, though his resistance allows him to endure what would have killed another warrior. Blood fills his mouth as he forces himself to remain upright, accepting that retreat would render every sacrifice meaningless. Bjorn pushes forward step by step, determined to carve a safe route. Inspired by his actions, the others charge after him, unwilling to let a single man shoulder the entire burden alone. Even those who question his recklessness choose to follow, recognizing that shared risk increases their overall chances of survival. One by one, they commit to advancing through the deadly corridor, rejecting hesitation despite the mounting injuries. As another trap detonates nearby, a companion shouts for everyone to keep running, refusing to allow fear to halt their momentum. Bjorn endures further impacts while maintaining his forward pace, ensuring the triggered traps clear the path behind him. Through pain and chaos, their formation holds together, and that relentless advance becomes the only reason they continue moving deeper into the labyrinth. Bjorn continues stepping onto hidden traps so no one else will be forced to fall behind, refusing to abandon anything or anyone in this deadly corridor. Another explosion erupts beneath his boot, and the shockwave throws debris and sparks across the narrow passage where his companions struggle to keep up. When his vision clears, he realizes someone is carrying him again, though he does not ask what happened since this has already occurred multiple times. Despite drifting in and out of consciousness, Bjorn focuses only on how much time has passed, measuring progress instead of questioning the cost. Comrades shout his name as they move, their voices strained with fear while they continue advancing through smoke and scattered flames. Regaining clarity, he insists on moving forward under his own strength, unwilling to remain a burden while others bleed around him. A warrior urges him to rest, warning that at this pace his body will collapse before they reach safety. Bjorn rejects the suggestion immediately, his gaze sharpening beneath the helmet as he calls for Kyle and demands a precise update. Sweat runs down Kyle's face as he calculates the distance and reports that they will arrive in 2 hours if they maintain speed. Hearing this, Bjorn estimates how long he was unconscious and realizes precious minutes were lost while others fought in his place. The priest's divine power continues to drain rapidly, and Bjorn wonders how many allies have fallen ahead of him during each lapse. His bloodied hand tightens around his weapon as guilt and urgency mix, reinforcing his decision to resume the lead. A companion questions whether he truly needs to keep pushing when others are already guiding the path forward. Bjorn answers through action rather than reassurance, stepping ahead once more despite the tremor in his legs. With determination overriding exhaustion, he advances toward the next unseen trap, intent on ensuring that no further sacrifices occur because of hesitation. Bjorn hears pleas urging him to stop, words that once would have sounded reasonable, yet now strike him as dangerously comforting in a place where hesitation leads to death. Despite their concern, he states that he must continue, stepping past them while their confusion grows over why he keeps choosing the most perilous position. Questions follow him through the corridor, but he does not slow down because he believes stopping now would only repeat the same cycle of loss. Exhaustion spreads across the group as they beg him to rest, unable to understand why he has pushed himself forward so many times already. Silence falls when he steadies his footing again, revealing that his resolve is not driven by pride, but by accumulated frustration. He finally clarifies through his actions that he is tired of watching companions fall, while he calculates risks from a safer distance. Recalling earlier battles, he remembers observing others trigger traps while he analyzed patterns from behind the front line. Through repeated exposure, he identified a simple calculation: the one who leads controls how many hidden dangers are activated. Accepting this conclusion, Bjorn chooses to remain at the front, convinced that placing himself in danger will ultimately result in the fewest deaths. A tense murmur spreads through the first group as Bjorn arrives, carrying an unconscious priestess, his armored frame looming heavily within the dim cavern corridor. Dust scatters beneath his boots while several members notice the girl in his arms, realizing she collapsed after exhausting divine power repeatedly. Concern rises among the party as they decide she must be stopped from overusing miracles, preserving her strength for a truly dangerous moment ahead. Before anyone can object, Bjorn firmly strikes to render the priestess unconscious, choosing practicality over hesitation as confused eyes follow his decisive action. Movement erupts in the passage when a surge forms behind them, the marching order breaking as shadows rush forward without respecting formation. Frustration spreads through the line since even leaders are expected to obey structure, yet Bjorn's position and actions draw sharp criticism. Accusations question whether Bjorn believes himself a hero, though he remains silent, weighing their words while steadying his breath. Another companion advises him to rest, pointing out the overwhelming number of trap removers already present and implying his effort is unnecessary. Bjorn listens without visible reaction, uncertain whether their reassurance is genuine support or an attempt to sideline him. Suddenly the group halts as a command echoes through the cavern, tension tightening when Bjorn pushes forward despite protests. Allies attempt to restrain him, reminding him he needs recovery, yet he forces a path ahead. With unwavering determination, bootsteps ring sharply against stone, while voices call after him, but Bjorn refuses to slow his advance. At the cavern's depth, a red glow pulses ominously, as several veterans recognize the threat Bjorn has approached alone. The towering figure known as the Watcher of the Abyss radiates hostile energy, its presence explained as a creature that draws aggression and chaos. Understanding dawns among the party that Bjorn intends to follow their original strategy, confronting the monster directly despite the mounting danger. Towering over the corpse of the Watcher of the Abyss, Bjorn remains composed while the creature's crimson glow dims across the fractured cavern floor. Instead of relief, calculation fills his thoughts as he announces a transition to another strategy, after sensing a greater presence stirring deeper within the abyss. From the darkness, the name Abyss, Lord Verzuk carries dreadful weight, accompanied by dense fog that suppresses mana and provokes surrounding monsters into frenzy. Quick assessments ripple through the survivors, leading to the grim conclusion that defeating such an entity outright is nearly impossible under sealed skills and hostile swarms. With measured resolve, Bjorn suggests stalling until they escape the monster's sight, only to learn their formation lacks 6 essential members. That shortage is explained bluntly as confirmation arrives that those missing have already perished within the labyrinth's relentless trials. Facing the reality of sacrifice, Bjorn requests volunteers willing to act as bait for the remaining 2 hours before the portal reopens. Answering first, the 5th rank warrior Alexander steps forward, prepared to shoulder responsibility despite understanding the overwhelming risk. Following him, Karkin, a young barbarian of a 10-man clan, declares his readiness with unwavering determination. Not long after, Milton Teterud, a seasoned 4th-ranked dwarfen clan leader, pledges his participation with steady confidence. Unexpectedly, additional adventurers volunteer as well, their exhaustion and pride blending into a dangerous eagerness to confront the threat. Nearly 6 days inside the labyrinth have eroded caution, leaving rational judgment fragile among the battered group. Observing the swelling resolve around him, Bjorn recognizes both courage and recklessness intertwined within their offers. Though he accepts their support, he understands survival depends on precision, rather than blind bravery. Together they commit to the delaying operation, fully aware that confronting Verzuk may demand irreversible sacrifice. Laughter echoes through the cavern as Bjorn approaches the assembled volunteers, his heavy steps steady while the others watch in tense anticipation. Turning back toward his companions, he confirms the team is complete and begins calling each chosen warrior forward by name. Alexandro Karkin, Darbarus, Cillian, Schreimeyer, and Kiri stand acknowledged, forming a unit selected not by rank alone but by compatibility. Rather than leaving impulsively debate sparks when others question whether Bjorn intends to shoulder the burden alone, Milton insists that leadership must remain with Bjorn, arguing the rear guard requires someone capable of uniting the remaining fighters. After brief resistance, agreement is reached, and final instructions are issued to protect the scouts and maintain formation. With preparations complete, the main force begins moving deeper into the labyrinth, torches flickering against uneven stone walls. Quiet farewells pass between comrades, gratitude and apologies exchanged without ceremony as the weight of uncertainty settles heavily. One warrior expresses hope of meeting again, masking fear beneath forced composure, while others avoid lingering eye contact. A companion teases Bjorn about his solemn tone, noting that everyone already understands the dire conditions at the front. Embarrassment briefly crosses Bjorn's face as he realizes his earlier words carried further than intended among the ranks. Confirmation follows that even his own party members had volunteered earlier, though they were deliberately held back. Stepping aside at last, Bjorn clears the path so the remaining adventurers can advance without obstruction. A final exchange lingers in the air as tension blends with affection, revealing bonds forged through hardship. Nanyan delivers a fierce warning layered with concern, underscoring the fragile line between determination and loss. A faint smirk crosses Bjorn's face, as he reflects that risking himself to restore their daily lives is a price he finds acceptable. Beside him, a trusted companion expresses unwavering faith while promising to safeguard the team in his absence. With that reassurance, the remaining members separate, tension easing slightly as they prepare to move according to plan. The larger force advances through the cavern, lantern light swaying while the smaller unit lingers behind to begin their task. Once the others disappear from sight, preparations for a magic circle commence in the heavy silence left behind. Exhaustion hangs over the few who remain, yet none voice hesitation as they accept the burden of holding the line. Uneasy mood settles in, prompting forced humor among the volunteers to dispel the creeping dread. Light banter spreads briefly, though the strain in their expressions reveals how close fatigue sits beneath the surface. Attention then shifts to quieter introductions, warriors acknowledging each other properly before facing what may be their final stand. Names are exchanged firmly, each man measuring the other with respect shaped by the battlefield. A single word becomes their shared resolve, capturing the harsh simplicity of their purpose within the labyrinth. Agreement follows in subdued tones, unity forged not by optimism but by necessity. Suddenly, countless crimson eyes open across the darkness, signaling the Abyss Lord's arrival. Bjorn commands preparation as hostile energy floods the cavern and oppressive pressure bears down on the small formation. While the strategy demands enduring only minutes, a final order circulates among them to ensure Bjorn survives regardless of the outcome. Doubt flickers among the rear guard when Milton quietly accepts Bjorn's resolve, choosing not to question the burden he intends to carry alone. Confidence spreads through the group as they reaffirm a simple belief that their survival depends entirely on Bjorn remaining alive. Crimson light thickens ahead, signaling the Abyss Lord's movement while the formation tightens in preparation for impact. A violent clash erupts as Bjorn intercepts the first strike, his shield absorbing a force strong enough to fracture reinforced stone. Shock registers briefly across his expression when he realizes the monster's raw power exceeds earlier calculations. Despite that revelation, the rear guard steadies themselves, committing to endure 10 full minutes regardless of mounting damage. The towering form of Abyss Lord Verzak emerges fully identified as a boss defeatable only in later phases and otherwise overwhelmingly superior. Acknowledging their limited knowledge, the warriors abandon hesitation and treat the enemy as merely another trial in the labyrinth. With resolve hardened, Bjorn advances under the red glare, determined to withstand hardship long enough to secure tomorrow. Deep within the eerie region, Bjorn and the expedition arrived in a place covered by floating eyes and crimson darkness. From the tangled roots emerged Verzak, a terrifying creature whose massive eye watched over the battlefield. Recalling the information he had learned before, Bjorn carefully assessed the threat. Remaining calm became his top priority as the monster's fear ability began to spread. According to the gathered knowledge, Verzak's fear effect could accumulate again and again. Reaching the final stage meant losing all freedom and becoming its servant forever. Under the influence of the curse, an armored warrior struggled to steady himself. Each stack pushed him closer to losing control of both his mind and actions. Fortunately, the warrior recovered sooner than expected and regained his composure. That result gave Bjorn confidence that the party still had a chance to fight back. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a hooded fighter endured the mental assault through determination alone. Failure would have forced him to abandon reason and act against his allies. Before Verzak could strengthen its influence, a support mage unleashed a powerful sun element spell. Brilliant light exploded across the area and disrupted the monster's advance. Encouraged by the opening, the adventurers moved into position and tightened their formation. Golden strikes descended from every direction and hammered Verzak without pause. Continuous pressure prevented the creature from freely using its abilities. Joining the offensive, Karkin delivered another powerful blow while the others maintained their assault. Without hesitation, Bjorn stepped forward and accepted the most dangerous role. During the next 10 minutes, he intended to keep Verzak focused entirely on him. As the conflict reached a critical stage, the creature activated a sinister sacrificial power. The outcome of everyone present depended on surviving this moment. Across the battlefield, dark energy surged outward and threatened to consume the adventurers. Even under overwhelming pressure, nobody broke ranks or retreated. Sweat covered Bjorn's face while he endured the crushing tension and pressed onward, driven by the determination to save his companions. He prepared for the decisive clash ahead. Before entering the battle, the group reviewed everything they knew about Verzak's abilities. A discussion followed about whether one person could sacrifice themselves to draw the monster's attention away from the others. However, the plan was quickly dismissed because Verzak's field of vision covered more than 2 kilometers. Escaping its sight would take too much time for any individual adventurer. Meanwhile, the monster would continue hunting the remaining party members without pause. For that reason, Bjorn chose to endure the burden himself rather than rely on sacrifice. His determination came from the trust he placed in the companions fighting beside him. Around him, allies continued attacking while supporting one another through the intense battle. Their teamwork allowed the front line to remain stable, despite Verzak's pressure. At a critical moment, a warrior named Switch attempted to take Bjorn's place. Concern spread through the group as they realized the danger of such a decision. Suddenly, shining blades crossed through the battlefield as allies moved to assist the exhausted fighters. Recognizing Bjorn's condition, a companion offered him an advanced healing potion. Even while resisting, he was urged to restore his strength and return to the front lines. After accepting the potion, his injuries rapidly began to heal. Relief spread among the party as Bjorn regained the ability to continue fighting. Elsewhere, Cillian charged forward despite the danger surrounding Verzak. His reckless determination came from a desire to stand with his companions until the end. Dark tendrils and crimson energy immediately converged on him as the monster retaliated. Several allies shouted in alarm while watching him enter the deadly zone. Although others tried to stop him, Cillian refused to retreat. The risk was clear, yet he continued advancing toward the source of the threat. Without warning, Verzak unleashed a powerful abyssal call that echoed throughout the battlefield. Across the region, countless monsters began emerging within the creature's field of vision. The already difficult battle suddenly became far more chaotic. Reacting immediately, an adventurer activated a monster pocket skill to contain the growing threat. Using the monster pocket skill, the adventurers summoned creatures equal in rank to the monsters released by Verzak. Various beasts immediately appeared across the battlefield and joined the chaotic struggle. Soon after, monsters and humans became locked in fierce combat on every side. Confusion spread as both groups fought desperately to survive the overwhelming situation. Amid the disorder, Karkin noticed one of his companions collapsing from exhaustion and injuries. The growing number of casualties showed how costly the battle had become. Before anyone could recover, another adventurer lost his life in the relentless fighting. Grief quickly followed, but there was no opportunity to stop and mourn. At the same time, a massive troll pushed through the front line and threatened to break the formation. Several warriors rushed forward in an attempt to drive it back. Farther behind the defensive line, the party's third mage was struck down despite being placed in a protected position. Watching the situation worsen, Bjorn began calculating how much mana remained among the surviving mages. Every passing moment made the outcome look more uncertain. Minutes slipped away as the battle dragged on without pause. Reports from the rear confirmed that only a few minutes remained before the planned strategy reached its limit. Their efforts bought valuable time, but the strain on their resources became increasingly obvious. Maintaining the elemental support field had already consumed nearly everything they had left. After hearing the report, Bjorn accepted the reality of the situation without hesitation. Retreat was impossible, leaving the party with only one path forward. Despite reduced numbers and fewer mages, the adventurers continued pressing the attack. Their determination remained strong even as the battle became more difficult. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another ally came under attack, while the front line struggled to hold together. Bloodied and exhausted, Bjorn realized the group was approaching its limit. Even so, he refused to abandon the fight or give in to despair. Then, an injured companion spoke to him one final time while standing on the edge of death. As another companion fell during the battle, the surviving adventurers realized their situation had become even more desperate. The loss further weakened the group's chances of victory. Behind the front line, Verzak's influence continued spreading while dark spikes surrounded the battlefield. Fear and exhaustion pushed the party closer to its limit. Recognizing the danger, the remaining mages quickly gathered everyone together. Their final plan relied on activating a large magic circle before the enemy could stop them. Amid the confusion, Bjorn was urgently called back toward the formation. The mages needed every second available to complete their preparation. Nearby, a massive beast charged through the battlefield and threatened to interrupt the ritual. Its approach forced the frontline fighters to react immediately. Without slowing down, Bjorn rushed toward the danger and placed himself directly in the creature's path. His goal was to buy enough time for the others to finish their work. A powerful strike descended from the monster, but Bjorn narrowly avoided the attack and continued moving forward. Meanwhile, the mages completed the final stages of the magic circle while watching the battle unfold. At the crucial moment, Kyle activated a 4th-rank teleportation spell and connected the completed formation. Brilliant energy surged outward as the spell finally took effect. Elsewhere, Verzak quietly observed the battlefield, while strange energy gathered around its body. The monster remained motionless, as if waiting for something important. Gradually, its attention shifted toward an unexpected target among the adventurers. A sense of danger emerged as the creature focused its gaze. Finally, Verzak's giant eye opened and locked onto its chosen target. Having noticed the hidden movement, the monster revealed that it had been watching all along. Barely conscious after the battle, Bjorn remained sprawled across the ruined ground, while the defeated enemy collapsed nearby. Across the battlefield, a powerful barrier began surrounding the area. Witnessing the phenomenon, the adventurers realized the operation had finally reached its conclusion. Concern quickly replaced relief as several people rushed toward Bjorn. His unstable condition forced the priests and survivors to focus on saving his life before celebrating. Meanwhile, the adventurers discussed how the mission succeeded, despite the dungeon's poor mana environment. Careful coordination and preparation were recognized as the key reasons behind the achievement. The unusual tools he carried sparked curiosity among those who wanted to understand how he endured the deadly encounter. Those questions reminded Bjorn of the moments before the battle began. Fragments of conversations and final arrangements resurfaced from his memory. Within those memories, his companions entrusted him with responsibilities to fulfill if they failed to survive. Every request reflected the danger awaiting them. Some left behind personal wishes, while others prepared messages for loved ones. Their actions revealed an acceptance that death was a real possibility. Returning to the present, Bjorn pushed aside his fatigue and made a decision. Rest could wait until the remaining tasks were completed. Despite his severe injuries, he continued moving forward with determination. The damage covering his body showed how fiercely he had fought. Seeing his condition, nearby adventurers offered him recovered equipment and supplies. Several valuable items were presented as recognition for his efforts. Rather than collecting everything, Bjorn chose only the necessities. Practical needs mattered more to him than rewards or trophies. Before departing, a companion handed over an item that would be useful for the journey ahead. Accepting it, Bjorn prepared to reunite with his team. Sometime later, he finally located his party members gathered together. Their expressions immediately caught his attention. Observing their troubled faces, Bjorn sensed that something important had happened while he was gone. Noticing Bjorn trying to leave, despite his injuries, his companions gathered around him with concern. Several party members urged him to stop and recover properly before moving again. Their concern came not from weakness, but from knowing another difficult battle still awaited them. After listening to their advice, Bjorn finally accepted their reasoning. Even with unfinished goals ahead, he realized that exhaustion would only slow him down further. Time passed as Bjorn took the opportunity to recover. The brief period of rest allowed the group to regain some strength after the brutal conflict. Later, attention shifted toward the portal that would allow everyone to leave the dangerous area. Questions spread through the crowd as adventurers waited anxiously for confirmation. Relief erupted the moment the portal opened successfully. The tense atmosphere vanished as survivors realized they would finally escape the dungeon alive. Excitement quickly filled the gathering as adventurers celebrated their survival. Many expressed gratitude toward those who had carried the mission to victory. Amid the celebration, Bjorn entrusted responsibilities to Raven before preparing for the next stage of the journey. Although others worried about his health, he remained focused on moving forward. Standing before the activated portal, he accepted that danger would continue waiting ahead. Confidence returned to the group as they prepared to follow him once again. With preparations complete, Bjorn approached the portal alongside his companions. The glowing gateway marked the path toward an unknown destination. Warnings about the challenges beyond failed to change anyone's decision. Every member understood the risks but chose to continue regardless. Stepping through the portal, Bjorn entered a new region known as the Goblin Forest. The unfamiliar surroundings immediately signaled the beginning of another trial. Upon arrival, the group encountered a mysterious survivor accompanied by strange figures. Their appearance suggested they had endured hardships of their own. Unexpectedly, the newcomer recognized Bjorn and commented on his condition. The observation drew attention to the severe injuries he still carried, despite his recovery. Curiosity soon replaced the initial greetings as questions emerged about what had happened during the previous battles. Facing the newly encountered survivor, Bjorn listened as the mysterious figure spoke with unsettling enthusiasm. The stranger seemed amused by the idea of hunting explorers who had barely escaped death. Rather than reacting emotionally, the elderly companion questioned the dramatic manner of speaking. The exchange revealed that the enemy viewed the situation as entertainment rather than a serious conflict. Meanwhile, Bjorn quietly observed the conversation and assessed the threat. The stranger's behavior suggested a dangerous personality hidden behind casual words. Looking over the gathered adventurers, the enemy noted that more survivors remained than expected. Hundreds of explorers stood together after enduring numerous hardships inside the dungeon. Despite their numbers, the mysterious figure showed no concern. Confidence remained visible as he prepared for the confrontation ahead. Without hesitation, he launched the first attack and advanced toward the crowd. The sudden aggression immediately transformed the tense meeting into open battle. As danger approached, one adventurer realized an important restriction had disappeared. The group quickly understood that their abilities could now be used again. Excitement spread through the survivors as magical energy surged across the battlefield. After enduring countless limitations, they were finally able to fight at full strength. Renewed determination replaced uncertainty among the adventurers. Access to their skills greatly increased their confidence against the approaching enemy. During the preparations, Bjorn exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with a fellow warrior. The brief moment eased some of the tension surrounding the battle. Instead of continuing the discussion, both warriors turned their attention toward the approaching threat. Their focus shifted completely to the coming fight. At that moment, a powerful support skill was activated across the battlefield. The enhancement strengthened the morale of the adventurers while reducing the burden on their exhausted bodies. Golden energy spread among the gathered forces as the support effect reached everyone nearby. Encouraged by the enhancement, the adventurers tightened their formation and prepared their weapons. Confidence steadily grew throughout the ranks, with abilities restored and support magic active. The survivors stood ready for another difficult battle. As the battle began, the necromancer openly mocked the adventurers and treated the conflict as a game. His confidence came from believing the exhausted survivors had little chance of resisting. Instead of retreating, the adventurers immediately charged forward and launched a coordinated assault. Their renewed determination caught the enemy by surprise. At the center of the attack, a powerful warrior activated a combat skill and rushed into the front line. The sudden offensive forced the undead forces to react at once. Moments later, the warrior crashed into the enemy ranks with overwhelming force. Several undead creatures were torn apart before they could organize a defense. Each strike carried enough power to send bodies flying across the battlefield. The adventurers quickly gained momentum as the enemy formation began to break apart. Rather than slowing down, the warrior continued advancing deeper into the horde. His aggressive charge opened a path for the others to follow. Watching the destruction unfold, the necromancer finally decided to intervene personally. The earlier amusement on his face faded as he prepared a dangerous spell. Dark magic spread across the battlefield and transformed fallen corpses into deadly weapons. Without hesitation, the necromancer activated another technique that caused the bodies to explode. Green poison burst from the exploding corpses and spread through the surrounding area. Several adventurers were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Pain and panic erupted among those exposed to the toxic cloud. Warnings quickly spread as the survivors realized the poison could disable them before the enemy did. Reacting immediately, Bjorn charged into the danger and smashed away nearby corpses. His actions prevented additional explosions from occurring near the group. Observing the battlefield, a beast-like enemy became intrigued by Bjorn's influence over the adventurers. Curiosity soon turned into fascination as the creature studied Bjorn more closely. His leadership and fearless actions seemed unusual, even among barbarians. After witnessing Bjorn's conduct in battle, the beast-man openly questioned his identity. The strange remark suggested that Bjorn possessed qualities that set him apart from ordinary warriors. A massive wolf-like monster stepped forward while releasing a violent aura that covered its body. Without hesitation, the beast lunged ahead and accelerated toward its target. Dust and debris scattered beneath its feet as the distance rapidly disappeared. Just as the attack was about to connect, a knight rushed forward and intercepted it. His strike collided with the monster's advance, shaking the ground and stopping the charge before it reached Bjorn. Following a command from the battlefield leader, the knight accepted responsibility for confronting the monster. The order allowed Bjorn to focus on a separate objective that could determine the outcome of the conflict. Although still lacking extensive combat experience, the knight was recognized as one of the strongest warriors available. His skill and potential made him the best candidate to stall the dangerous enemy. After confirming the strategy, Bjorn received instructions to gather the others and challenge the corpse collector while the knight remained behind to hold the line. The knight immediately launched an aggressive attack and met the monster head-on. Rather than retreating, he chose to maintain pressure and force the beast into direct combat. Careful observation revealed that the creature possessed intelligence beyond that of an ordinary animal. The realization changed the knight's understanding of his opponent. Instead of relying solely on himself, he treated the battle as a group effort and stood firmly alongside his comrades against the monster. Powerful clashes echoed across the battlefield as both sides exchanged attacks. The struggle attracted attention from allies and enemies alike. Meanwhile, the corpse collector observed the fight and recognized the knight as a worthy opponent for the raging beast. During the confrontation, unexpected news arrived that reinforcements were approaching the battlefield. A new group of allies soon appeared and entered the fight without delay. Their arrival eased the burden on the frontline fighters and strengthened the team's overall position. With fresh support joining the battle, Bjorn's group regained momentum and prepared to continue the fight against their enemies. Suddenly, Erwin appeared on the battlefield and joined the fight, catching several enemies off guard. Meanwhile, Bjorn noticed that the situation was becoming more manageable with additional support. Ahead of them, the corpse collector remained the primary target. Despite the chaos surrounding the battlefield, the group continued advancing toward him with a clear objective. According to Bjorn's plan, defeating the corpse collector required striking directly at the source of his control. Across the battlefield, warriors noticed Bjorn moving decisively toward the enemy leader. Inspired by his actions, many fighters followed behind and charged through the undead ranks. Watching their advance from a distance, the corpse collector welcomed the challenge. Rather than retreating, he prepared another dangerous move to stop the approaching warriors. Without warning, the necromancer activated a powerful skill that affected the entire battlefield. Dark energy spread outward as corpses scattered across the area began to respond. Soon afterward, fallen comrades rose from the ground as undead servants. Shock spread among the surviving fighters as familiar faces suddenly turned into enemies. Even so, the frontline warriors continued fighting while protecting one another. Their determination prevented panic from completely disrupting the battle formation. At the same time, fierce clashes erupted between the undead army and Bjorn's allies. Although the enemy formation appeared overwhelming, the group refused to back down. From Bjorn's perspective, the opposing side possessed an effective combination of numbers, brute strength, and support abilities. Every advantage seemed to work together perfectly. Nevertheless, he remained focused on finding a weakness. Complaining about the situation would accomplish nothing while the battle continued to intensify. After assessing the battlefield, Bjorn decided the moment had come to use a special item. The surrounding undead created ideal conditions for its effect. Once activated, the item greatly increased his close-range combat power by drawing strength from the large number of human-type monsters nearby. Red energy erupted around Bjorn as the enhancement reached its maximum potential. Empowered by the bonus, he prepared to break through the enemy forces and confront the corpse collector directly. Empowered by the item's effect, Bjorn charged through the battlefield and unleashed a sweeping attack. His overwhelming destruction shocked nearby fighters, who had never witnessed such efficiency against the undead. Watching the result, Bjorn compared himself to a living corpse eraser. Every swing removed large groups of enemies, allowing his team to advance with far less resistance. Behind him, the allied warriors followed the opening he created and pushed deeper into enemy territory. At the same time, Support mages analyzed the battlefield and searched for ways to weaken the undead forces more effectively. Several magical preparations were quickly completed. Soon afterward, a powerful support spell was activated, creating a swirling force that gathered enemies together and reduced the pressure on the advancing warriors. Meanwhile, a dangerous magical reaction began forming above the battlefield. Strange energy gathered into a single point, while nearby fighters looked upward in alarm. Moments later, a high-ranking summoning spell called down a massive destructive object from the sky. The terrifying phenomenon drew attention from both allies and enemies. Recognizing the threat, many soldiers immediately tried to escape its projected impact zone before the devastating attack could reach the ground. From a distance, observers could clearly see the overwhelming power contained within the descending magic. Its presence alone was enough to create panic among those below. Rather than retreating, one determined warrior stepped forward and chose to confront the danger directly. He understood that someone had to stop the attack. Encouraging the others to keep advancing, he volunteered to hold the destructive spell back while the main force continued toward its objective. As the massive magic descended, dark energy spread across the battlefield and intensified the atmosphere. The approaching catastrophe seemed impossible to avoid. Elsewhere, Kyle prepared a powerful lightning-based attack while carefully timing his response. Every second became critical as the threat drew closer. Finally, he released the spell toward the incoming danger, sending a brilliant surge of energy across the battlefield and setting the stage for the next clash. Kyle's lightning attack collided with the descending magic, creating a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. Bright energy spread across the sky while fragments of the destructive spell scattered in every direction. Instead of allowing the attack to strike the ground directly, Kyle formed barriers throughout the area. Each fragment was intercepted individually, preventing the devastation from concentrating in one place. Witnessing the feat, the nearby warriors were astonished by his precision. Even under immense pressure, he continued controlling the battlefield with remarkable skill. As the shattered fragments fell, explosions erupted among the undead forces. Numerous enemies were destroyed before they could advance any farther. Farther ahead, another threat emerged when a powerful summoning spell was activated. The battlefield trembled as magical energy gathered beneath the enemy formation. Soon afterward, a gigantic fire giant rose from the ground. The enormous creature towered above the combatants, adding yet another obstacle to the already desperate battle. Observing the situation, the allied mages realized how dangerous their opponent truly was. The enemy had repeatedly cast advanced spells in an impossibly short amount of time. Urgent warnings spread through the battlefield as reports confirmed that another spell was already being prepared. Despite the progress they had made, Bjorn understood that the battle remained heavily stacked against them. Meanwhile, Melterfend continued occupying the powerful blue man, preventing the monster from interfering with the main objective. Elsewhere, Kyle remained locked in a fierce magical confrontation against the Scholar of Destruction. His efforts kept the dangerous mage from freely attacking the rest of the group. With his allies handling their respective opponents, Bjorn pressed forward through the chaos and continued his advance toward the corpse collector. Determination filled Bjorn as he pushed through the battlefield, knowing that success depended on reaching his target before the enemy completed another plan. At the same time, powerful spells, monsters, and undead forces continued clashing around him. A grim realization settled over Bjorn as he assessed the situation. If even one of their key fighters fell, the entire operation would collapse and the battle would be lost. Flaming debris rained across the battlefield as Kyle cast defensive magic, but the relentless barrage overwhelmed every barrier protecting the retreating forces. Despite resisting with everything available, countless projectiles pierced the defenses, leaving soldiers trapped beneath explosions, while the desperate struggle continued. Exhausted beyond his limits, Taklin realized the collapsing battlefield resembled hell itself, as hope faded beneath endless destruction and casualties. Fear spread further when hostile explorers from Nork joined the assault, surrounding the defenders alongside powerful monsters advancing without hesitation. Enraged attackers charged forward together, transforming the battle into complete chaos, as every remaining defender faced overwhelming numbers from multiple directions. Taklin understood their position had become almost impossible to defend, despite everyone's determined resistance. Unable to understand the growing bloodshed, Taklin questioned why the conflict continued, while allies and enemies collapsed across the burning battlefield. He convinced himself someone had to survive long enough to report the disaster beyond the dungeon, even while repeating that reason. Lingering doubt remained because his heart knew another painful motive hid beneath those desperate thoughts. Deep inside, Taklin admitted his determination came from resentment rather than duty after witnessing unbearable losses surrounding him. Bitterness consumed him as he wished the inspiring warrior would experience the same heartbreaking pain everyone else had already endured. That cruel desire grew stronger until he wanted the respected man to suffer despair after losing someone equally precious. Taklin believed nobody could have prevented the tragedy, making his own failure seem unavoidable despite overwhelming guilt. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name before warm light replaced despair, breaking through the hopeless thoughts consuming his exhausted mind. Relieved survivors surrounded Taklin with grateful smiles, proving his sacrifices had saved innocent lives and restored hope after the devastating battle. A wounded survivor thanked Taklin for saving his life, while Taklin accepted the gratitude despite believing everyone would eventually perish. Meanwhile, reinforcements urged the exhausted fighters to withdraw, but Taklin refused because abandoning the battlefield without resisting felt impossible. Driven by determination, he charged another enemy head-on, deciding every remaining strike mattered before his strength completely disappeared. Swinging his weapon without hesitation, Taklin defeated another opponent while celebrating that his exhausting struggle had not been meaningless. Suddenly, a furious enemy attacked from behind, forcing Taklin into another desperate clash as danger closed around him once again. Instead of surrendering, he answered with unwavering resolve, declaring their battle would continue because nobody had given up surviving yet. Nearby warriors witnessed his fearless charge and realized his relentless courage inspired everyone to keep fighting despite impossible circumstances. Following Taklin's example, allies launched a powerful counterattack together, pushing back enemies who had dominated the battlefield moments earlier. Watching the fierce resistance unfold, Bjorn recognized Taklin's expression and sensed something unusual hidden behind his fearless determination. Bjorn suddenly recognized the injured warrior as Hansu Lee, exposing the true identity behind the determined fighter standing before him. Even after apologizing, Hansu continued battling alongside everyone else, proving his loyalty belonged to their side throughout the brutal conflict. Advancing through the burning battlefield, Bjorn encouraged Hansu by assuring him they had nearly reached their destination, despite relentless opposition. Although heavily wounded, Bjorn asked about every front line while receiving grim reports that each defensive position struggled to hold against constant attacks. Rejecting suggestions to recover, he refused to retreat, because delaying their response would only allow the enemy greater opportunities. After confirming the remaining battle lines, Bjorn focused on the destructive Gachuar and prepared himself to eliminate the powerful threat immediately. Bjorn admitted the enormous difference in strength between them and resolved to delay the enemy long enough for everyone else to act. While magical circles expanded across the battlefield, he accepted the possibility of sacrificing his own life if that became necessary. Hearing the explanation, Taklin realized Bjorn planned to use an advanced technique resembling awakening magic, despite the dangerous consequences. Aubrey revealed she had refined the technique for years, allowing her to perform it without risking her own life completely. After understanding the plan, Bjorn confidently predicted they would finally corner the corpse collector before another opportunity disappeared. Their brief exchange eased the tension as both prepared themselves for the decisive move that could change the battle's outcome. An elderly mage calmly extended his hand, while accepting the determined resolve surrounding him before activating an extraordinary magical formation. Bright crimson light spread rapidly across the battlefield, astonishing nearby allies as the enormous spell began reshaping the surrounding space. Recognizing the formation, a shocked mage identified it as an advanced spatial magic circle, unlike anything normally witnessed in combat. Kyle remembered the enemy scholar specialized in spatial magic and expected another unusual spell instead of a direct offensive attack. Moments later, Parallel Realm activated and isolated Kyle Pevrock, together with the target inside a completely separate dimension. Once the spell succeeded, everyone realized the opportunity had finally arrived and prepared to launch the next phase immediately. Without wasting another moment, Bjorn led the assault while his companions rushed forward together toward the isolated battlefield. Even exhausted warriors regained their determination, refusing to stop until they eliminated the enemy threatening every survivor. Just before the charge continued, the white-haired elf insisted on joining them, determined to fight alongside the group until victory. The corpse collector observed Bjorn's transformation with curiosity, treating the unexpected change as valuable material for another gruesome experiment. Standing beside Bjorn, his companions ignored the mockery while allowing the enemy to remain distracted before launching their coordinated plan. Without hesitation, Bjorn ordered Teeterud toward the melter, separating their objectives while preparing the decisive assault against the true target. Erwin activated Leap, carrying the group high above the battlefield before immediately beginning the next stage of their strategy. Responding to Bjorn's request, Erwin used spiritification, transforming into a spirit capable of sharing extraordinary power through a magical contract. Keeping perfect synchronization, Raven accepted the contract while everyone prepared for Bjorn's final transformation into a stronger combat form. Raven cast Hand of the Wind as Bjorn ended gigantification, allowing greater speed and freedom for the dangerous attack ahead. Receiving Erwin's spiritual blessing, Bjorn accepted the contract and combined every enhancement into a single overwhelming battle style, empowered by multiple abilities. He rushed straight toward the enemy while allies cleared every obstacle blocking his path. Erwin's spirit fully merged with Bjorn, creating elemental barbarian earth mode and greatly increasing his resistance against elemental damage, wielding his massive weapon with renewed strength. Bjorn unleashed a devastating swing enhanced by destructive force and incredible physical power. The crushing impact shattered the battlefield beneath him as his attack, supported by overwhelming weight, crashed directly toward the corpse collector. Explosions shattered the battlefield as Bjorn endured a relentless assault, forcing him to withstand powerful attacks without losing his focus. Despite suffering heavy blows, he protected himself against the enemy's continuous pressure while searching for an opportunity to strike back. Suddenly, Bjorn recognized the mysterious masked explorer. Immediately realizing the dangerous opponent standing before him carried an unusual presence. Across the battlefield, the masked explorer mocked Bjorn's appearance while observing the surrounding companions preparing to support the coming fight. Instead of showing concern, the strange enemy laughed confidently because nobody around him understood the hidden knowledge he possessed. Growing more serious, he abandoned his strange behavior and promised to inflict unimaginable suffering before allowing Bjorn's struggle to finally end. Meanwhile, Bjorn answered with calm confidence, refusing to fear the threat while comparing the enemy's words to an ordinary explorer's boast. Without wasting another moment, the masked explorer rushed forward, determined to overwhelm Bjorn before his allies could interfere with the battle. Immediately afterward, Bjorn ordered Aster to advance together as both sides committed themselves to a direct confrontation. Green poison spread across the battlefield, yet Bjorn remained unaffected, because his poison resistance completely neutralized the dangerous contamination. Realizing ordinary poison had failed, the masked explorer activated Stone Curse, attempting to weaken Bjorn through powerful earth element magic instead. Even after the curse reduced mobility, Bjorn accepted the disadvantage and prepared himself for the enemy's next relentless attack. Although the curse greatly lowered his agility, Bjorn calmly analyzed its effects instead of surrendering to panic during combat. Calculating the perfect timing, he transformed the restricted movement into momentum and launched himself directly toward the surprised opponent, using the recoil to strengthen his charge. Bjorn closed the distance instantly, proving overwhelming physical strength could overcome magical limitations. Calculating his next move, Bjorn challenged the masked explorer to escape the curse through his own strength, instead of relying on magic. Receiving no response, Bjorn raised his massive weapon and smashed directly into the enemy's bone armor with overwhelming physical force. The crushing impact shattered the defensive skill, sending the masked explorer flying backward as fragments scattered across the battlefield. Although bone armor reduced part of the damage, the tremendous swing still overwhelmed the enemy's protection and left him exposed. Recognizing the opening, Bjorn immediately called Erwin to launch a coordinated attack before the opponent regained his balance. Following the signal, Erwin released a lightning-charged strike that forced the masked explorer to retreat while avoiding another direct hit. Watching Erwin's elemental weapon advance, Bjorn realized the Earth Curse would disappear if enough damage interrupted its magical effect. Meanwhile, the masked explorer summoned undead creatures to surround Erwin, hoping relentless pressure would prevent her from breaking the curse. Understanding the enemy's strategy, Bjorn stayed close to protect Erwin while refusing to let the summoned monsters reach her. As the fierce exchange continued, neither fighter could finish the other, because both carefully avoided fatal mistakes during every attack. Elsewhere, Raven activated a powerful protective spell that blocked the undead army and secured Erwin's position from constant interference. Supporting one another flawlessly, the entire party formed a solid defense that prevented the enemy from isolating any single teammate. Determined to regain control, the masked explorer created rows of icy spikes that restricted Raven's movement across the battlefield. Even after the freezing barrier appeared, Bjorn's companions continued protecting Raven while maintaining their coordinated formation against every assault. Frustrated by their teamwork, the masked explorer launched another attack toward Bjorn, yet the barbarian remained steady. Bjorn endured the exhausting battle while worrying Elibaba's transformation would soon expire before the rune scholar returned to the battlefield. Moments later, the surrounding undead unexpectedly retreated, confirming the enemy had deliberately ordered them to withdraw from the front line. Recognizing the unusual reaction, Bjorn realized the opponent had finally revealed his identity as the infamous outlaw of the wasteland. Smiling without hesitation, the masked explorer abandoned his disguise and activated momentary immortality. Dark power consumed his body, granting overwhelming strength, while mutating his appearance into a terrifying skeletal monster with immense vitality. Instead of retreating, Bjorn calmly accepted the transformation and prepared himself for an even more dangerous confrontation against the empowered enemy. Without warning, the transformed explorer charged forward with incredible speed, smashing Bjorn backward through sheer physical force and enhanced strength. Realizing ordinary attacks would devastate everyone else, Bjorn ordered his companions to fall back before another devastating assault reached them. Ignoring the warning, the monstrous enemy immediately shifted his attention toward the weaker members standing behind Bjorn's defensive position. Reacting instantly, Bjorn intercepted the rushing attacker and blocked the deadly charge before it reached his vulnerable companions. Although the monster briefly lost balance, it recovered with astonishing speed and continued attacking without leaving any opening to exploit. Another fierce exchange erupted as both combatants traded crushing blows while the surrounding battlefield shook from every powerful collision. Despite enduring repeated strikes, Bjorn noticed the transformed enemy had begun targeting Raven instead of continuing their direct duel. Recognizing the immediate danger, Bjorn shouted for everyone to protect the mage before the enemy reached the vulnerable backline. Even with the team's desperate response, the monstrous explorer rushed toward Raven at full speed, forcing the entire party into another desperate struggle. Bjorn struggled to stop the transformed enemy as the monster forced its way toward the vulnerable backline with relentless aggression. Before the attack reached its target, Einar charged forward and struck the monster, buying precious moments for the exhausted party. Following the interruption, another companion joined the assault, surrounding the enemy and preventing him from advancing without resistance. Ignoring the attackers, the skeletal explorer broke through their defense and rushed directly toward Raven with murderous determination. Arua immediately stepped forward to shield the frightened mage, placing herself between the monster and its intended victim. Even after Arua blocked the charge, the powerful impact hurled everyone backward as the enemy continued pursuing Raven relentlessly. Seizing the brief opportunity, Bjorn activated gigantification and grabbed the transformed explorer before another fatal strike could land. The furious enemy struggled desperately to escape the crushing grip, but Bjorn refused to loosen his hold, despite repeated attacks. While both fighters wrestled fiercely, the empowered transformation suddenly approached its final moments and began weakening without warning. At the critical instant, gigantification expired because Bjorn no longer possessed enough spiritual power to maintain the enormous body. Momentary immortality ended, causing the skeletal transformation to disappear and exposing the explorer's exhausted condition. Standing over the defeated enemy, Bjorn realized the desperate battle had finally reached its conclusion after the overwhelming powers vanished. Rather than celebrating victory, Bjorn calmly admitted the enemy's actions remained unforgivable. Despite showing a trace of regret, Confused by those unexpected words, the defeated explorer failed to understand why Bjorn continued speaking with complete composure. Bjorn tightened his grip on the giant hammer and prepared to deliver the final decisive blow against his fallen opponent. Bjorn realized Necrophado's bone armor could break if enough force shattered its protective shell. Without hesitating, Bjorn unleashed a powerful attack that crashed into Necrophado. Although the devastating blow damaged the defense and staggered Necrophado, the monster endured the assault, while its battered body struggled to remain standing, despite severe injuries. Believing victory was finally within reach, Bjorn prepared another attack, after seeing Necrophado weakened and barely maintaining its balance during the fierce confrontation. Unexpectedly, Necrophado activated bone armor once again, restoring its shattered protection and shocking Bjorn, who realized the enemy still possessed an enormous reserve of magical energy. Meanwhile, allies informed Bjorn that the blue mage had been defeated, offering hope that reinforcements would soon arrive to assist against the relentless undead opponent. Hearing the encouraging report, Bjorn welcomed the incoming support, while another companion noticed Kyle's magical energy had almost completely disappeared from the battlefield. Despite Kyle's apparent defeat, everyone remained cautious because both dangerous enemies unexpectedly began moving again, proving the desperate battle was far from finished. Suddenly, Erwin suffered overwhelming damage beyond her limit, forcing her spiritization to end as she collapsed from the unbearable strain. Bjorn immediately realized the battle had become even more dangerous, while Necrophato also showed signs of reaching its own physical limit. Red energy surrounded the battlefield, as both exhausted fighters struggled to continue, leaving every survivor uncertain about who would collapse first. Bjorn fixed his attention on the wounded enemy, recognizing a final opportunity to end the exhausting confrontation. Countless doubts crossed Bjorn's mind, yet he ignored every distraction because hesitation would only waste the precious opening before him. Determination replaced uncertainty as he concentrated every remaining resource into a final charge. With unwavering resolve, Bjorn rushed straight toward Necrophado's exposed body. Bjorn spotted a weakness after shattering Necrophado's protection, immediately recognizing the perfect chance to finish the relentless undead before another recovery became possible. With complete determination, he raised his weapon and unleashed one final crushing strike, pouring every remaining ounce of strength into the desperate attack. The devastating impact left Necrophado visibly shaken, while Bjorn sensed an unfamiliar force beginning to surge across the battlefield after the successful blow. Meanwhile, the hooded Earth Mage realized the situation had become dangerous. After witnessing Bjorn withstand forbidden attacks despite possessing resistance against necromantic magic, ignoring his exhaustion, Bjorn forced his battered body forward and continued attacking, refusing to stop even after suffering severe wounds throughout the battle. Instead of retreating, he prepared another relentless assault, believing relentless pressure remained the only way to prevent his enemy from recovering once again, suddenly completely restricting his movement before he could deliver another decisive attack. Recognizing Bjorn had defeated Necrophado through extraordinary ability rather than ordinary explorer strength. Even while immobilized, hoping his approaching companions would arrive before the unknown magician carried out another dangerous plan. Son of Yandel, he answered every question while carefully observing the mage's unusual behavior and overwhelming magical presence. The mysterious Earth Mage became interested after learning Bjorn had already reached rank 5. And possessed the unique title known as Little Vulcan. Activating the unique Earth School spell called Memory of the Earth, the mage began reconstructing everything that had recently happened across the battlefield. Watching the magical reconstruction unfold, Bjorn understood the spell revealed past events. Curious about Kyle's condition, Bjorn learned the injured man still lived because the mage considered him valuable for future growth instead of immediate sacrifice. Finally, the mage explained Kyle would eventually abandon his human emotions and evolve further. Bjorn realized the Earth Mage intended to claim Necrophado after exhausting too much mana, leaving him with only a brief opportunity to survive and continue resisting. Suppressing every distracting thought, he activated character identification to remove the paralysis effect. Determination replaced hesitation as Bjorn, prepared to gamble everything, knowing escaping death required immediate action before the Earth Mage launched another devastating spell. The Earth Mage praised Bjorn's quick decision before gathering another massive amount of mana. Instead of retreating, Bjorn charged directly toward his opponent, forcing the mage to react at close range, where powerful long-distance spells became less practical. At the same moment, distant allies noticed the dangerous situation and rushed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, an allied magician cast Terra and Shirdium before rapidly deploying layered mana barrier spells to shield everyone from the approaching magical explosion. The Earth Mage acknowledged the clever defensive response, but continued releasing overwhelming magical power without showing the slightest concern for the incoming resistance. Blinding energy collided against the reinforced barriers, shaking the battlefield as both destructive force and defensive magic struggled for dominance. Amid the chaos, the Earth Mage unexpectedly revealed that the young woman accompanying Bjorn possessed the second fate destined to follow after him, preventing him from understanding the hidden meaning behind the strange prediction. Despite desperately trying to remain focused, Bjorn refused to lose concentration because surviving the battle remained far more important than solving the mysterious warning. Questions continued filling Bjorn's mind, yet every answer remained hidden as the battle raged around him with relentless intensity. His battered body struggled to keep moving, but unwavering determination prevented him from surrendering, despite overwhelming pain and exhaustion. Standing before the terrifying Earth Mage, Bjorn steadied himself for the next exchange. Bjorn ignored his worsening injuries and launched another reckless assault, leaving blood pouring from countless wounds, as unbearable pain threatened to overwhelm his fading consciousness. Despite collapsing onto the ruined ground, he forced himself to endure, because defeating the Earth Mage remained his only chance to survive. Yet fragmented memories reminded him that venom hydropoison gradually became weaker over time. Character identification reached its limit and disappeared, but Bjorn relied on his own resilience. Instead of surrendering to exhaustion and deadly venom, he refused to lose sight of his enemy even while his body continued failing with each passing moment. The Earth Mage calmly observed Bjorn's horrific condition, praising the barbarian's extraordinary endurance after witnessing him continue fighting, despite losing an ear. Instead of collapsing, Bjorn roared with renewed determination and charged once more, ignoring the unbearable pain consuming his battered body, who recognized that ordinary warriors could never endure such overwhelming punishment. Seeing another opening, Bjorn transformed into his beast form and unleashed a desperate close-range attack aimed directly at the Earth Mage. Although every strike pushed his damaged body closer to its limit, he refused to stop, because victory demanded absolute persistence. The Earth Mage laughed at Bjorn's madness, while questioning why someone so badly wounded continued risking everything for one final attack. Bjorn answered through unwavering resolve, declaring himself a warrior whose duty was to keep fighting regardless of overwhelming hardship. Moments later, powerful reinforcements finally arrived, releasing brilliant magical energy that illuminated the devastated battlefield behind the exhausted barbarian. Watching the newcomers appear, the Earth Mage quietly accepted the unexpected development. Bjorn lay gravely wounded as his companions rushed toward him, while the Earth Mage acknowledged the barbarian had exceeded every expectation during their brutal battle. Rather than showing disappointment, the Earth Mage admitted Bjorn had accomplished something no ordinary explorer could achieve, recognizing his remarkable strength and determination. Before departing, the Earth Mage congratulated Bjorn for surviving the impossible trial, declaring he had finally become a true warrior worthy of recognition. The battlefield fell silent as a voice declared the fight over. Bjorn stood alone among the wreckage, blood and dust coating his massive frame, breathing hard as he absorbed the reality that he had survived when everyone around him had not. Memory pulled him back to the final clash, his blade cutting through the air in a desperate arc, as an ally rushed to his side at the last second, calling out to stop him from striking a fatal blow by mistake. His companion in armor lowered his weapon, exhausted and resigned, telling Bjorn that the battle had finally ended and that he could stop fighting. Gasping for air, Bjorn began listing names, desperate to know who else had made it out. Erwin, Misha, Raven, Einar, Avman, each name heavier than the last. Night fell over the battlefield. Survivors moved slowly among the fallen, collecting bodies and gear. Bjorn's consciousness faded here, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to him. Before the darkness took him, chaos erupted again. A massive attack descended from above, and someone screamed for everyone to take cover as the fight resumed without warning. Bodies collided midair as allies clashed with an enemy blade. Screams tore through the group as one of the younger fighters watched something horrific unfold before her, unable to look away. Later, in the safety of a medical tent, Misha stirred from unconsciousness, her cat ears twitching as she slowly came back to awareness after her own injuries. A voice asked if she was awake. Her eyes opened, still glassy with pain, a single tear sliding down her cheek as she registered where she was. Nearby, a younger cat-eared companion asked anxiously whether they had won the fight. Bjorn, seated by the fire, only sighed, admitting he wasn't certain of the outcome, but for now, they were safe. The younger fighter pressed further, asking about the rest of their group. Bjorn's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as he struggled to answer, saying nothing. Misha, now on her feet, asked the question everyone feared, whether their teammates were dead. Bjorn quickly reassured her that their own team had survived intact, but the losses elsewhere were undeniable. Someone confirmed that the fairy among their allies had died, her passing marked only by the crackling of a nearby fire. The camp stretched out below, tents scattered across the field, as survivors moved between them in the moonlight. Misha walked through the rows, searching for someone, her red hair standing out against the gray tents. She found a group resting near a dying fire, one man drinking heavily from a flask, visibly shaken by everything they had endured. Someone pointed her toward another tent, identifying her as part of Yandel's team and directing her to where she needed to go. She thanked them and hurried off. Misha burst into a tent, demanding to know why she wasn't being let in. Inside, a mage figure sat calmly, while a blonde swordswoman argued with him, startled to see Misha awake and trying to warn her about something concerning the mage. The mage cut in, reminding them that a priestess was risking her own life at that very moment to save someone. The blonde woman objected, pleading for another fighter to stop whatever he was doing. Misha and the blonde woman turned toward Bjorn, both asking anxiously how he was doing. Bjorn's throat tightened and he swallowed hard, unable to find words. The truth was revealed in the healing chamber. Poison had spread across the wounded man's body, dissolving his flesh and reaching his brain. A priestess worked desperately over him, her hands glowing as she fought to hold back the damage, her face straining with the effort of trying to save a life that was slipping away. A close-up, on a wide, startled eye, a voice cried out Misha's name, someone rushing to check on her while another figure gently urged her not to overexert herself, promising to bring news the moment there was any. In a healer's tent, a robed figure pulled back a curtain and called out that visitors could finally come inside. The group filed in to see Bjorn lying wrapped in bandages on a mat. The priestess who had saved him explained that his scars would fade with time, though she was too drained to erase them entirely. Bjorn thanked her weakly, insisting his wounds were nothing compared to what he'd survived. Misha knelt at his bedside, her head bowed. The priestess, drained from the healing, said she needed to rest as well before slipping away with her attendants. Bjorn stirred, his scarred face twitching as he choked out a broken question: why had this happened to them? Misha broke down in tears, asking why he still looked so pained when it was over, when everyone was already calling him a hero. Sitting beside him, her tail curled low, Misha admitted quietly that she didn't want anyone calling him a hero anymore. Bjorn's memory pulled him back further. He recalled waking around 11 p.m. on the 7th day inside the labyrinth, surrounded by all his teammates. His team burst in around his bedside, calling his name and Yandel's relief flooding their faces as they saw him awake and breathing. They caught up before the priestess had arrived. Bjorn admitted he could barely move his body. He was told this was common with a brain injury, and that a month of rest should heal it. The priestess reappeared, saying she would go bring someone named Pevrosk. A young mage with a bow-topped hat asked if there had been any ambushes. Bjorn answered that a hunter named Kyle had tried to track something down but failed. His fist clenched involuntarily as pain shot through him, cutting his sentence short. A memory surfaced: a battlefield engulfed in a swirling magical storm. A mage channeling a massive spell as a healer knelt over someone in the distance. Bjorn wondered why this memory had waited so long to return. Murmuring Erwin's name, Bjorn shot upright, demanding to know what had happened to Erwin. Silence fell over the room as his teammates exchanged uneasy glances. Simone finally spoke, saying she was dead. Bjorn's jaw clenched, blood trickling from where his teeth cut into his lip. The bare-eared teammate quickly corrected himself, It wasn't Erwin who died, but her sister. The young mage explained that after her protective barrier broke, her sister had thrown herself in front of the attack to shield her, which was why Erwin survived with only minor injuries. Bjorn asked where Erwin was now. The answer came back heavy: she was in the same spot, the exact place where her sister had died. Bjorn absorbed the information silently, his expression unreadable as he processed the weight of it. The bare-eared warrior reached out, asking for Bjorn's arm to help him sit up properly. Bjorn accepted the help, murmuring a quiet thanks as the group settled into the heavy aftermath of what they'd all survived. Bjorn spotted Kyle and clung an arm around him, calling his name. Kyle glanced back and told him it was his turn now, gesturing towards someone waiting nearby, mentioning he was heading to see an elf. Someone asked what had happened with so many people gathered. A voice explained that a large crowd had arrived only after the battle had already ended. Bjorn repeated the number in disbelief: 1,000 people. His companion clarified that this group had simply followed the trail markings they'd left behind on their journey. A memory of the battlefield flashed through his mind. Bodies, fire, chaos everywhere. Bjorn thought bitterly that reinforcements should have arrived sooner. The crowd erupted, recognizing him as Yandel's son. They cheered his name, hailing him as the great warrior who had risen to save them. Afterward, the group walked through survivors, offering thanks and calling Bjorn their hero, promising to repay him somehow for what he'd done. Silence fell as the group finally arrived at their destination, where someone knelt over a fallen figure in the mist. Bjorn recognized her immediately: Erwin, kneeling beside her sister's body, reaching out toward the woman lying still on the ground, calling out for Mr. The group approached, telling her it was almost time to leave and asking if she intended to stay there alone. Erwin refused, insisting she wasn't alone since her sister was right there with her. She struggled against Avman's grip, pleading to be let go. Bjorn took her hand firmly and told her to listen. He was her guardian now. Erwin looked up at him, stunned, barely able to speak. The reasoning wasn't complicated. Her sister must have sensed something before the end, having asked Bjorn to look after Erwin if anything happened to her. Erwin's memory replayed the moment she'd first realized something was wrong, telling Bjorn desperately that her sister wasn't moving or speaking anymore, admitting she hadn't been able to do anything for her. Bjorn's own thoughts turned dark, wondering what he was supposed to tell their mother: that both their sister and now this woman's sister were dead, questioning whether it was somehow his fault. He admitted to himself that in that moment he hadn't offered her a single word of comfort. The group stood together in the misty forest, watching over Erwin as she remained kneeling beside her sister. Bjorn recalled that all he had done was wait for her, standing silently as she grieved. A pale figure emerged from the aftermath, eyes glowing faintly amid a swirl of reddish light, an unreadable smile forming as the scene shifted. The same figure reached a hand downward through the glow, an unseen presence extending back toward her from below. The moment suspended in an eerie, radiant haze. Finally, someone said it was time to go, addressing Yandel directly. A hand reached out and gripped his in agreement. Yandel accepted, and they prepared to move on. Bjorn lifted Erwin gently, telling her softly that it was time to leave, that they were finally going home together. The timer counted down toward midnight as a message flashed across the world. Their character had entered the first floor's crystal cave, followed by another announcing the labyrinth had officially closed. Their bodies began being pulled back, teleported toward Rafdonia. Mist parted around them as a voice confirmed quietly that they had arrived. They emerged into the familiar dimensional square, someone shouting with relief that they were finally back. Bjorn noticed something was wrong immediately. The square, usually bustling, was strangely empty. A grim realization struck him as he took in the eerily quiet city around him. Everyone who had been sent in before them had truly died. A voice gasped in shock at what they were seeing. A crowd pointed toward a glowing formation at the center of the square, shouting that something was appearing. A shimmering dimensional door had opened, and a voice cursed those responsible for what had happened. Figures began stepping out from the light, the group that had vanished through a dimensional door on the fourth day of the labyrinth. Time inside had moved differently, but eventually anyone lost within returned, once the labyrinth closed. A swirling vortex of red and pink energy churned violently, distorting the space around it as something stirred within, drawing a confused sound from someone nearby. The chaos intensified as brilliant light and fire tore through the scene, someone crying out in disbelief at what was unfolding before them. Flames consumed everything in sight. Bjorn watched, stunned, feeling as though he were witnessing the end of the world itself. Amid the inferno, a voice echoed back into his memory, replaying words he couldn't shake. The words returned clearly now. Congratulations. You are the sole victor. It was the final thing the Scholar of Destruction had said to him before everything came crashing down.